The Jacket Part 2 by Jack London. Chapter 15. I was once Adam Strang, an Englishman. The period of my living, as near as I can guess it, was somewhere between 1550 and 1650, and I lived to a ripe old age, as you shall see. It has been a great regret to me, ever since Ed Morel taught me the way of the little deaf, that I had not been a more thorough student of history. I should have been able to identify and place much that is obscure to me. As it is, I am compelled to grope and guess my way to times and places of my earlier existences. A peculiar thing about my Adam Strang existence is that I recollect so little of the first 30 years of it. Many times, in the jacket, has Adam Strang recruited, but always he springs into being full-statured, heavy-thewed, a full 30 years of age. I, Adam Strang, invariably assume my consciousness on a group of low sandy islands somewhere under the equator in what must be the western Pacific Ocean. I am always at home there, and seem to have been there some time. There are thousands of people on these islands, although I am the only white man. The natives are a magnificent breed, big-muscled, broad-shouldered, tall. A 6-foot man is a commonplace. The king, Ra-Kook, is at least 6 inches above 6 feet, and though he would weigh fully 300 pounds, is so equitably proportioned that one could not call him fat. Many of his chiefs are as large, while the women are not much smaller than the men. There are numerous islands in the group, over all of which Ra-Kook is king, although the cluster of islands to the south is restive, and occasionally in revolt. These natives with whom I live are Polynesian, I know, because their hair is straight and black. Their skin is a sun-warm golden brown. Their speech, which I speak uncommonly easy, is round and rich and musical, possessing a paucity of consonants, being composed principally of vowels. They love flowers, music, dancing, and games, and are childishly simple and happy in their amusements. Though cruelly savage in their angers and wars, I, Adam Strang, know my past, but do not seem to think much about it. I live in the present. I brood neither over past nor future. I am careless, improvident, uncautious, happy out of sheer well-being and overplus of physical energy. Fish, fruits, vegetables, and seaweed, a full stomach, and I am content. I am high in place with Ra-Kook, than whom none is higher, not even Albatak, who is highest over the priest. No man dare lift hand or weapon to me. I am taboo sacred as the sacred canoe house, under the floor of which repose the bones of heaven alone knows how many previous kings of Ra-Kook's line. I know all about how I happened to be wrecked and be there alone of all my ship's company. It was a great drowning and a great wind, but I do not moon over the catastrophe. When I think back at all, rather do I think far back to my childhood at the skirts of my milk-skinned, flaxen-haired, buxom English mother. It is a tiny village of a dozen straw-thatched cottages in which I lived. I hear again blackbirds and thrushes in the hedges, and see again bluebells spilling out from the oak woods and over the velvet turf, like a creaming of blue water. And most of all, I remember a great, hairy, fetlocked stallion, often led dancing, sidling, and nickering down the narrow street. I was frightened of the huge beast and always fled screaming to my mother, clutching her skirts and hiding in them wherever I might find her. But enough. The childhood of Adam Strang is not what I set out to write. I lived for several years on the islands which are nameless to me, and upon which I am confident I was the first white man. I was married to Lele, the king's sister, who was a fraction over 6 feet, and only by that fraction topped me. I was a splendid figure of a man, broad-shouldered, deep-chested, well set up. Women of any race, as you shall see, looked on me with a favoring eye. under my arms sun-shielded, my skin was milk white as my mother's. My eyes were blue. My mustache, beard, and hair were that golden yellow such as one sometimes sees in paintings of the northern sea kings. I must have come of that old stock, long settled in England, and though born in a countryside cottage, the sea still ran so salt in my blood that I early found my way to ships to become a sea cuny. That is what I was, neither officer nor gentleman, but sea cuny, hard-worked, hard-bitten, hard-enduring. I was of value to Rakuk, hence his royal protection. I could work in iron, and our wrecked ship had brought the first iron to Rakuk's land. On occasion, 10 leagues to the northwest, we went in canoes to get iron from the wreck. The hull had slicked off the reef and lay in 15 fathoms, and in 15 fathoms we brought up the iron. Wonderful divers and workers underwater were these natives. I learned to do my 15 fathoms, but never could I equal them in their fishy exploits. On the land, by virtue of my English training and my strength, I could throw any of them. Also, I taught them quarterstaff until the game became a very contagion and broken heads, anything but novelties. Brought up from the wreck was a journal, so torn and mushed and pulped by the sea-water, with ink so run about that scarcely any of it was decipherable. However, in the hope that some antiquarian scholar may be able to place more definitely the date of the events I shall describe, I here give an extract. The peculiar spelling may give the clue. Note that while the letter S is used, it more commonly is replaced by the letter H. The wind being favorable, gave us an opportunity of examining and drying some of our proviax art, particularly omechanahams and dry fee which constituted part of our victualling. Divine service was performed on deck. In the afternoon the wind was southerly with frev galls, but dry, that we were able the following morning to clean between decks, and all to fumigate the hip. With gunpowder. But I must hasten, for my narrative is not of Adam Strang, the shipwrecked sea cuny on a coral isle, but of Adam Strang, later named Yongyik, the mighty one, who was one time favorite of the powerful Yunsun, who was lover and husband of the Lady Om of the princely house of Min, and who was long time beggar and pariah in all the villages of all the coasts and roads of Chosen. Ah ha, I have you there, Chosen. It means the land of the morning calm. In modern speech it is called Korea. Remember, it was between 3 and 4 centuries back that I lived, the first white man on the coral isles of Rakuk. In those waters, at that time, the keels of ships were rare. I might well have lived out my days there, in peace and fatness, under the sun where frost was not, had it not been for the Sparvaer. The Sparvaer was a Dutch merchantman daring the uncharted seas for Indies. Beyond the Indies. And she found me instead, and I was all she found. Have I not said that I was a gay-hearted, golden-bearded giant of an irresponsible boy that had never grown up? With scarce a pang, when the Sparwer's water casks were filled, I left Rakuk and his pleasant land, left Lele and all her flower-garlanded sisters, and with laughter on my lips and familiar ship smells sweet in my nostrils, sailed away, sea cuny once more, under Captain Johannes Martens. A marvelous wandering, that which followed on the old Sparvaer. We were in quest of new lands of silk and spices. In truth, we found fevers, violent deaths, pestilential paradises where death and beauty kept charnel house together. That old Johannes Martens, with no hint of romance in that stolid face and grisly square head of his, sought the islands of Solomon, the mines of Golconda. He sought old lost Atlantis, which he hoped to find still afloat, unscuppered. And he, found headhunting, tree-dwelling anthropophagy instead. We landed on strange islands, sea pounded on their shores and smoking at their summits, where kinky-haired little animal men made monkey wailings in the jungle, planted their forest-run ways with thorns and stake pits, and blew poisoned splinters into us from out the twilight jungle bush. And whatsoever man of us was wasp-stung by such a splinter died horribly in howling. And we encountered other men, fiercer, bigger, who faced us on the beaches in open fight, showering us with spears and arrows, while the great tree drums and the little tom-toms rumbled and rattled war across the tree-filled hollows, and all the hills were pillared with signal smokes. Hendrik Hamel was supercargo and part owner of the Sparver Adventure, and what he did not own was the property of Captain Johannes Martens. The latter spoke little English, Hendrik Hamel, but little more. The sailors with whom I gathered spoke Dutch only, but trust a Seacuny to learn Dutch and Korean, as you shall see. Toward the end we came to the charted country of Japan, but the people would have no dealings with us, and two-sworded officials, in sweeping robes of silk that made Captain Johannes Martin's mouth water, came aboard of us and politely requested us to be gone. Under their suave manners was the iron of a warlike race, and we knew, and went our way. We crossed the Straits of Japan and were entering the Yellow Sea on our way to China, when we laid the Sparver on the rocks. She was a crazy tub, the old Sparver, so clumsy and so dirty with whiskered marine life on her bottom that she could not get out of her own way. Close-hauled, the closest she could come was to 6 points of the wind, and then she bobbed up and down, without way, like a derelict turnip. Galliots were clippers compared with her. To tack her about was undreamed of. To wear her required all hands and half a watch. So situated, we were caught on a lee shore in an 8-point shift of wind at the height of a hurricane that had beaten our souls sick for 48 hours. We drifted in upon the land in the chill light of a stormy dawn across a heartless cross-sea mountain high. It was dead of winter, and between smoking snow squalls we could glimpse the forbidding coast, if coast it might be called, so broken was it. There were grim rock isles and islets beyond counting, dim snow-covered ranges beyond, and everywhere upstanding cliffs too steep for snow, outjuts of headlands, and pinnacles and slivers of rock upthrust from the boiling sea. There was no name to this country on which we drove, no record of it ever having been visited by navigators. Its coastline was only hinted at in our chart, from all of which we could argue that the inhabitants were as inhospitable as the little of their land we could see. The Sparver drove in bow on upon a cliff. There was deep water to its sheer foot, so that our sky-aspiring bowsprit crumpled at the impact and snapped short off. The foremast went by the board, with a great snapping of rope shrouds and stays, and fell forward against the cliff. I have always admired old Johannes Martens. Washed and rolled off the high poop by a burst of sea, we were left stranded in the waist of the ship, whence we fought our way for ard to the steep-pitched forecastle head. Others joined us. We lashed ourselves fast and counted noses. We were 18. The rest had perished. Johannes Martens touched me and pointed upward through cascading salt water from the back fling of the cliff. I saw what he desired. 20 feet below the truck, the foremast ground and crunched against a boss of the cliff. Above the boss was a cleft. He wanted to know if I would dare the leap from the masthead into the cleft. Sometimes the distance was a scant 6 feet. At other times it was a score, for the mast reeled drunkenly to the rolling and pounding of the hull on which rested its splintered butt. I began the climb. But they did not wait. One by one they unlashed themselves and followed me up the perilous mast. There was reason for haste, for at any moment the Sparver might slip off into deep water. I timed my leap and made it, landing in the cleft in a scramble, and ready to lend a hand to those who leaped after. It was slow work. We were wet and half-freezing in the wind drive. Besides, the leaps had to be timed to the roll of the hull and the sway of the mast. The cook was the first to go. He was snapped off the mast end, and his body performed cartwheels in its fall. A fling of sea caught him and crushed him to a pulp against the cliff. The cabin boy, a bearded man of 20-odd, lost hold, slipped, swung around the mast, and was pinched against the boss of rock. Pinched. The life squeezed from him on the instant. 2 others followed the way of the cook. Captain Johannes Martens was the last, completing the 14 of us that clung on in the cleft. An hour afterward, the spar-oars lipped off and sank in deep water. 2 days and nights saw us near to perishing on that cliff, for there was way neither up nor down. The 3rd morning a fishing boat found us. The men were clad entirely in dirt white, with their long hair done up in a curious knot on their pates. The marriage knot, as I was afterward to learn, and also, as I was to learn, a handy thing to clutch hold of with one hand whilst you clouted with the other when an argument went beyond words. The boat went back to the village for help, and most of the villagers, most of their gear, and most of the day were required to get us down. They were a poor and wretched folk, their food difficult even for the stomach of a sea cuny too. Countenance. The rice was brown as chocolate. Half the husks remained in it, along with bits of chaff, splinters, and unidentifiable dirt which made one pause often in the chewing in order to stick into his mouth thumb and forefinger and pluck out the offending stuff. Also, they ate a sort of millet and pickles of astounding variety and ungodly hot. Their houses were earthen-walled and straw-thatched. Under the floors ran flues through which the kitchen smoke escaped, warming the sleeping room in its passage. Here we lay and rested for days, soothing ourselves with their mild and tasteless tobacco, which we smoked in tiny bowls at the end of yard-long pipes. Also, there was a warm, sourish, milky-looking drink, heady only when taken in enormous doses. After guzzling, I swear, gallons of it, I got singing drunk, which is the way of sea cunies the world over. Encouraged by my success, the others persisted, and soon we were all a-roaring, little recking of the fresh snow gale piping up outside, and little worrying that we were cast away in an uncharted, God-forgotten land. Old Johannes Martens laughed and trumpeted and slapped his thighs with the best of us. Hendrik Hamel, a cold-blooded, chilly-poised dark brunette of a Dutchman with beady black eyes, was as rarely devilish as the rest of us, and shelled out silver like any drunken sailor for the purchase of more of the milky brew. Our carrying on was a scandal, but the women fetched the drink while all the village that could crowd in jammed the room to witness our antics. The white man has gone around the world in mastery, I do believe, because of his unwise uncaringness. That has been the manner of his going, although, of course, he was driven on by restiveness and lust for booty. So it was that Captain Johannes Martens, Hendrik Hamel, and the 12 sea cunies of us roistered and bawled in the fisher village while the winter gales whistled across the yellow sea. From the little we had seen of the land and the people, we were not impressed by Cho's senator. If these miserable fishers were a fair sample of the natives, we could understand why the land was unvisited of navigators. But we were to learn different. The village was on an inlying island, and its headman must have sent word across to the mainland, for one morning 3 big 2-masted junks with latons of rice matting dropped anchor off the beach. When the sampans came ashore, Captain Johannes Martens was all interest, for here were silks again. One strapping Korean, all in pale-tinted silks of various colors, was surrounded by half a dozen obsequious attendants, also clad in silk. Kwan Young Jin, as I came to know his name, was a Yang Ban, or noble. Also, he was what might be called magistrate or governor of the district or province. This means that his office was appointive and that he was a tide squeezer or tax farmer. Fully 100 soldiers were also landed and marched into the village. They were armed with three-pronged spears, slicing spears and chopping spears, with here and there a matchlock of so heroic mold that there were 2 soldiers to a matchlock, one to carry and set the tripod on which rested the muzzle, the other to carry and fire the gun. As I was to learn, sometimes the gun went off. Sometimes it did not, all depending upon the adjustment of the fire punk and the condition of the powder in the flash pan. So it was that Kuan Yin Jen traveled. The headmen of the village were cringingly afraid of him, and for good reason, as we were not overlong in finding out. I stepped forward as interpreter, for already I had the hang of several score of Korean words. He scowled and waved me aside, but what did I reck? I was as tall as he, outweighed him by a full 2 stone, and my skin was white, my hair golden. He turned his back and addressed the head man of the village while his 6 silken satellites made a cordon between us, while he topped more soldiers. From the ship carried up several shoulder loads of inch planking. These planks were about 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, and curiously split in half lengthwise. Nearer one end than the other was a round hole larger than a man's neck. Kuan Yin Jen gave a command. Several of the soldiers approached Tromp, who was sitting on the ground, nursing a felon. Now Tromp was a rather stupid, slow-thinking, slow-moving cuny, and before he knew what was doing, one of the planks, with a scissors-like opening and closing, was about his neck and clamped. Discovering his predicament, he set up a bull roaring and dancing, till all had to back away to give him clear space for the flying ends of his plank. Then the trouble began, for it was plainly Kuan Yin Jin's intention to plank all of us. Oh, we fought, bare-fisted, with 100 soldiers and as many villagers, while Kuan Yin Jin stood apart in his silks and lordly disdain. Here was where I earned my name Yi Yong Yik, the Mighty. Long after our company was subdued and planked, I fought on. My fists were of the hardness of topping mauls, and I had the muscles and will to drive them. To my joy, I quickly learned that the Koreans did not understand a fist blow and were without the slightest notion of guarding. They went down like 10-pins, fell over each other in heaps, but Kuan Yin Jin was my man, and all that saved him when I made my rush was the intervention of his satellites. They were flabby creatures. I made a mess of them and a muss and muck of their silks ere the multitude could return upon me. There were so many of them. They clogged my blows by the sheer numbers of them, those behind shoving the front ones upon me. And how I dropped them! Toward the end they were squirming 3 deep under my feet, but by the time the crews of the 3 junks and most of the village were on top of me, I was fairly smothered. The planking was easy. God in heaven, what now? Asked Vandervoot, another cuny, when we had been bundled aboard a junk. We sat on the open deck like so many trussed fowls when he asked the question, and the next moment, as the junk heeled to the breeze, we shot down the deck, planks and all, fetching up in the lee scuppers with skinned necks. And from the high poop, Kuan Yin Jin gazed down at us as if he did not see us. For many years to come Vandervoot was known amongst us as What Now Vandervoot. Poor devil! He froze to death one night on the streets of Keijo with every door barred against him. To the mainland we were taken and thrown into a stinking, vermin-infested prison. Such was our introduction to the officialdom of Cho Sinister. But I was to be revenged for all of us on Kuan Yin Jin, as you shall see, in the days when the Lady Alm was kind and power was mine. In prison we lay for many days. We learned afterward the reason. Kuan Yin. Jin had sent a dispatch to Keijo, the capital, to find what royal disposition was to be made of us. In the meantime, we were a menagerie. From dawn till dark, our barred windows were besieged by the natives, for no member of our race had they ever seen before, nor was our audience mere rabble. Ladies, borne in palanquins on the shoulders of coolies, came to see the strange devils cast up by the sea, and while their attendants drove back the common folk with whips, they would gaze long and timidly at us. Of them we saw little, for their faces were covered according to the custom of the country. Only dancing girls, low women, and granddames ever were seen abroad with exposed faces. I have often thought that Kuan Yin Jin suffered from indigestion, and that when the attacks were acute he took it out on us. At any rate, without rhyme or reason, whenever the whim came to him, we were all taken out on the street before the prison and well beaten with sticks to the gleeful shouts of the multitude. The Asiatic is a cruel beast and delights in spectacles of human suffering. At any rate, we were pleased when an end to our beatings came. This was caused by the arrival of Kim. Kim, all I can say, and the best I can say, is that he was the whitest man I ever encountered in Chosener. He was a captain of 50 men when I met him. He was in command of the palace guards before I was done doing my best by him, and in the end he died, for the Lady Om's sake and for mine. Kim was Kim. Immediately he arrived, the planks were taken from our necks, and we were lodged in the best inn the place boasted. We were still prisoners, but honorable prisoners, with a guard of 50 mounted soldiers. The next day we were under way on the royal high road, 14 sailormen astride the dwarf horses that obtain in Chosen and bound for Keijo itself. The emperor, so Kim told me, had expressed a desire to gaze upon the strangeness of the sea devils. It was a journey of many days, half the length of Chosen, north and south as it lies. It chanced, at the first off-saddling, that I strolled around to witness the feeding of the dwarf horses, and what I witnessed set me bawling, "What now, Vandervoot?" till all our crew came running. As I am a living man, what the horses were feeding on was bean soup, hot bean soup at that, and naught else did they have on all the journey, but hot bean soup. It was the custom of the country. They were truly dwarf horses. On a wager with Kim, I lifted one, despite his squeals and struggles, squarely across my shoulders, so that Kim's men, who had already heard my new name, called me Yi Yang Yik, the Mighty One. Kim was a large man, as Koreans go, and Koreans are a tall, muscular race, and Kim fancied himself a bit. But, elbow to elbow and palm to palm, I put his arm down at will. And his soldiers and the gaping villagers would look on and murmur, "Yi Yang Yik." In a way, we were a traveling menagerie. The word went on ahead, so that all the country folk flocked to the roadside to see us pass. It was an unending circus procession. In the towns at night our inns were besieged by multitudes, so that we got no peace until the soldiers drove them off with lance pricks and blows. But first Kim would call for the village strongmen and wrestlers, for the fun of seeing me crumple them and put them in the dirt. Bread there was none, but we ate white rice, the strength of which resides in one's muscles not long, a meat which we found to be dog, which animal is regularly butchered for food in Chosen, and the pickles ungodly hot, but which one learns to like exceeding well. And there was drink, real drink, not milky slush, but white, biting stuff distilled from rice, a pint of which would kill a weakling and make a strong man mad and merry. At the walled city of Chong-ho, I put Kim and the city notables under the table with the stuff, or on the table, rather, for the table was the floor where we squatted to cramp knots in my hams. For the 1000th time, And again all muttered Yi Yang Eek, and the word of my prowess passed on before even to Keijo and the emperor's court. I was more an honored guest than a prisoner, and invariably I rode by Kim's side, my long legs near reaching the ground and, where the going was deep, my feet scraping the muck. Kim was young. Kim was human. Kim was universal. He was a man anywhere in any country. He and I talked and laughed and joked a day long and half the night. And I verily ate up the language. I had a gift that way anyway. Even Kim marveled at the way I mastered the idiom. And I learned the Korean points of view, the Korean humor, the Korean soft places, weak places, touchy places. Kim taught me flower songs, love songs, drinking songs. One of the latter was his own, of the end of which I shall give you a crude attempt at translation. Kim and Pak, in their youth, swore a pact to abstain from drinking, which pact was speedily broken. In old age, Kim and Pak sing. No, no, begone. The merry bowl again shall bolster up my soul against itself. What good man hold? Canst tell me where red wine is sold? Nay, just beyond yon peach tree. There? Good luck be thine, I'll thither fare. Hendrik Hamel, scheming and crafty, ever encouraged and urged me in my antic course that brought Kim's favor, not alone to me, but through me, to Hendrik Hamel and all our company. I here mention Hendrik Hamel as my adviser, for it has a bearing on much that followed at Keijo in the winning of Yunsan's favor, the Lady Ohm's heart, and the Emperor's tolerance. I had the will and the fearlessness for the game I played, and some of the wit, but most of the wit, I freely admit, was supplied me by Hendrik Hamel. And so we journeyed up to Keijo, from walled city to walled city to walled city across a snowy mountain land that was hollowed with innumerable fat farming valleys. And every evening at fall of day, beacon fires sprang from peak to peak and ran along. The land. Always Kim watched for this nightly display. From all the coasts of Chosin, Kim told me, these chains of fire speech ran to Keijo to carry their message to the emperor. One beacon meant the land was in peace. 2 beacons meant revolt or invasion. We never saw but 1 beacon. And ever as we rode, Vandervoot brought up the rear, wondering, God in heaven, what now? Keijo, we found a vast city where all the population, with the exception of the nobles or young bans, dressed in the eternal white. This, Kim explained, was an automatic determination and advertisement of caste. Thus, at a glance, could one tell the status of an individual by the degrees of cleanness or of filthiness of his garments. It stood to reason that a coolie, possessing but the clothes he stood up in, must be extremely dirty. And to reason it stood that the individual in immaculate white must possess many changes and command the labor of laundresses to keep his changes immaculate. As for the young bans who wore the pale vari-colored silks, they were beyond such common yardstick of place. After resting in an inn for several days, during which time we washed our garments and repaired the ravages of shipwreck and travel, we were summoned before the emperor. In the great open space before the palace wall were colossal stone dogs that looked more like tortoises. They crouched on massive stone pedestals of twice the height of a tall man. The walls of the palace were huge and of dressed stone. So thick were these walls that they could defy a breach from the mightiest of cannon in a year-long siege. The mere gateway was of the size of a palace in itself, rising pagoda-like in many retreating stories, each story fringed with tile roofing. A smart guard of soldiers turned out at the gateway. These, Kim told me, were the tiger hunters of Pyongyang, the fiercest and most terrible fighting men of which Chosin could boast, but enough. On mere description of the emperor's palace, 1,000 pages of my narrative could be worthily expended. Let it suffice that here we knew power in all its material expression, only a civilization deep and wide and old and strong could produce this far-walled, many-gabled roof of kings. To no audience hall were we sea cunies led, but, as we took it, to a feasting hall. The feasting was at its end, and all the throng was in a merry mood. And such a throng! High dignitaries, princes of the blood, sordid nobles, pale priests, weather-tanned officers of high command, court ladies with faces exposed, painted kiseng or dancing girls who rested from entertaining, and duennas, waiting women, eunuchs, lackeys, and palace slaves, a myriad of them. All fell away from us, however, when the emperor, with a following of intimates, advanced to look us over. He was a merry monarch, especially so for an Asiatic, not more than 40, with a clear, pallid skin that had never known the sun. He was paunched and weak-legged. Yet he had once been a fine man. The noble forehead attested that, but the eyes were bleared and weak-lidded, the lips twitching and trembling from the various excesses in which he indulged. Which, excesses, as I was to learn, were largely devised and pandered by Yunsan, the Buddhist priest, of whom more anon. In our sea garments, we mariners were a motley crew, and motley was the cue of our reception. Exclamations of wonder at our strangeness gave way to laughter. The kiseng invaded us, dragging us about, making prisoners of us, 2 or 3 of them to one of us, leading us about like so many dancing bears and putting us through our antics. It was offensive, true, but what could poor Secunis do? What could old Johannes Martins do, with a bevy of laughing girls about him, tweaking his nose, pinching his arms, tickling his ribs till he pranced? To escape such torment, Hans Amden cleared a space and gave a clumsy-footed Hollandish breakdown till all the court roared its laughter. It was offensive to me, who had been equal and boon companion of Kim for many days. I resisted the laughing kiseng. I braced my legs and stood upright. With folded arms, nor could pinch or tickle bring a quiver from me. Thus they abandoned me for easier prey. For God's sake, man, make an impression. Hendrik Hamel, who had struggled to me with 3 kiseng dragging behind, mumbled. Well might he mumble, for whenever he opened his mouth to speak, they crammed it with sweets. Save us from this folly, he persisted, ducking his head about to avoid their sweet-dulled poems. We must have dignity, understand dignity. This will ruin us. They are making tame animals of us, playthings. When they grow tired of us, they will throw us out. You're doing the right thing. Stick to it. Stand them off. Command respect, respect for all of us. The last was barely audible, for by this time the kiseng had stuffed his mouth to speechlessness. As I have said, I had the will and the fearlessness, and I racked my sea-cuny brains for the wit. A palace eunuch, tickling my neck with a feather from behind, gave me my start. I had already drawn attention by my aloofness and imperviousness to the attacks of the kiseng, so that many were looking on at the eunuch's baiting of me. I gave no sign, made no move, until I had located him and distanced him. Then, like a shot, without turning head or body, merely by my arm I fetched him an open, backhanded slap. My knuckles landed flat on his cheek and jaw. There was a crack like a spar parting in a gale. He was bowled clean over, landing in a heap on the floor a dozen feet away. There was no laughter, only cries of surprise and murmurings and whisperings of "Yi Yong Yeek." Again I folded my arms and stood with a fine assumption of haughtiness. I do believe that I, Adam Strang, had among other things the soul of an actor in me. For see what follows. I was now the most significant of our company. Proud-eyed, disdainful, I met unwavering the eyes upon me and made them drop, or turn away all eyes but one. These were the eyes of a young woman whom I judged by richness of dress and by the half-dozen women fluttering at her back to be a court lady of distinction. In truth, she was the Lady Om, princess of the House of Min. Did I say young? She was fully my own age, 30, and for all that and her rightness and beauty a princess still unmarried, as I was to learn. She alone looked me in the eyes without wavering, until it was I who turned away. She did not look me down, for there was neither challenge nor antagonism in her eyes, only fascination. I was loth to admit this defeat by one small woman, and my eyes, turning aside, lighted on the disgraceful rout of my comrades, and the trailing key sang and gave me the pretext. I clapped my hands in the Asiatic fashion when one gives command. "Let be," I thundered in their own language, and in the form one addressee underlings. Oh, I had a chest and a throat, and could bull roar to the hurt of eardrums. I warrant so loud a command had never before cracked the secret air of the emperor's palace. The great room was aghast. The women were startled, and pressed toward one another as for safety. The key sang, released the cunies, and shrank away giggling apprehensively. Only the Lady made no sign nor motion, but continued to gaze wide-eyed into my eyes, which had returned to hers. Then fell a great silence, as if all waited some word of doom. A multitude of eyes timidly stole back and forth from the emperor to me and from me to the emperor, and I had wit to keep the silence and to stand there, arms folded, haughty and remote. "He speaks our language," quoth the emperor at the last, and I swear there was such a relinquishment of held breaths that the whole room was one vast sigh. "I was born with this language," I replied, my puny wits running rashly to the first madness that prompted. "I spoke it at my mother's breast. I was the marvel of my land. Wise men journeyed far to see me and to hear, but no man knew the words I spoke. In the many years since I have forgotten much, but now, in Chosen, the words come back like long-lost friends. An impression I certainly made." The emperor swallowed, and his lips twitched ere he asked, "How explain you this?" "I am an accident," I answered, following the wayward lead my wit had opened. "The gods of birth were careless, and I was mislaid in a far land and nursed by an alien people. I am Korean, and now, at last, I have come to my home." What an excited whispering and conferring took place. The emperor himself interrogated Kim. He was always thus, our speech in his mouth, from the time he came out of the sea. Kim lied like the good fellow he was. "Bring me Yangban's garments as befits me," I interrupted, "and you shall see." As I was led away in compliance, I turned on the key sang, "And leave my slaves alone. They have journeyed far and are weary. They are my faithful slaves." In another room, Kim helped me change, sending the lackeys away, and quick and to the point was the dress rehearsal he gave me. He knew no more toward what I drove than did I, but he was a good fellow. The funny thing, once back in the crowd and spouting Korean, which I claimed, was rusty from long disuse. was that Hendrik Hamel and the rest, too stubborn-tongued to learn new speech, did not know a word I uttered. I am of the blood of the house of Koryu, I told the emperor, that ruled at Songdu many a long year agone, when my house arose on the ruins of Silla. Ancient history all, told me by Kim on the long ride, and he struggled with his face to hear me parrot his teaching. These, I said, when the emperor had asked me about my company, these are my slaves, all except that old churl there. I indicated Johannes Martens, who is the son of a freedman. I told Hendrik Hamel to approach. This one, I went on, was born in my father's house of a seed slave who was born there before him. He is very close to me. We are of an age, born on the same day, and on that day my father gave him me. Afterwards, when Hendrik Hamel was eager to know all that I had said, and when I told him, he reproached me and was in a pretty rage. "The fat's in the fire, Hendrik," quoth I. "What I have done has been out of witlessness and the need to be saying something, but done it is. Nor you nor I can pluck forth the fat. We must act our parts and make the best of it." Taiwan, the emperor's brother, was a sot of sots, and as the night wore on he challenged me to a drinking. The emperor was delighted and commanded a dozen of the noblest sots to join in the bout. The women were dismissed and we went to it. Drink for drink, measure for measure. Kim I kept by me, and midway along, despite Hendrik Hamel's warning scowls, dismissed him and the company, first requesting and obtaining palace lodgment instead of the inn. Next day, the palace was abuzz with my feast, for I'd put Taiwan and all his champions snoring on the mats and walked unaided to my bed. Never in the days of vicissitude that came later did Taiwan doubt my claim of Korean birth. Only a Korean, he averred, could possess so strong a head. The palace was a city in itself, and we were lodged in a sort of summer house that stood apart. The princely quarters were mine, of course, and Hamel and Martins, with the rest of the grumbling cunies, had to content themselves with what remained. I was summoned before Yunsan, the Buddhist priest I have mentioned. It was his first glimpse of me and my first of him. Even Kim he dismissed from me, and we sat alone on deep mats in a twilight room. Lord, Lord, what a man and a mind was Yunsan he made to probe my soul. He knew things of other lands and places that no one in Chosin dreamed to know. Did he believe my fabled birth? I could not guess, for his face was less changeful than a bowl of bronze. What Yunsan's thoughts were only Yunsan knew. But in him, this poor-clad, lean-belly priest, I sensed the power behind power in all the palace, and in all Chosin. I sensed also, through the drift of speech, that he had use of me. Now was this use suggested by the Lady a nut I gave Hendrik Hamel to crack? I little knew, and less I cared, for I lived always in the moment and let others forecast, forefend, and travail their anxiety. I answer, too, the summons of the Lady following a sleek-faced, cat-footed eunuch through quiet palace byways to her apartments. She lodged as a princess of the blood should lodge. She, too, had a palace to herself, among lotus ponds where grow forests of trees centuries old, but so dwarfed that they reached no higher than my middle. Bronze bridges, so delicate and rare that they looked as if fashioned by jewel-smiths, spanned her lily ponds, and a bamboo grove screened her palace apart from all the palace. My head was a whirl. Sea cuny that I was no dolt with women, and I. Sensed more than idle curiosity in her sending for me. I had heard love tales of common men and queens, and was a-wondering if now it was my fortune to prove such tales true. The Lady Om wasted little time. There were women about her, but she regarded their presence no more than a carter his horses. I sat beside her on deep mats that made the room half a couch, and wine was given me and sweets to nibble, served on tiny foot-high tables inlaid with pearl. Lord, Lord, I had but to look into her eyes, but wait, make no mistake, the Lady was no fool. I have said she was of my own age. All of 30 she was, with the poise of her years. She knew what she wanted, she knew what she did not want. It was because of this she had never married, although all pressure that an Asiatic court could put upon a woman had been vainly put upon her to compel her to marry Chongmong-ju. He was a lesser cousin of the great Min. Family, himself no fool, and grasping so greedily for power as to perturb Yunsan, who strove to retain all power himself and keep the palace and Chosun in ordered balance. Thus Yunsan it was who in secret allied himself with the Lady saved her from her cousin, used her to trim her cousin's wings, but enough of intrigue. It was long before I guessed a tithe of it, and then largely through the Lady confidences and Hendrik Hammel's conclusions. The Lady was a very flower of woman. Women such as she are born rarely, scarce twice a century the whole world over. She was unhampered by rule or convention. Religion with her was a series of abstractions, partly learned from Yunsan, partly worked out for herself. Vulgar religion, the public religion, she held, was a device to keep the toiling millions to their toil. She had a will of her own, and she had a heart all womanly. She was a beauty. Yes, a beauty by any set rule of the world. Her large black eyes were neither slitted nor slanted in the Asiatic way. They were long, true, but set squarely, and with just the slightest hint of obliqueness that was all for piquancy. I have said she was no fool. Behold! As I palpitated to the situation, princess and sea cuny and love not a little that threatened big, I racked my cuny's brains for wit to carry the thing off with manhood credit. It chanced early in this first meeting that I mentioned what I had told all the court, that I was in truth a Korean of the blood of the ancient house of Koryu. Let be, she said, tapping my lips with her peacock fan. No child's tales here. Know that with me you are better and greater than of any house of Koryu. You are. She paused, and I waited, watching the daring grow in her eyes. You are a man, she completed. Not even in my sleep have I ever dreamed there was such a man as you on his 2 legs upstanding in the world. Lord, Lord, and what could a poor sea cuny do? This particular sea cuny, I admit, blushed through his sea tan till the Lady eyes were twin pools of roguishness in their teasing deliciousness, and my arms were all but about her. And she laughed tantalizingly and alluringly, and clapped her hands for her women, and I knew that the audience, for this once, was over. I knew also there would be other audiences, there must be other audiences. Back to Hamel, my head a-whirl. The woman, said he, after deep cogitation. He looked at me and sighed in envy I could not mistake. It is your brawn, Adam Strang, that bull throat of yours, your yellow hair. Well, it's the game, man. Play her, and all will be well with us. Play her, and I shall teach you how. I bristled. See, cuny. I was, but I was man, and to no man would I be beholden in my way with women. Hendrik Hamel might be one time part owner of the old. Sperver, with a navigator's knowledge of the stars and deep versed in books, but with women, No, there I would not give him better. He smiled that thin-lipped smile of his and queried, "How like you the Lady Alm?" "In such matters a cuny is not particular," I temporized. "How like you her?" he repeated, his beady eyes boring into me. "Passing well, aye, and more than passing well, if you will have it." "Then win to her," he commanded, "and some day we will get ship and escape from this cursed land. I'd give half the soaks of the Indies for a meal of Christian food again." He regarded me intently. "Do you think you can win to her?" he questioned. I was half in the air at the challenge. He smiled his satisfaction. "But not too quickly," he advised. "Quick things are cheap things. Put a prize upon yourself. Be chary of your kindnesses. Make a value of your bull throat and yellow hair, and thank God you have them, for they are of more worth in a woman's eyes than are the brains of a dozen philosophers." Strange whirling days were those that followed. What of my audiences with the Emperor, my drinking bouts with Taiwan, my conferences with Yonsan, and my hours with the Lady Alm? Besides, I sat up half the nights by Hammel's command, learning from Kim all the minutiae of court etiquette and manners, the history of Korea and of gods old and new, and the forms of polite speech, noble speech, and coolie speech, Never was Si Kyunyi worked so hard. I was a puppet to Yunsan, who had need of me, puppet to Hamel, who schemed the wit of the Tunsam. Affair that was so deep that alone I should have drowned. Only with the Lady Om was I man, not puppet. And yet, as I look back and ponder across time, I have my doubts. I think the Lady Om, too, had her will with me, wanting me for her heart's desire. Yet in this she was well met, for it was not long ere she was my heart's desire, and such was the immediacy of my will that not her will, nor Hendrik Hammel's, nor Yunsan's could hold back my arms from about her. In the meantime, however, I was caught up in a palace intrigue I could not fathom. I could catch the drift of it, no more. Against Chong Mong Ju, the princely cousin of the Lady Om. Beyond my guessing, there were cliques and cliques within cliques that made a labyrinth of the palace and extended to all the 7 coasts. But I did not worry. I left that to Hendrik Hamel. To him, I reported every detail that occurred when he was not with me, and he, with furrowed brows, sitting darkling by the hour, like a patient spider unraveled the tangle and spun the web afresh. As my body slave, he insisted upon attending me. Everywhere, being only barred on occasion by Yunsan. Of course, I barred him from my moments with the Lady Om, but told him in general what passed, with exception of tenderer incidents that were not his business. I think Hamel was content to sit back and play the secret part. He was too cold-blooded not to calculate that the risk was mine. If I prospered, he prospered. If I crashed to ruin, he might creep out like a ferret. I am convinced that he so reasoned, and yet it did not save him in the end, as you shall see. "Stand by me," I told Kim, "and whatsoever you wish shall be yours. Have you a wish?" "I would command the tiger hunters of Pyongyang, and so command the palace guards," he answered. "Wait," said I. "And that will you do. I have said it." The how of the matter was beyond me, but he who has not can dispense the world in largesse, and I who had not gave Kim captaincy of the palace guards. The best of it is that I did fulfill my promise. Kim did come to command the tiger hunters, although it brought him to a sad end. Scheming and intriguing I left to Hamel and Yunsan, who were the politicians. I was mere man and lover, and merrier than theirs was the time I had. Picture it to yourself, a hard-bitten, joy-loving sea cuny, irresponsible, unaware ever of past or future, whining and dining with kings, the accepted lover of a princess, and with brains like Hammel's and Yunsan's to do all planning and executing for me. More than once Yunsan almost divined the mind behind my mind, but when he probed Hamel, Hamel proved a stupid slave, 1,000 times less interested in affairs of state and policy than was he interested in my health and comfort, and garrulously anxious about my drinking contest with Taiwan. I think the lady guessed the truth and kept it to herself. Wit was not her desire, but, as Hamel had said, a bull throat and a man's yellow hair. Much that passed between us I shall not relate, though the Lady is dear dust these centuries. But she was not to be denied, nor was I. And when a man and woman wield their hearts together, heads may fall, and kingdoms crash, and yet they will not forego. Came the time when our marriage was mooted, oh, quietly, at first, most quietly, as mere palace gossip in dark corners between eunuchs and waiting women. But in a palace the gossip of the kitchen scullions will creep to the throne. Soon there was a pretty to-do. The palace was the pulse of Chom Chong, and when the palace rocked, Chosan trembled. And there was reason for the rocking. Our marriage would be a blow straight between the eyes of Chong Mong Ju. He fought with a show of strength for which Yunsan was ready. Chong Mong Ju disaffected half the provincial priesthood until they pilgrimaged in processions a mile long to the palace gates and frightened the emperor into a panic. But Yunsan held like a rock. The other half of the provincial priesthood was his, with, in addition, all the priesthood of the great cities such as Keizhou, Fusan, Songdo, Pyongyang, Jinyampo, and Chimupo. Yunsan and the Lady between them, twisted the emperor right about. As she confessed to me afterward, she bullied him with tears and hysteria and threats of a scandal that would shake the throne. And to cap it all, at the psychological moment, Yunsan pandered the emperor to novelties of excess that had been long preparing. "You must grow your hair for the marriage knot," Yunsan warned me one day, with the ghost of a twinkle in his austere eyes, more nearly facetious and human than I had ever beheld him. Now it is not meet that a princess espouse a sea cuny, or even a claimant of the ancient blood of Koryu who is without power or place or visible symbols of rank. So it was promulgated by imperial decree that I was a prince of Koryu. Next, after breaking the bones and decapitating the then governor of the 5 provinces, himself an adherent of Chong Mong Ju, I was made governor of the 7 home provinces of ancient Koryu. In Chosen 7 is the magic number. To complete this number, 2 of the provinces were taken over from the hands of 2 more of Chong Mong Ju's adherents, Lord Asi Cuny, and dispatched north over the Mandarin Road with 500 soldiers and a retinue at my back. I was a governor of 7 provinces where 50,000 troops awaited me. Life, death, and torture I carried at my disposal. I had a treasury and a treasurer, to say nothing of a regiment of scribes. Awaiting me also was a full 1,000 of tax farmers who squeezed the last coppers from the toiling people. The 7 provinces constituted the northern march. Beyond lay what is now Manchuria, but which was known by us as the country of the Hongdu, or Redheads. They were wild raiders on occasion, crossing the Yalu in great masses and overrunning northern Chosin like locusts. It was said they were given to cannibal practices. I know of experience that they were terrible fighters, most difficult to convince of a beating. A whirlwind year it was. While Yunsan and the Lady at Keizhou completed the disgrace of Chong Mong Ju, I proceeded to make a reputation for myself. Of course it was really Hendrik Hamel at my back, but I was the fine figurehead that carried it off. Through me, Hamel taught our soldiers drill and tactics and taught the redheads strategy. The fighting was grand. And though it took a year, the year's end saw peace on the northern border, and no redheads, but dead redheads on our side the Yalu. I do not know if this invasion of the redheads is recorded in Western history, but if so, it will give a clue to the date of the times of which I write. Another clue when was Hideyoshi the shogun of Japan. In my time I heard the echoes of the two invasions a generation before, driven by Hideyoshi through the heart of Chosin from Fusan in the south to as far north as Pyongyang. It was this Hideyoshi who sent back to Japan a myriad tubs of pickled ears and noses of Koreans slain in battle. I talked with many old men and women who had seen the fighting and escaped the pickling. Back to Keicho and the Lady Lord, she was a woman. For 40 years she was my woman, I know. No dissenting voice was raised against the marriage. Zhang Mengju, clipped of power and disgrace, had retired to sulk somewhere on the far northeast coast. Yungsang was absolute. Nightly the single beacons flared their message of peace across the land. The emperor grew more weak-legged and blear-eyed what of the ingenious deviltries devised for him by Yunsan, the lady. And I had won to our heart's desires. Kim was in command of the palace guards. Kwan Young Jin, the provincial governor who had planked and beaten us when we were first cast away, I had shorn of power and banished forever from appearing within the walls of Keijo. Oh, and Johannes Martins. Discipline is well hammered into a sea cuny, and, despite my new greatness, I could never forget that he had been my captain in the days we sought New Indies in the Sparvair. According to my tale first told in court, he was the only free man in my following. The rest of the Cunies, being considered my slaves, could not aspire to office of any sort under the crown, but Johannes could and did. The sly old fox! I little guessed his intent when he asked me to make him governor of the paltry little province of Kyangju. Kyangju had no wealth of farms or fisheries. The taxes scarce paid the collecting, and the governorship was little more than an empty honor. The place was in truth a graveyard, a sacred graveyard, for on Tabong Mountain were shrined and sepultured the bones of the ancient kings of Silla. Better governor of Kyongju than retainer of Adam Strang was what I thought was in his mind. Nor did I dream that it was except for fear of loneliness that caused him to take 4 of the Cunies with him. Gorgeous were the 2 years that followed. My 7 provinces I governed mainly, though needy young bonds selected for me by Yunsan. An occasional inspection, done in state and accompanied by the Lady was all that was required of me. She possessed a summer palace on the south coast, which we frequented much. Then there were man's diversions. I became patron of the sport of wrestling and revived archery among the young bands. Also, there was tiger hunting in the northern mountains. A remarkable thing was the tides of show senator. On our northeast coast there was scarce a rise and fall of a foot. On our west coast the neat tides ran as high as 60 feet. Chosin had no commerce, no foreign traders. There was no voyaging beyond her coasts, and no voyaging of other peoples to her coasts. This was due to her immemorial policy of isolation. Once in a decade or a score of years, Chinese ambassadors arrived, but they came overland, around the Yellow Sea, across the country of the Hongdu, and down the Mandarin Road to Keijo. The round trip was a year-long journey. Their mission was to exact from our emperor the empty ceremonial of acknowledgement of China's ancient suzerainty. But Hamel, from long brooding, was ripening for action. His plans grew apace. Chosentan was Indies enough. For him could he but work it right. Little he confided, but when he began to play to have me made admiral of the Chosen navy of junks and to inquire more than casually of the details of the store places of the imperial treasury, I could put 2 and 2 together. Now I did not care to depart from Chosen except with the Lady When I broached the possibility of it, she told me, warm in my arms, that I was her king, and that wherever I led she would follow. As you shall see, it was truth, full truth, that she uttered. It was Yunsan's fault for letting Chong Mongju live. And yet it was not Yunsan's fault. He had not dared otherwise. Disgraced at court, nevertheless Chong Mongju had been too popular with the provincial priesthood. Yunsan had been compelled to hold his hand, and Chong Mongju, apparently sulking on the northeast coast, had been anything but idle. His emissaries, chiefly Buddhist priests, went everywhere, gathering in even the least of the provincial magistrates to allegiance to him. It takes the cold patience of the Asiatic to conceive and execute huge and complicated conspiracies. The strength of Chong Mongju's palace clique grew beyond Yunsan's wildest dreaming. Chong Mongju corrupted the very palace guards, the tiger hunters of Pian. Yang, whom Kim commanded. And while Yunsan nodded, while I devoted myself to sport and to the Lady while Hendrik Hamel perfected plans for the looting of the imperial treasury, and while Johannes Martin schemed his own scheme among the tombs of Tabong Mountain, the volcano of Chong Mongju's devising gave no warning beneath us. Lord, Lord, when the storm broke, it was stand out from under, all hands, and save your necks. And there were necks that were not saved. The springing of the conspiracy was premature. Johannes Martens really precipitated the catastrophe, and what he did was too favorable for Chong Mongju not to advantage by. For, see, the people of Chosin are fanatical ancestor worshippers, and that old pirate of a booty-lusting Dutchman with his 4 cunies in Farkyum-ju did no less a thing than raid the tombs of the gold-coffined, long-buried kings of ancient. Silla. The work was done in the night, and for the rest of the night they traveled for the seacoast. But the following day a dense fog lay over the land, and they lost their way to the waiting junk, which Johannes Martens had privily outfitted. He and the cunies were rounded in by Yi Song-sin, the local magistrate, one of Chong Mongju's adherents. Only Herman Tromp escaped in the fog, and was able, long after, to tell me of the adventure. That night, although news of the sacrilege was spreading through Chosen and half the northern provinces had risen on their officials, Keijo and the court slept in ignorance. By Chong Mongju's orders, the beacons flared their nightly message of peace, and night by night the peace beacons flared, while day and night Chong Mongju's messengers killed horses on all the roads of Chosenator. It was my luck to see his messenger arrive at Keisho. At twilight, as I rode out through the great gate of the capital, I saw the jaded horse fall and the exhausted rider stagger in on foot, and I little dreamed that that man carried my destiny. With him into Keisho, his message sprang the palace revolution. I was not due to return until midnight, and by midnight all was over. At 9 in the evening the conspirators secured possession of the emperor in his own apartments. They compelled him to order the immediate attendance of the heads of all departments, and as they presented themselves, one by one, before his eyes, they were cut down. Meantime, the tiger hunters were up and out of hand. Yunsan and Hendrik Hamel were badly beaten with the flats of swords and made prisoners. The 7 other cunies escaped from the palace along with the Lady They were enabled to do this by Kim, who held the way, sword in hand, against his own tiger hunters. They cut him down and trod over him. Unfortunately, he did not die of his wounds. Like a flaw of wind on a summer night, the revolution, a palace revolution of course, blew and was past. Chong Mongju was in the saddle. The emperor, ratified whatever Chong Mongju willed. Beyond gasping at the sacrilege of the king's tombs and applauding Chong Mongju, Chosen was unperturbed. Heads of officials fell everywhere, being replaced by Chong Mongju's appointees. But there were no risings against the dynasty. And now, to what befell us. Johannes Martens and his 3 cunies, after being exhibited to be spat upon by the rabble of half the villages and walled cities of Chosin, were buried to their necks in the ground of the open space before the palace gate. Water was given them that they might live longer to yearn for the food, steaming hot and savory and changed hourly, that was placed temptingly before them. They say old Johannes Martens lived longest, not giving up the ghost for a full 15 days. Kim was slowly crushed to death, bone by bone and joint by joint, by the torturers, and was a long time in dying. Hamel, whom Chong Mongju divined. As my brains, was executed by the paddle, in short, was promptly and expeditiously beaten to death, to the delighted shouts of the Keijo populace. Yunsan was given a brave death. He was playing a game of chess with the jailer, when the emperor's, or rather, Chong Mongju's, messenger arrived with the poisoned cup. "Wait a moment," said Yunshan. "You should be better mannered than to disturb a man in the midst of a game of chess. I shall drink directly the game is over." And while the messenger waited, Yunsan finished the game, winning it, then drained the cup. It takes an Asiatic to temper his spleen to steady, persistent, lifelong revenge. This Chong Mongju did with the Lady and me. He did not destroy us. We were not even imprisoned. The Lady was degraded of all rank and divested of all possessions. An imperial decree was promulgated and posted in the last least village of Chosin, to the effect that I was of the house of Koryu and that no man might kill me. It was further declared that the 8 sea cunies who survived must not be killed, neither were they to be favored. They were to be outcasts, beggars on the highways. And that is what the Lady and I became, beggars on the highways. 40 long years of persecution followed, for Chong Mongju's hatred of the Lady and me was deathless. Worse luck, he was favored with long life, as well as were we cursed with it. I have said the Lady was a wonder of a woman. Beyond endlessly repeating that statement, words fail me with which to give her just appreciation. Somewhere I have heard that a great lady once said to her lover, "A tent and a crust of bread with you." In effect, that is what the Lady said to me. More than to say it, she lived the last letter of it, when more often than not crusts were not plentiful, and the sky itself was our tent. Every effort I made to escape beggary was in the end frustrated by Chong Mongju. In Samdo I became a fuel carrier, and the Lady and I shared a hut that Songdoof was vastly more comfortable than the open road in bitter winter weather. But Chong Mongju found me out, and I was beaten and planked and put out upon the road. That was a terrible winter. The winter poor what now Vandervoot froze to death on the streets of Keijo. In Pyongyang I became a water carrier, for know that that old city, whose walls were ancient even in the time of David, was considered by the people to be a canoe, and that, therefore, to sink a well inside the walls would be to scupper the city. So all day long, thousands of coolies, water jars yoked to their shoulders, tramp out the river gate and back. I became one of these, until Chong Mongju sought me out, and I was beaten and planked and set upon the highway. Ever it was the same. In Farweiju, I became a dog butcher, killing the brutes publicly before my open stall, cutting and hanging the carcasses for sale, tanning the hides under the filth of the feet of the passers-by, spreading the hides raw. Side up in the muck of the street, but Chong Mongju found me out. I was a dyer's helper in Pyongyang, a gold miner in the places of Kangwon, a rope maker and twine twister in Chiksan. I plaited straw hats in Paduk, gathered grass in Huanghai, and in Masimpo sold myself to a rice farmer to toil bint double in the flooded paddies for less than a coolie's pay. But there was never a time or place that the long arm of Chang Mong-ju did not reach out and punish and thrust me upon the baker's way. The Lady Yom and I searched 2 seasons and found a single root of the wild mountain ginseng, which is esteemed so rare and precious a thing by the doctors that the Lady Yom and I could have lived a year in comfort from the sale of our one root. But in the selling of it I was apprehended, the root confiscated, and I was better beaten and longer planked than ordinarily. Everywhere the wandering members of the Great Peddlers' Guild carried word of me, of my comings and goings and doings, to Changmongju at Keicho. Only twice, in all the days after my downfall, did I meet Changmongju face to face. The first time was a wild winter night of storm in the high mountains of Kangwin. A few hoarded coppers had bought for the Lady Om and me sleeping space in the dirtiest and coldest corner of the one large room of the inn. We were just about to begin on our meager supper of horse beans and wild garlic cooked into a stew with a scrap of bullock that must have died of old age, when there was a tinkling of bronze pony bells and the stamp of hoofs without. The doors opened and entered Chang Mong-du, the personification of well-being, prosperity, and power, shaking the snow from his priceless Mongolian furs. Place was made for him and his dozen retainers, and there was room for all without crowding. When his eyes chanced to light on the Lady and me, "The vermin there in the corner, clear it out," he commanded. And his horse boys lashed us with their whips and drove us out into the storm. But there was to be another meeting after long years, as you shall see. There was no escape. Never was I permitted to cross the northern frontier. Never was I permitted to put foot to a sampan on the sea. The Peddlers' Guild carried these commands of Chang Mong-ju to every village and every soul in all Cho-Senator. I was a marked man. Lord Chosen, I know your every highway and mountain path, all your walled cities and the least of your villages. For 20 years I wandered and starved over you, and the Lady ever wandered and starved with me. What we in extremity have eaten, leavings of dog's flesh, putrid and unsaleable, flung to us by the mocking butchers, minari, a watercress gathered from stagnant pools of slime, spoiled kimchi that would revolt the stomachs of peasants and that could be smelled a mile. I have stolen bones from curs gleaned the public. Rode for stray grains of rice, robbed ponies of their steaming bean soup on frosty nights. It is not strange that I did not die. I knew and was upheld by 2 things. The first, the Lady by my side. The second, the certain faith that the time would come when my thumbs and fingers would fast lock in the gullet of Chang Mong-ju. Turned always away at the city gates of Keijo, where I sought Chang Mong-ju, we wandered on, through seasons and decades of seasons, across Chosen, whose every inch of road was an old story to our sandals. Our history and identity were wide scattered as the land was wide. No person breathed who did not know us, and our punishment. There were coolies and peddlers who shouted insults at the Lady and who felt the wrath of my clutch in their topknots, the wrath of my knuckles in their faces. There were old women in far mountain villages who, looked on the beggar woman by my side, the lost Lady and sighed and shook their heads while their eyes dimmed with tears. And there were young women whose faces warmed with compassion as they gazed on the bulk of my shoulders, the blue of my eyes, and my long yellow hair. I, who had once been a prince of Koryu and the ruler of provinces. and there were rabbles of children that tagged at our heels, jeering and screeching, pelting us with filth of speech and of the common road. Beyond the Yalu, 40 miles wide, was the strip of waste that constituted the northern frontier and that ran from sea to sea. It was not really waste land, but land that had been deliberately made waste in carrying out Chosen's policy of isolation. On this 40-mile strip, all farms, villages, and cities had been destroyed. It was no man's land, infested with wild animals and traversed by companies of mounted tiger hunters whose business was to kill any human being they found. That way there was no escape for us, nor was there any escape for us by sea. As the years passed, my 7 fellow Cunies came more to frequent Fusan. It was on the southeast coast where the climate was milder. But more than climate, it lay nearest of all Chosen to Japan. Across the narrow straits, just farther than the eye can see, was the one hope of escape, Japan, where doubtless occasional ships of Europe came. Strong upon me is the vision of those 7 aging men on the cliffs of Fusan, yearning with all their souls across the sea they would never sail again. At times junks of Japan were sighted, but never lifted a familiar topsail of old Europe above the sea rim. Years came and went, and the 7 Cunies and myself, and the Lady Om, passing through middle life into old age, more and more directed our footsteps to Fusan. And as the years came and went, now one, now another failed to gather at the usual place. Hans Amden was the first to die. Jacob Brinker, who was his roadmate, brought the news. Jacob Brinker was the last of the 7, and he was nearly 90 when he died, outliving Tromp a scant. 2 years. I well remember the pair of them, toward the last, worn and feeble, in beggars' rags, with beggars' bowls, sunning themselves side by side on the cliffs, telling old stories and cackling shrill-voiced like children. And Tromp would maunder over and over of how Johannes Martens and the Cunies robbed the kings on Tabong Mountain, each embalmed in his golden coffin, with an embalmed maid on either side, and of how these ancient proud ones crumbled to dust within the hour while the Cunies cursed and sweated at junking the coffins. As sure as loot is loot. Old Johannes Martens would have got away and across the Yellow Sea with his booty had it not been for the fog next day that lost him. That cursed fog. A song was made of it that I heard and hated through all Chosen to my dying day. Here run 2 lines of it. Yangu Kenny Chachin Anga Wanpong Tora Daunda, the thick fog of the Westerners broods over Wayne Peak. For 40 years I was a beggar of Chosen. Of the 14 of us that were cast away, only I survived. The Lady Om was of the same indomitable stuff, and we aged together. She was a little, weazened, toothless old woman toward the last, but ever she was the Wonder Woman, and she carried my heart and hers to the end. For an old man, 70, I still retained great strength. My face was withered, my yellow hair turned white, my broad shoulders shrunken, and yet much of the strength of my sea Cuny days resided in the muscles left me. Thus it was that I was able to do what I shall now relate. It was a spring morning on the cliffs of Fusan, hard by the highway, that the Lady Om and I sat warming in the sun. We were in the rags of beggary, prideless in the dust, and yet I was laughing heartily at some mumbled merry quip of the Lady Om when a shadow fell upon us. It was the great litter of Chomongju, borne by 8 coolies, with outriders before and behind and fluttering attendants on either side. Two emperors, civil war, famine, and a dozen palace revolutions had come and gone, and Chomongju remained, even then the great power at Keizhou. He must have been nearly 80 that spring morning on the cliffs when he signaled with palsied hand for his litter to be rested down, that he might gaze upon us whom he had punished for so long. "Now, O my king," the Lady mumbled low to me, then turned to whine an alms of Chong Mong-ju, whom she affected not to recognize, and I knew what was her thought. Had we not shared it for 40 years? And the moment of its consummation had come at last. So I too affected not to recognize my enemy, and, putting on an idiotic senility, I too crawled in the dust toward the litter, whining for mercy and charity. The attendants would have driven me back, but with age-quavering cackles, Chong Mong-ju restrained them. He lifted himself on a shaking elbow, and with the other shaking hand drew wider apart the silken curtains. His withered old face was transfigured with delight as he gloated on us. "O my king," the Lady whined to me in her beggar's chant, and I knew all her long-tried love and faith in my emprise were in that chant. And the red wrath was up in me, ripping and tearing at my will to be free. Small wonder that I shook with the effort to control. The shaking, happily, they took for the weakness of age. I held up my brass begging bowl, and whined more dolefully, and bleared my eyes to hide the blue fire I knew was in them, and calculated the distance and my strength for the leap. Then I was swept away in a blaze of red. There was a crashing of curtains and curtain poles, and a squawking and squalling of attendants as my hands closed on Chong Mong-ju's throat. The litter overturned, and I scarce knew whether I was heads or heels, but my clutch never relaxed. In the confusion of cushions and quilts and curtains, at first few of the attendants' blows found me. But soon the horsemen were in, and their heavy whip-butts began to fall on my head, while a multitude of hands clawed and tore at me. I was dizzy, but not unconscious, and very blissful with my old fingers buried in that lean and scraggly old neck I had sought for so long. The blows continued to rain on my head, and I had whirling thoughts in which I likened myself to a bulldog with jaws fast locked. Chong Mong-ju could not escape me, and I know he was well dead ere darkness, like that of an anesthetic, descended upon me there on the cliffs of Fusan by the Yellow Sea. Chapter 16. Warden Atherton, when he thinks of me, must feel anything but pride. I have taught him what spirit is, humbled him with my own spirit that rose invulnerable, triumphant, above all his tortures. I sit here in Folsom, in Murderer's Row, awaiting my execution. Warden Atherton still holds his political job and is king over San Quentin and all the damned within its walls. And yet, in his heart of hearts, he knows that I am greater than he. In vain Warden Atherton tried to break my spirit, and there were times beyond any shadow of doubt when he would have been glad had I died in the jacket. So the long inquisition went on, as he had told me, and as he told me repeatedly, it was dynamite or curtains. Captain Jamie was a veteran in dungeon horrors, yet the time came when he broke down under the strain I put on him and on the rest of my torturers. So desperate did he become that he dared words with the warden and washed his hands of the affair. From that day until the end of my torturing, he never set foot in solitary. Yes, and the time came when Warden Atherton grew afraid, although he still persisted in trying to wring from me the hiding place of the non-existent dynamite. Toward the last he was badly shaken by Jake Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was fearless and outspoken. He had passed unbroken through all their prison hells, and out of superior will could beard them to their teeth. Morelt rapped me a full account of the incident. I was unconscious in the jacket at the time. "Warden," Oppenheimer had said, "you've bitten off more than you can chew. It ain't a case of killing standing. It's a case of killing 3 men. For as sure as you kill him, sooner or later, Morel and I will get the word out, and what you have done will be known from one end of California to the other. You've got your choice. You either got to let up on Standing or kill all three of us. Standing's got your goat. So have I. So has Morel. You are a stinking coward, and you haven't got the backbone and guts to carry out the dirty butcher's work you'd like to do. Oppenheimer got 100 hours in the jacket for it and, when he was unlaced, spat in the warden's face and received a second 100 hours on end. When he was unlaced this time, the warden was careful not to be in solitary. That he was shaken by Oppenheimer's words, there is no doubt. But it was Dr. Jackson who was the archfiend. To him, I was a novelty, and he was ever eager to see how much more I could stand before I broke. He can stand 20 days off the bat, he bragged to the warden in my presence. You are conservative, I broke in. I can stand 40 days. Pshaw! I can stand 100 when such as you administer it. And, remembering my C. Cuny's patience of 40 years waiting ere I got my hands on Chong Mong Ju's gullet, I added, You prison curs, you don't know what a man is. You think a man is made in your own cowardly images. Behold, I am a man. You are feeblings. I am your master. You can't bring a squeal out of me. You think it remarkable, for you know how easily you would squeal. Oh, I abused them, called them sons of toads, hell's scullions, slime of the pit. For I was above them, beyond them. They were slaves. I was free spirit. My flesh only lay pent there in solitary. I was not pent. I had mastered the flesh, and the spaciousness of time was mine to wander in, while my poor flesh, not even suffering, lay in the little death in the jacket. Much of my adventures I rapped to my two comrades. Morel believed, for he had himself tasted the little death. But Oppenheimer, enraptured with my tales, remained a skeptic to the end. His regret was naive, and at times really pathetic, in that I had devoted my life to the science of agriculture instead of to fiction writing. But, man, I reasoned with him, what do I know of myself about this Chosen? I am able to identify it with what is today called Korea, and that is about all. That is as far as my reading goes. For instance, how possibly, out of my present life's experience, could I know anything about kimchi? Yet I know kimchi. It is a sort of sauerkraut. When it is spoiled, it stinks to heaven. I tell you, when I was Adam Strang, I ate kimchi thousands of times. I know good kimchi, bad kimchi, rotten kimchi. I know the best kimchi is made by the women of Wolsan. Now, how do I know that? It is not in the content of my mind, Darrell Standing's mind. It is in the content of Adam Strang's mind, who, through various births and deaths, bequeathed his experiences to me, Darrell. Standing, along with the rest of the experiences of those various other lives that intervened. Don't you see, Jake? That is how men come to be, to grow, how spirit develops. Come off, he rapped back with the quick imperative knuckles I knew so well. Listen to your uncle talk now. I am Jake Oppenheimer. I always have been Jake Oppenheimer. No other guy is in my makings. What I know as Jake Oppenheimer. Now what do I know? I'll tell you one thing. I know kimchi. Kimchi is a sort of sauerkraut made in a country that used to be called Chosen. The women of Wolsan make the best kimchi. And when kimchi is spoiled, it stinks to heaven. You keep out of this, Ed. Wait till I tie the professor up. Now, Professor, how do I know all this stuff about kimchi? It is not in the content of my mind. But it is, I exulted. I put it there. All right, old boss, then who put it into your mind? Adam Strang? Not on your tintype. Adam Strang is a pipe dream. You read it somewhere. Never, I averred. The little I read of Korea was the war correspondence at the time of the Japanese-Russian War. Do you remember all you read? Oppenheimer queried. No, Some you forget. Yes, but that's all, thank you, he interrupted in the manner of a lawyer abruptly concluding a cross-examination after having extracted a fatal admission from a witness. It was impossible to convince Oppenheimer of my sincerity. He insisted that I was making it up as I went along, although he applauded what he called my to be continued in our next, and at the times they were resting me up from the jacket, was continually begging and urging me to run off a few more chapters. Now, Professor, cut out that highbrow stuff, he would interrupt Ed Morel's and my metaphysical discussions, and tell us more about the Ki Singyan the Cuneys. And, say, while you're about it, tell us what happened to the lady when that roughneck husband of hers choked the old geezer and croaked. How often have I said that form perishes? Let me repeat. Form perishes. Matter has no memory. Spirit only remembers, as here, in prison cells, after the centuries. Knowledge of the Lady and Chang Mongju persisted in my mind, was conveyed by me into Jake Oppenheimer's mind, and by him was reconveyed into my mind in the argot and jargon of the West. And now I have conveyed it into your mind, my reader. Try to eliminate it from your mind. You cannot. As long as you live, what I have told will tenant your mind. Mind? There is nothing permanent but mind. Matter fluxes, crystallizes, and fluxes again, and forms are never repeated. Forms disintegrate into the eternal nothingness from which there is no return. Form is apparitional and passes, as passed the physical forms of the Lady and Chang Mong-ju. But the memory of them remains, shall always remain as long as spirit endures, and spirit is indestructible. One thing sticks out as big as a house, was Oppenheimer's final criticism of my Adam Strang adventure. And that is that you've done more hanging around Chinatown dumps and hop joints than was good for a respectable college professor. Evil communications, you know. I guess that's what brought you here. Before I return to my adventures, I am compelled to tell one remarkable incident that occurred in solitary. It is remarkable in two ways. It shows the astounding mental power of that child of the gutters, Jake Oppenheimer, and it is in itself convincing proof of the verity of my experiences when in the jacket coma. Say, Professor, Oppenheimer tapped to me one day. When you was spilling that Adam Strang yarn, I remember you mentioned playing chess with that royal souse of an emperor's brother. Now, is that chess like our kind of chess? Of course I had to reply that I did not know, that I did not remember the details after I returned to my normal state. And of course he laughed good-naturedly at what he called my foolery. Yet I could distinctly remember that in my Adam Strang adventure I had frequently played chess. The trouble was that whenever I came back to consciousness in solitary, unessential and intricate details faded from my memory. It must be remembered that for convenience I have assembled my intermittent and repetitional jacket experiences into coherent and consecutive narratives. I never knew in advance where my journeys in time would take me. For instance, I have a score of different times returned to Jesse Fancher in the wagon circle at Mountain Meadows. In a single 10 days bout in the jacket, I have gone back and back, from life to life, and often skipping whole series of lives that at other times I have covered, back to prehistoric time and back of that to days ere civilization began. So I resolved, on my next return from Adam Strang's experiences, whenever it might be, that I should, immediately, on resuming consciousness, concentrate upon what visions and memories I had brought back of chess playing. As luck would have it, I had to endure Oppenheimer's chaffing for a full month ere it happened, and then no sooner out of jacket and circulation restored than I started knuckle rapping the information. Further, I taught Oppenheimer the chess Adam Strang had played in Chosen centuries agone. It was different from Western chess, and yet could not but be fundamentally the same, tracing back to a common origin, probably India. In place of our 64 squares, there are 81 squares. We have 8 pawns on a side, they have 9, and though limited similarly, the principle of moving is different. Also, in the Chosen game, there are 20 pieces and pawns against our 16, and they are arrayed in 3 rows instead of 2. Thus, the 9 pawns are in the front row. In the middle row are 2 pieces resembling our castles, and in the back row, midway, stands the king, flanked in order on either side by gold money, silver money, knight, and spear. It'll be observed that in the Chosen game, there is no queen. A further radical variation is that a captured piece or pawn is not removed from the board. It becomes the property of the captor and is thereafter played by him. Well, I taught Oppenheimer this game, a far more difficult achievement than our own game, as will be admitted, when the capturing and recapturing and continued playing of pawns and pieces is considered. Solitary is not heeded. It would be a wickedness to ease a convict from any spite of the elements, and many a dreary day of biting cold did Oppenheimer and I forget that and the following winter in the absorption of Chosen chess. But there was no convincing him that I had in truth brought this game back to San Quentin across the centuries. He insisted that I had read about it somewhere, and, though I had forgotten the reading, the stuff of the reading was nevertheless in the content of my mind, ripe to be brought out in any pipe dream. Thus he turned the tenets and jargon of psychology back on me. What's to prevent your inventing it right here in Solitary, was his next hypothesis. Didn't Ed invent the knuckle talk? And ain't you and me improving on it right along? I got you, Bo. You invented it. Say, did it patented? I remember when I was night messenger, some guy invented a fool thing called pigs in clover and made millions out of it. There's no patenting this, I replied. Doubtlessly the Asiatics have been playing it for thousands of years. Won't you believe me when I tell you I didn't invent it? Then you must have read about it or seen the Chinks playing it in some of those hop joints you was always hanging around, was his last word. But I have a last word. There is a Japanese murderer here in Folsom, or was, for he was executed last week. I talked the matter over with him, and the game Adam Strain played, and which I taught Oppenheimer, proved quite similar to the Japanese game. They are far more alike than is either of them like the Western game. Chapter 17. You, my reader, will remember, far back at the beginning of this narrative, how, when a little lad on the Minnesota farm, I looked at the photographs of the Holy Land and recognized places and pointed out changes in places. Also, you will remember, as I described the scene I had witnessed of the healing of the lepers, I told the missionary that I was a big man with a big sword, astride a horse and looking on. That childhood incident was merely a trailing cloud of glory, as Wordsworth puts it. Not in entire forgetfulness had I, little Darrell Standing, come into the world, but those memories of other times and places that glimmered up to the surface of my child consciousness soon failed and faded. In truth, as is the way with all children, the shades of the prison house closed about me, and I remembered my mighty past no more. Every man born of woman has a past mighty as mine. Very few men born of women have been fortunate enough to suffer years of solitary and straitjacketing. That was my good fortune. I was. enabled to remember once again, and to remember, among other things, the time when I sat astride a horse and beheld the lepers healed. My name was Ragnar Lodbrog. I was in truth a large man. I stood half a head above the Romans of my legion. But that was later, after the time of my journey from Alexandria to Jerusalem, that I came to command a legion. It was a crowded life that. Books, and years of writing could not record it all, so I shall brief in, and no more than hint at the beginnings of it. Now all is clear and sharp save the very beginning. I never knew my mother. I was told that I was tempest-born on a beaked ship in the northern sea, of a captured woman, after a sea fight and a sack of a coastal stronghold. I never heard the name of my mother. She died at the height of the tempest. She was of the North Danes, so old Linget told me. He told me much that I was too young to remember, yet little could he tell. A sea fight and a sack, battle and plunder and torch, a flight seabird in the long ships to escape destruction upon the rocks, and a killing strain and struggle against the frosty, foundering seas, who, then, should know aught or mark a stranger woman in her hour with her feet fast set on the way of death. Many died. Men mark the living women, not the dead. Sharp bitten into my child imagination are the incidents immediately after my birth, as told me by old Lingard. Lingard, too old to labor at the sweeps, had been surgeon, undertaker, and midwife of the huddled captives in the open midships. So I was delivered in storm, with the spume of the cresting seas salt upon me. Not many hours old was I when Tostig Lodbrog first laid eyes on me. His was the lean ship, and his the 7 other lean ships that had made the foray, fled the rapine, and won through the storm. Tostig Lodbrog was also called Muspel, meaning the burning, for he was ever aflame with wrath. Brave he was, and cruel he was, with no heart of mercy in that great chest of his. Ere the sweat of battle had dried on him, leaning on his axe, he ate the heart of Ingrun after the fight at Hasfarth. Because of mad anger he sold his son, Gorolf, into slavery to the Juts. I remember, under the smoky rafters of Brunanburh, how we used to call for the skull of Guthwoff for a drinking beaker. Spiced wine he would have from no other cup than the skull of Guthloff, and to him, on the reeling deck after the storm was past, old Lingard brought me. I was only hours old, wrapped naked in a salt-crusted wolfskin. Now it happens, being prematurely born, that I was very small. "Ho, ho, a dwarf!" cried Tostig, lowering a pot of mead half drained from his lips to stare at me. The day was bitter, but they say he swept me naked from the wolfskin, and by my foot, between thumb and forefinger, dangled me to the bite of the wind. A roach he ho-hoed, a shrimp, a sea louse, and he made to squash me between huge forefinger and thumb, either of which, Lingard avers, was thicker than my leg or thigh. But another whim was upon him. The youngling is athirst, let him drink, and therewith, head downward, into the half-pot of mead he thrusts me, and might well have drowned in this drink of men, I who had never known a mother's breast in the briefness of time I had lived, had it not been for Lingard. But when he plucked me forth from the brew, Tostig Lodbrog struck him down in a rage. We rolled on the deck, and the great bear hounds, captured in the fight with the North Danes just past, sprang upon us. "Ho, ho!" roared Tostig Lodbrog as the old man and I and the wolf-skin were mauled and worried by the dogs. But Lingi Yor gained his feet, saving me but losing the wolfskin to the hounds. Tostig Loprog finished the mead and regarded me, while Lingard knew better than to beg for mercy. Where was no mercy? Hop o' my thumb, quoth Tostig. By Odin, the women of the North Danes are a scurvy breed. They birth dwarfs, not men. Of what use is this thing? He will never make a man. Listen you, Lingard. Grow him to be a drink boy at Brunanburh, and have an eye on the dogs lest they slobber him down by mistake as a meat crumb from the table. I knew no woman. Old Lingard was midwife and nurse, and for nursery were reeling decks and the stamp and trample of men in battle or storm. How I survived pooling infancy, God knows. I must have been born iron in a day of iron, for survive I did, to give the lie to Tostig's promise of dwarfhood. I outgrew all beakers and tankards, and not for long could he half drown me in his mead pot. This last was a favorite feat of his. It was his raw humor, a sally esteemed by him delicious wit. My first memories are of Tostig Lodbrod's beaked ships and fighting men, and of the feast hall at Brunanburh when our boats lay beached beside the frozen fjord. For I was made drink boy, and amongst my earliest recollections are toddling with the wine-filled skull of Guthlaf to the head of the table where Tostig bellowed to the rafters. They were madmen, all of madness, but it seemed the common way of life to me, who knew naught else. They were men of quick rages and quick battling. Their thoughts were ferocious, so was their eating ferocious, and their drinking. And I grew like them. How else could I grow, when I served a drink to the bellowings of drunkards, and to the skalds singing? Of Hiali and the bold Hogni, and of the Niflung's gold, and of Gudrun's revenge on Atli when she gave him the hearts of his children and hers to eat, while battle swept the benches, tore down the hangings, raped from southern coasts, and littered the feasting board with swift corpses. Oh, I, too, had a rage, well tutored in such school. I was but 8 when I showed my teeth at a drinking between the men of Brunanburh and the Juts who came as friends with the Jarl Agard in his 3 long ships. I stood at Tostig Lodbrog's shoulder, holding the skull of Guthlaf that steamed and stank with the hot spiced wine. And I waited while Tostig should complete his ravings against the North Dane men. But still he raved, and still I waited, till he caught breath of fury to assail the North Dane woman. Whereat I remembered my North Dane mother, and saw my rage red in my eyes, and smote him with the skull of Guthlaf, so that he was wine-drenched, and wine-blinded, and fire-burnt. And as he reeled unseeing, smashing his great groping clutches to the air at me, I was in and short dirked him thrice in belly, thigh, and buttock, than which I could reach no higher up the mighty frame of him. And the Jarl Agard's steel was out, and his jets joining him, as he shouted, a bear cub, by Odin, let the cub fight. And there, under that roaring roof of Brunanburh, the babbling drink boy of the North Danes fought with mighty Lodbrog. And when, with one stroke, I was flung, dazed and breathless, half the length of that great board, my flying body mowing down pots and tankards, Lodbrog cried out command, out with him, fling him to the hounds. But the Jarl would have it no, and clapped Lodbrog on the shoulder, and asked me as a gift of friendship. And south I went, when the ice passed out of the fjord, in Jarl Agard's ships. I was made drink boy and sword bearer to him, and in lieu of other name was called Ragnar Lodbrog. Agard's country was neighbor to the Frisians, and a sad, flat country of fog and fen it was. I was with him for 3 years to his death, always at his back, whether hunting swamp wolves or drinking in the great hall where Elgiva, his young wife, often sat among her women. I was with the guard in South Foray with his ships along what would be now the coast of France, and there I learned that still south were warmer seasons and softer climes and women. But we brought back Agard wounded to death and slow dying, and we burned his body on a great pyre, with Elgiva in her golden corslet beside him singing, and there were household slaves in golden collars that burned of a plenty there with her, and 9 female thralls, and 8 male slaves of the Angles that were of gentle birth and battle, captured, and there were live hawks so burned, and the 2 hawk boys with their birds, but I, the drink boy, Ragnar Lotbrod, did not burn. I was 11 and unafraid, and had never worn woven cloth on my body. And as the flames sprang up, and Elgiva sang her death song, and the thralls and slaves screeched their unwillingness to die, I tore away my fastenings, leaped and gained the fens, the gold collar of my slavehood still on my neck, footing it with the hounds loose to tear me down. In the fens were wild men, masterless men, fled slaves and outlaws, who were hunted in sport as the wolves were hunted. For 3 years I knew never roof nor fire, and I grew hard as the frost and would have stolen a woman from the juts, but that the Frisians by mischance in a 2 days' hunt ran me down. By them I was looted of my gold collar and traded for 2 wolf-hounds to Edwy of the Saxons, who put an iron collar on me, and later made of me and 5 other slaves a present to Athol of the East Angles. I was thrall and fighting man until, lost in an unlucky raid far to the east beyond our marches, I was sold among the Huns, and was a swineherd until I escaped south into the great forests, and was taken in as a freeman by the Teutons, who were many, but who lived in small tribes and drifted southward before the Hun advance. And up from the south into the great forests came the Romans, fighting men all, who pressed us back upon the Huns. It was a crushage of the peoples for lack of room, and we taught the Romans what fighting was, although in truth we were no less well taught by them. But always I remembered the son of the south land that I had glimpsed in the ships of Agard, and it was my fate, caught in this south drift of the Teutons, to be captured by the Romans and be brought back to the sea, which I had not seen. Since I was lost away from the East Angles, I was made a sweep slave in the galleys, and it was as a sweep slave that at last I came to Rome. All the story is too long of how I became a freeman, a citizen and a soldier, and of how, when I was 30, I journeyed to Alexandria, and from Alexandria to Jerusalem. Yet what I have told from the time when I was baptized in the mead pot of Tostig Lodbrog, I have been compelled to tell in order that you may understand what manner of man rode in through the Jaffa gate and drew all eyes upon him. Well might they look. They were small breeds, lighter boned and lighter thewed, these Romans and Jews, and the blonde like me they had never gazed upon. All along the narrow streets they gave before me, but stood to stare wide-eyed at this yellow man from the north, or from God knew where so far as they knew aught of the matter. Practically all Pilate's troops were auxiliaries, save for a handful of Romans about the palace and the 20 Romans who rode with me. Often enough have I found the auxiliaries good soldiers, but never so steadily dependable as the Romans. In truth, they were better fighting men the year round than were we men of the north, who fought in great moods and sulked in great moods. The Roman was invariably steady and dependable. There was a woman from the court of Antipas who was a friend of Pilate's wife, and whom I met at Pilate's the night of my arrival. I shall call her Miriam, for Miriam was the name I loved her by. If it were merely difficult to describe the charm of women, I would describe Miriam. But how describe emotion in words? The charm of woman is wordless. It is different from perception that culminates in reason, for it arises in sensation and culminates in emotion, which, be it admitted, is nothing else than supersensation. In general, any woman has fundamental charm for any man. When this charm becomes particular, then we call it love. Miriam had this particular charm for me. Verily, I was co-partner in her charm. Half of it was my own man's life in me that leapt and met her wide-armed and made in me all that she was desirable, plus all my desire of her. Miriam was a grand woman. I use the term advisedly. She was fine-bodied, commanding, over and above the average Jewish woman in stature and in line. She was an aristocrat in social caste. She was an aristocrat by nature. All her ways were large ways, generous ways. She had brain, she had wit, and, above all, she had womanliness. As you shall see, it was her womanliness that betrayed her and me in the end. Brunette, olive-skinned, oval-faced, her hair was blue-black with its blackness, and her eyes were twin wells of black. Never were more pronounced types of blonde and brunette in man and woman met than in us. And we met on the instant. There was no self-discussion, no waiting, wavering to make certain. She was mine the moment I looked upon her. And by the same token, she knew that I belonged to her above all men. I strode to her. She half lifted from her couch, as if drawn upward to me. And then we looked with all our eyes, blue eyes and black, until Pilate's wife, a thin, tense, overwrought woman, laughed nervously. And while I bowed to the wife and gave greeting, I thought I saw Pilate give Miriam a significant glance, as if to say, "Is he not all I promised?" For he had had word of my coming from Sulpicius Quirinius, the legate of Syria. As well had Pilate and I been known to each other before ever he journeyed out to be procurator over the Semitic volcano of Jerusalem. Much talk we had that night, especially Pilate, who spoke in detail of the local situation, and who seemed lonely and desirous to share his anxieties with someone, and even to bid for counsel. Pilate was of the solid type of Roman, with sufficient imagination intelligently to enforce the iron policy of Rome, and not unduly excitable under stress. But on this night it was plain that he was worried. The Jews had got on his nerves. They were too volcanic, spasmodic, eruptive. And further, they were subtle. The Romans had a straight, forthright way of going about anything. The Jews never approached anything directly save backwards when they were driven by compulsion. Left to themselves, they always approached by indirection. Pilate's irritation was due, as he explained, to the fact that the Jews were ever intriguing to make him, and through him, Rome, the catspaw in the matter of their religious dissensions. As was well known to me, Rome did not interfere with the religious notions of its conquered peoples, but the Jews were forever confusing the issues and giving a political cast to purely unpolitical events. Pilate waxed eloquent over the diverse sects and the fanatic uprisings and riotings that were continually occurring. Lodbrok, he said, one can never tell what little summer cloud of their hatching may turn into a thunderstorm roaring and rattling about one's ears. I'm here to keep order and quiet. Despite me, they make the place a hornet's nest. Far rather would I govern Scythians or savage Britons than these people who are never at peace about God. Right now there is a man up to the north, a fisherman turned preacher and miracle worker, who as well as not may soon have all the country by the ears and my recall on its way from Rome. This was the first I had heard of the man called Jesus, and I little remarked it at the time. Not until afterward did I remember him, when the little summer cloud had become a full-fledged thunderstorm. I have had report of him, Pilate went on. He is not political. There was no doubt of that, but trust Caiaphas and Hanan behind Caiaphas to make of this fisherman a political thorn with which to prick Rome and ruin me. This Caiaphas, I have heard of him as high priest. Then who is this Hanan? I asked. The real high priest? A cunning fox, Pilate explained. Caiaphas was appointed by Gratus, but Caiaphas is the shadow and the mouthpiece of Hanan. They have never forgiven you that little matter of the votive shields, Miriam teased. Whereupon, as a man will when his sore place is touched, Pilate launched upon the episode, which had been an episode, no more, at the beginning, but which had nearly destroyed him. In all innocence before his palace he had affixed 2 shields with votive inscriptions. Ere the consequent storm that burst on his head had passed, the Jews had written their complaints to Tiberius, who approved them and reprimanded Pilate. I was glad, a little later, when I could have talked with Miriam. Pilate's wife had found opportunity to tell me about her. She was of old royal stock. Her sister was wife of Philip, tetrarch of Gaulonitis and Batanea. Now this Philip was brother to Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, and both were sons of Herod, called by the Jews the Great. Miriam, as I understood, was at home in the courts of both tetrarchs, being herself of the blood. Also, when a girl, she had been betrothed to Archelaus at the time he was ethnarch of Jerusalem. She had a goodly fortune in her own right, so that marriage had not been compulsory. To boot, she had a will of her own, and was doubtless hard to please in so important a matter as husbands. It must have been in the very air we breathed, for in no time Miriam and I were at it on the subject of religion. Truly, the Jews of that day battened on religion, as did we on fighting and feasting. For all my stay in that country, there was never a moment when my wits were not buzzing with the endless discussions of life and death, law, and God. Now Pilate believed neither in gods, nor devils, nor anything. Death to him was the blackness of unbroken sleep, and yet, during his years in Jerusalem, he was ever vexed with the inescapable fuss and fury of things religious. Why, I had a horseboy on my trip into Idumea, a wretched creature that could never learn to saddle and who yet could talk, and most learnedly without breath, from nightfall to sunrise on the hair-splitting differences in the teachings of all the rabbis, from Shemaiah to Gamaliel. But to return to Miriam. You believe you are immortal. She was soon challenging me. Then why do you fear to talk about it? Why burden my mind with thoughts about certainties? I countered. But are you certain? She insisted. Tell me about it. What is it like your immortality? And when I had told her of Niflheim and Muspel, of the birth of the giant Ymir from the snowflakes, of the cow Anumla, and of Fenrir and Loki and the frozen Jotuns, as I say, when I had told her of all this, and of Thor and Odin and our own Valhalla, she clapped her hands and cried out, with sparkling eyes, "Oh, you barbarian! You great child! You yellow giant thing of the frost! You believer of old nurse tales and stomach satisfactions! But the spirit of you, that which cannot die, where will it go when your body is dead?" As I have said, Valhalla, I answered, and my body shall be there too. Eating, drinking, fighting, and loving, I added. We must have our women in heaven, else what is heaven for? I do not like your heaven, she said. It is a mad place, a beast place, a place of frost and storm and fury. And your heaven, I questioned, is always unending summer, with the year at the right for the fruits and flowers and growing things. I shook my head and growled. I do not like your heaven. It is a sad place, a soft place, a place for weaklings and eunuchs and fat, sobbing shadows of men. My remarks must have glamoured her mind, for her eyes continued to sparkle, and mine was half a guess that she was leading me on. My heaven, she said, is the abode of the blessed. Valhalla is the abode of the blessed, I asserted. For look you, who cares for flowers where flowers always are? In my country, after the iron winter breaks and the sun drives away the long night, the first blossoms twinkling on the melting ice edge are things of joy, and we look and look again. And fire, I cried out, great glorious fire, a fine heaven yours, where a man cannot properly esteem a roaring fire under a tight roof with wind and snow a drive outside. A simple folk you, she was back at me. You build a roof and a fire in a snowbank and call it heaven. In my heaven we do not have to escape the wind and snow. No, I objected. We build roof and fire to go forth from into the frost and storm, and to return too from the frost and storm. Man's life is fashioned for battle with frost and storm. His very fire and roof he makes by his battling. I know, for 3 years, once, I knew never roof nor fire. I was 16, and a man, ere ever I wore woven cloth on my body. I was burst in storm after battle, and my swaddling cloth was a wolf's skin. Look at me and see what manner of man lives in Valhalla. And look, she did, all a glamour, and cried out, "You great yellow giant thing of a man!" Then she added pensively, "Almost it saddens me that there may not be such men in my heaven." It is a good world, I consoled her. Good is the plan and wide. There is room for many heavens. It would seem that to each is given the heaven that is his heart's desire. A good country, truly, there beyond the grave. I doubt not I shall leave our feast halls and raid your coasts of sun and flowers and steal you away. My mother was so stolen. And in the pause I looked at her, and she looked at me, and dared to look. And my blood ran fire. By Odin, this was a woman. What might have happened I know not, for Pilate, who had ceased from his talk with Ambivius and for some time had sat grinning, broke the pause. "A rabbi, a Teutoburg rabbi," he jibed. "A new preacher and a new doctrine come to Jerusalem. Now will there be more dissensions and riotings and stonings of prophets. The gods save us, it is a mad house. Lotbrog, I little thought it of you. Yet here you are, spouting and fuming as wildly as any madman from the desert about what shall happen to you when you are dead. One life at a time, Lodbrog. It saves trouble, it saves trouble." "Go on, Miriam, go on," his wife cried. She had sat entranced during the discussion, with hands tightly clasped, and a baiser. Thought flickered up in my mind that she had already been corrupted by the religious folly of Jerusalem. At any rate, as I was to learn in the days that followed, she was unduly bent upon such matters. She was a thin woman, as if wasted by fever. Her skin was tight stretched. Almost it seemed I could look through her hands, did she hold them between me and the light. She was a good woman, but highly nervous, and, at times, fancy flighted about shades and signs and omens. Nor was she above seeing visions and hearing voices. As for me, I had no patience with such weaknesses. Yet was she a good woman with no heart of evil? I was on a mission for Tiberius, and it was my ill luck to see little of Miriam. On my return from the court of Antipas, she had gone into Batanea to Philip's court, where was her sister. Once again I was back in Jerusalem, and, though it was no necessity of my business to see Philip, who, though weak, was faithful to Roman will, I journeyed into Batanea in the hope of meeting with Miriam. Then there was my trip into Idumea. Also, I traveled into Syria in obedience to the command of Sulpicius Quirinius, who, as imperial legate, was curious of my first-hand report of affairs in Jerusalem. Thus, traveling wide and much, I had opportunity to observe the strangeness of the Jews who were so madly interested in God. It was their peculiarity. Not content with leaving such matters to their priests, they were themselves forever turning priests and preaching wherever they could find a listener. And listeners they found aplenty. They gave up their occupations to wander about the country like beggars, disputing and bickering with the rabbis and Talmudists in the synagogues and temple porches. It was in Galilee, a district of little repute, the inhabitants of which were looked upon as witless, that I crossed the track of the man Jesus. It seems that he had been a carpenter, and after that a fisherman, and that his fellow fishermen had ceased dragging their nets and followed him in his wandering life. Some few looked upon him as a prophet, but the most contended that he was a madman. My wretched horseboy, himself claiming Talmudic knowledge second to none, sneered at Jesus, calling him the king of the beggars, calling his doctrine Ebionism, which, as he explained to me, was to the effect that only the poor should win to heaven, while the rich and powerful were to burn forever in some lake of fire. It was my observation that it was the custom of the country for every man to call every other man a madman. In truth, in my judgment, they were all mad. There was a plague of them. They cast out devils by magic charms, cured diseases by the laying on of hands, drank deadly poisons unharmed, and unharmed played with deadly snakes, or so they claimed. They ran away to starve in the deserts. They emerged howling new doctrine, gathering crowds about them, forming new sects that split on doctrine and formed more sects. By Odin, I told Pilate, a trifle of our northern frost and snow would cool. Their wits, this climate is too soft. In place of building roofs and hunting meat, they are ever building doctrine, and altering the nature of God, Pilate corroborated sourly. A curse on doctrine. So say I agreed. If ever I get away with unaddled wits from this mad land, I'll cleave through whatever man dares mention to me what may happen after I am dead. Never were such troublemakers. Everything under the sun was pious or impious to them. They who were so clever in hair-splitting argument seemed incapable of grasping the Roman idea of the state. Everything political was religious. Everything religious was political. Thus every procurator's hands were full. The Roman eagles, the Roman statues, even the votive shields of Pilate were deliberate insults to their religion. The Roman taking of the census was an abomination, yet it had to be done, for it was the basis of taxation. But there it was again. Taxation by the state was a crime against their law and God. Oh, that law! It was not the Roman law. It was their law, what they called God's law. There were the zealots, who murdered anybody who broke this law. And for a procurator to punish a zealot caught red-handed was to raise a riot or an insurrection. Everything with these strange people was done in the name of God. There were what we Romans called the thaumaturgi. They worked miracles to prove doctrine. Ever has it seemed to me a witless thing to prove the multiplication table by turning a staff into a serpent or even into two serpents. Yet these things the thaumaturgi did, and always to the excitement of the common people. Heavens, what sects and sects! Pharisees, Essenes, Sadducees, a legion of them. No sooner did they start with a new quirk when it turned political. Coponius, Procurator Fourth, before Pilate, had a pretty time crushing the Golanite sedition, which arose in this fashion and spread down from Gamala. In Jerusalem, that last time I rode in, It was easy to note the increasing excitement of the Jews. They ran about in crowds, chattering and spouting. Some were proclaiming the end of the world. Others satisfied themselves with the imminent destruction of the temple. And there were rank revolutionists who announced that Roman rule was over and the new Jewish kingdom about to begin. Pilate, too, I noted, showed heavy anxiety. That they were giving him a hard time of it was patent. But I will say, as you shall see, that he matched their subtlety with equal subtlety. And from what I saw of him, I have little doubt but what he would have confounded many a disputant in the synagogues. But half a legion of Romans, he regretted to me, and I would take Jerusalem. By the throat, and then be recalled from my pains, I suppose. Like me, he had not too much faith in the auxiliaries, and of Roman soldiers we had but a scant handful. Back again, I lodged in the palace, and to my great joy found Miriam there. But little satisfaction was mine, for the talk ran long on the situation. There was reason for this, for the city buzzed like the angry hornet's nest it was. The fast called the Passover, a religious affair of course, was near, and thousands were pouring in from the country, according to custom, to celebrate the feast in Jerusalem. These newcomers, naturally, were all excitable folk, else they would not be bent on such pilgrimage. The city was packed with them, so that many camped outside the walls. As for me, I could not distinguish how much of the ferment was due to the teachings of the wandering fishermen, and how much of it was due to Jewish hatred for Rome. A tithe, no more, and maybe not so much, is due to this Jesus. Pilate answered my query. Look to Caiaphas and Hanan for the main cause of the excitement. They know what they are about. They are stirring it up. To what end, who can tell, except to cause me trouble? Yes, it is certain that Caiaphas and Hanan are responsible, Miriam said. But you, Pontius Pilate, are only a Roman and do not understand. Were you a Jew, you would realize that there is a greater seriousness at the bottom of it than mere dissension of the sectaries or troublemaking for you and Rome. The high priests and Pharisees, every Jew of place or wealth, Philip, Antipas, myself, we are all fighting for very life. This fisherman may be a madman. If so, there is a cunning in his madness. He preaches the doctrine of the poor. He threatens our law, and our law is our life. As you have learned ere this, we are jealous of our law as you would be jealous of. The air denied your body by a throttling hand on your throat. It is Caiaphas and Hanan, and all they stand for, or it is the fishermen. They must destroy him, else he will destroy them. Is it not strange, so simple a man, a fisherman? Pilate's wife breathed forth. What manner of man can he be to possess such power? I would that I could see him. I would that with my own eyes I could see so remarkable a man. Pilate's brows corrugated at her words, and it was clear that to the burden on his nerves was added the overwrought state of his wife's nerves. If you would see him, beat up the dens of the town, Miriam laughed spitefully. You will find him wine-bibbing, or in the company of nameless women. Never so strange a prophet came up to Jerusalem. And what harm in that, I demanded, driven against my will to take the part. Of the fishermen. Have I not wine guzzled a plenty, and passed strange nights in all the provinces? The man is a man, and his ways are men's ways, else am I a madman, which I here deny. Miriam shook her head as she spoke. He is not mad. Worse, he is dangerous. All Abionism is dangerous. He would destroy all things that are fixed. He is a revolutionist. He would destroy what little is left to us of the Jewish state and temple. Here Pilate shook his head. He is not political. I have had report of him. He is a visionary. There is no sedition in him. He affirms the Roman tax even. Still, you do not understand, Miriam persisted. It is not what he plans. It is the effect, if his plans are achieved, that makes him a revolutionist. I doubt that. He foresees the effect. Yet is the man a plague, and, like any plague, should be stamped out. From all that I have heard, he is a good-hearted, simple man with no evil in him, I stated. And thereat I told of the healing of the 10 lepers I had witnessed in Samaria on my way through Jericho. Pilate's wife sat entranced at what I told. Came to our ears distant shoutings and cries of some street crowd, and we knew the soldiers were keeping the streets cleared. "And you believe this wonder, Lodbrog?" Pilate demanded. "You believe that in the flash of an eye the festering sores departed from the lepers?" "I saw them healed," I replied. "I followed them to make certain. There was no leprosy in them." "But did you see them sore before the healing?" Pilate insisted. I shook my head. "I was only told so," I admitted. "When I saw them afterward, they had all the seeming of men who had once been lepers. They were in a daze. There was one who sat in the sun and ever searched his body and stared at the smooth flesh as if unable to believe his eyes. He would not speak, nor look at aught else than his flesh, when I questioned him. He was in a maze. He sat there in the sun and stared and stared." Pilate smiled contemptuously, and I noted the quiet smile in Miriam's face was equally contemptuous. And Pilate's wife sat as if a corpse, scarce breathing, her eyes wide and unseeing. Spoke ambivious, Caiaphas Holdsey told me, but yesterday that the fisherman claims that he will bring God down on earth and make here a new kingdom over which God will rule, which would mean the end of Roman rule. I broke in. "That is where Caiaphas and Hanan plot to embroil Rome," Miriam explained. "It is not true. It is a lie they have made." Pilate nodded and asked, "Is there not somewhere in your ancient books a prophecy that the priests here twist into the intent of this fisherman's mind?" To this she agreed and gave him the citation. I relate the incident to evidence the depth of Pilate's study of this people he strove so hard to keep in order. "What I have heard," Miriam continued, "is that this Jesus preaches the end of the world and the beginning of God's kingdom. Not here, but in heaven." "I have had report of that," Pilate said. "It is true. This Jesus holds the justness of the Roman tax. He holds that Rome shall rule until all rule passes away with the passing of the world. I see more clearly the trick Hanan is playing me. It is even claimed by some of his followers," Ambivius volunteered, "that he is God himself." "I have no report that he has so said," Pilate replied. "Why not?" his wife breathed. "Why not? Gods have descended to earth before." "Look you," Pilate said, "I have it by creditable report that after this Jesus had worked some wonder whereby a multitude was fed on several loaves and fishes. The foolish Galileans were for making him a king. Against his will they would make him a king. To escape them he fled into the mountains. No madness there. He was too wise to accept the fate they would have forced upon him. Yet that is the very trick Hanan would force upon you, Miriam reiterated. They claim for him that he would be king of the Jews, an offense against Roman law, wherefore Rome must deal with him. Pilate shrugged his shoulders. A king of the beggars, rather, or a king of the dreamers. He is no fool. He is visionary, but not visionary of this world's power. All luck go with him in the next world, for that is beyond Rome's jurisdiction. He holds that property is sin, that is what hits the Pharisees. Ambivius spoke up. Pilate laughed heartily. This king of the beggars and his fellow beggars still do respect property, he explained. For, look you, not long ago they had even a treasurer for their wealth. Judas his name was, and there were words in that he stole from their common purse which he carried. Jesus did not steal, Pilate's wife asked. No, Pilate answered, it was Judas the treasurer. Who was this John? I questioned. He was in trouble up Tiberias way, and Antipas executed him. Another one, Miriam answered. He was born near Hebron. He was an enthusiast and a desert dweller. Either he or his followers claimed that he was Elijah raised from the dead. Elijah, you see, was one of our old prophets. Was he seditious? I asked. Pilate grinned and shook his head, then said, he fell out with Antipas over the matter of Herodias. John was a moralist. It is too long a story, but he paid for it with his head. No, there was nothing political in that affair. It is also claimed by some that Jesus is the son of David, Miriam said. But it is absurd. Nobody at Nazareth believes it. You see, his whole family, including his married sisters, lives there and is known to all of them. They are a simple folk, mere common people. I wish it were as simple the report of all this complexity that I must send to Tiberias, Pilate grumbled. And now this fisherman is come to Jerusalem. The place is packed with pilgrims ripe for any trouble, and Hanan stirs and stirs the broth. And before he is done, he will have his way, Miriam forecast. He has laid the task for you, and you will perform it, which is, Pilate queried, the execution of this fisherman. Pilate shook his head stubbornly, but his wife cried out, no, no, it would be a shameful wrong. The man has done no evil. He has not offended against Rome. She looked beseechingly to Pilate, who continued to shake his head. Let them do their own beheading, as Antipas did, he growled. The fisherman counts for nothing, but I shall be no catspaw to their schemes, if they must. Destroy him. They must destroy him. That is their affair. But you will not permit it, cried Pilate's wife. A pretty time would I have explaining to Tiberius if I interfered, was his reply. No matter what happens, said Miriam, I can see you writing explanations, and soon, for Jesus is already come up to Jerusalem and a number of his fishermen with him. Pilate showed the irritation this information caused him. I have no interest in his movements, he pronounced. I hope never to see him. Trust to Nan to find him for you, Miriam replied, and to bring him to your gate. Pilate shrugged his shoulders, and there the talk ended. Pilate's wife, nervous and overwrought, must claim Miriam to her apartments, so that nothing remained for me but to go to bed and doze off to the buzz and murmur of the city of madmen. Events moved rapidly. Overnight, the white heat of the city had scorched upon itself. By midday, when I rode forth with half a dozen of my men, the streets were packed, and more reluctant than ever were the folk to give way before me. If looks could kill, I should have been a dead man that day. Openly they spat at sight of me, and everywhere arose snarls and cries. Less was I a thing of wonder, and more was I the thing hated in that I wore the hated harness of Rome. Had it been any other city, I should have given command to my men to lay the flats of their swords on those snarling fanatics. But this was Jerusalem at fever heat, and these were a people unable in thought to divorce the idea of state from the idea of God. Hanan the Sadducee had done his work well. No matter what he and the Sanhedrin believed of the true inwardness of the situation, It was clear this rabble had been well tutored to believe that Rome was at the bottom of it. I encountered Miriam in the press. She was on foot, attended only by a woman. It was no time in such turbulence for her to be abroad-garbed as became her station. Through her sister she was indeed sister-in-law to Antipas, for whom few bore love. So she was dressed discreetly, her face covered so that she might pass as any Jewish woman of the lower orders. But not to my eye could she hide that fine stature of her, that carriage and walk so different from other women's, of which I had already dreamed more than once. Few and quick were the words we were able to exchange, for the way jammed on the moment, and soon my men and horses were being pressed and jostled. Miriam was sheltered in an angle of house wall. "Have they got the fisherman yet?" I asked. "No, but he is just outside the wall. He has ridden up to Jerusalem on an ass, with a multitude before and behind, and some, poor dupes, have hailed him as he passed as King of Israel. That finally is the pretext with which Hanan will compel Pilate. Truly, though not yet taken, the sentence is already written. This fisherman is a dead man. But Pilate will not arrest him," I defended. Miriam shook her head. "Hanan will attend to that. They will bring him before the Sanhedrim. The sentence will be death. They may stone him, but the Sanhedrim has not the right to execute," I contended. "Jesus is not a Roman," she replied. "He is a Jew. By the law of the Talmud he is guilty of death, for he has blasphemed against the law." Still I shook my head. "The Sanhedrim has not the right. Pilate is willing that it should take that right. But it is a fine question of legality," I insisted. "You know what the Romans are in such matters." "Then will Hanan avoid the question," she smiled, "by compelling Pilate to crucify him. In either event it will be well." A surging of the mob was sweeping our horses along and grinding our knees together. Some fanatic had fallen, and I could feel my horse recoil and half rear as it tramped on him, and I could hear the man screaming and the snarling menace from all about rising to a roar. But my head was over my shoulder as I called back to Miriam, "You are hard on a man you have said yourself is without evil." "I am hard upon the evil that will come of him if he lives," she replied. Scarcely did I catch her words, for a man sprang in, seizing my bridle rein and leg and struggling to unhorse me. With my open palm, leaning forward, I smote him full upon cheek and jaw. My hand covered the face of him, and a hearty will of weight was in the blow. The dwellers in Jerusalem are not used to man's buffets. I have often wondered since if I broke the fellow's neck. Next I saw Miriam was the following day. I met her in the court of Pilate's palace. She seemed in a dream. Scarce her eyes saw me, scarce her wits embraced. My identity, so strange was she, so in daze and amaze and far-seeing were her eyes, that I was reminded of the lepers I had seen healed in Samaria. She became herself by an effort, but only her outward self. In her eyes was a message unreadable. Never before had I seen woman's eyes so. She would have passed me ungreeted had I not confronted her way. She paused and murmured words mechanically, but all the while her eyes dreamed through me and beyond me with the largeness of the vision that filled them. "I have seen him, La Brogue," she whispered. "I have seen him. The gods grant that he is not so ill affected by the sight of you, whoever he may be." I laughed. She took no notice of my poor time jest, and her eyes remained full with vision, and she would have passed on had I not again blocked her way. "Who is this he?" I demanded. "Some man raised from the dead to put such strange light in your eyes." "One who has raised others from the dead," she replied. "Truly I believe that he, this Jesus, has raised the dead. He is the Prince of Light, the Son of God. I have seen him. Truly I believe that he is the Son of God." Little could I glean from her words, save that she had met this wandering fisherman and been swept away by his folly. For surely this Miriam was not the Miriam who had branded him a plague and demanded that he be stamped out as any plague. "He has charmed you," I cried angrily. Her eyes seemed to moisten and grow deeper as she gave confirmation. "O Lodbrog, his is charm beyond all thinking, beyond all describing. But to look upon him is to know that here is the all-soul of goodness and of compassion. I have seen him, I have heard him, I shall give all I have to the poor, and I shall follow him." Such was her certitude that I accepted it fully, as I had accepted the amazement of the lepers of Samaria staring at their smooth flesh. And I was bitter that so great a woman should be so easily addled by a vagrant wonder-worker. "Follow him," I sneered. "Doubtless you will wear a crown when he wins to his kingdom." She nodded affirmation, and I could have struck her in the face for her folly. I drew aside, and as she moved slowly on, she murmured, "His kingdom is not here. He is the Son of David, he is the Son of God. He is whatever he has said, or whatever has been said of him that is good and great." A wise man of the East, I found Pilate chuckling. He is a thinker, this unlettered fisherman. I have sought more deeply into him. I have fresh report. He has no need of wonder-workings. He out-sophisticates the most sophistical of them. They have laid traps, and he has laughed at their traps. Look you, listen to this. Whereupon he told me how Jesus had confounded his confounders when they brought to him for judgment a woman taken in adultery, and the tax. Pilate exulted on. "To Caesar what is Caesar's, to God what is God's," was his answer to them. That was Hanan's trick, and Hanan is confounded. At last has there appeared one Jew who understands our Roman conception of the state. Next I saw Pilate's wife. Looking into her eyes, I knew on the instant, after having seen Miriam's eyes, that this tense, distraught woman had likewise seen. The fisherman. "The divine is within him," she murmured to me. "There is within him a personal awareness of the indwelling of God." "Is he God?" I queried gently, for say something I must. She shook her head. "I do not know. He has not said, but this I know, of such stuff gods are made." A charmer of women was my privy judgment as I left Pilate's wife walking in dreams and visions. The last days are known to all of you who read these lines, and it was in those last days that I learned that this Jesus was equally a charmer of men. He charmed Pilate. He charmed me. After Hanan had sent Jesus to Caiaphas, and the Sanhedrim, assembled in Caiaphas's house, had condemned Jesus to death, Jesus, escorted by a howling mob, was sent to Pilate for execution. Now, for his own sake and for Rome's sake, Pilate did not want to execute him. Pilate was little interested in the fisherman and greatly interested in peace and order. What cared Pilate for a man's life, for many men's lives? The school of Rome was iron, and the governors sent out by Rome to rule conquered peoples were likewise iron. Pilate thought and acted in governmental abstractions. Yet look, when Pilate went out scowling to meet the mob that had fetched the fisherman, he fell immediately under the charm of the man. I was present, I know. It was the first time Pilate had ever seen him. Pilate went out angry. Our soldiers were in readiness to clear the court of its noisy vermin, and immediately Pilate laid eyes on the fisherman. Pilate was subdued, nay was. Solicitous. He disclaimed jurisdiction, demanded that they should judge the fisherman by their law and deal with him by their law, since the fisherman was a Jew and not a Roman. Never were there Jews so obedient to Roman rule. They cried out that it was unlawful under Rome for them to put any man to death. Yet Antipas had beheaded John and come to no grief of it. And Pilate left them in the court, open under the sky, and took Jesus alone into the judgment hall. What happened therein I know not, save that when Pilate emerged, he was changed. Whereas before he had been disinclined to execute because he would not be made a catspaw to Hanan, he was now disinclined to execute because of regard for the fisherman. His effort now was to save the fisherman, and all the while the mob cried, "Crucify him! Crucify him!" You, my reader, know the sincerity of Pilate's effort. You know how he tried to befool the mob, first by mocking Jesus as a harmless fool, and second by offering to release him according to the custom of releasing one prisoner at time of the Passover. And you know how the priest's quick whisperings led the mob to cry out for the release of the murderer Bar-Abba. In vain Pilate struggled against the fate being thrust upon him by the priests. By sneer and jibe he hoped to make a farce of the transaction. He laughingly called Jesus the King of the Jews and ordered him to be scourged. His hope was that all would end in laughter, and in laughter be forgotten. I am glad to say that no Roman soldiers took part in what followed. It was the soldiers of the auxiliaries who crowned and cloaked Jesus, put the reed of sovereignty in his hand, and kneeling, hailed him King of the Jews. Although it failed, it was a play to placate. And I, looking on, learned the charm of Jesus. Despite the cruel mockery of his situation, he was regal, and I was quiet as I gazed. It was his own quiet that went into me. I was soothed and satisfied, and was without bewilderment. This thing had to be. All was well. The serenity of Jesus in the heart of the tumult and pain became my serenity. I was scarce moved by any thought to save him. On the other hand, I had gazed on too many wonders of the human in my wild and varied years to be affected to foolish acts by this particular wonder. I was all serenity. I had no word to say. I had no judgment to pass. I knew that things were occurring beyond my comprehension, and that they must occur. Still Pilate struggled. The tumult increased. The cry for blood rang through the court, and all were clamoring for crucifixion. Again Pilate went back into the judgment hall. His effort at a farce having failed, he attempted to disclaim jurisdiction. Jesus was not of Jerusalem. He was a born subject of Antipas, and to Antipas Pilate was for sending Jesus. But the uproar was by now communicating itself to the city. Our troops outside. The palace were being swept away in the vast street mob. Rioting had begun that, in the flash of an eye, could turn into civil war and revolution. My own 20 legionaries were close to hand and in readiness. They loved the fanatic Jews no more than did I, and would have welcomed my command to clear the court with naked steel. When Pilate came out again, his words for Antipas's jurisdiction could not be heard, for all the mob was shouting that Pilate was a traitor, that if he let the fisherman go, he was no friend of Tiberius. Close before me, as I leaned against the wall, a mangy, bearded, long-haired fanatic sprang up and down unceasingly, and unceasingly chanted, "Tiberius is emperor, there is no king. Tiberius is emperor, there is no king." I lost patience. The man's near noise was an offense. Lurching sidewise, as if by accident, I ground my foot on his to a terrible crushing. The fool seemed not to notice. He was too mad to be aware of the pain, and he continued to chant, "Tiberius is emperor, there is no king." I saw Pilate hesitate. Pilate, the Roman governor, for the moment was Pilate the man. with a man's anger against the miserable creatures clamoring for the blood of so sweet and simple, brave and good a spirit as this Jesus. I saw Pilate hesitate. His gaze roved to me, as if he were about to signal to me to let loose, and I half started forward, releasing the mangled foot under my foot. I was for leaping to complete that half-formed wish of Pilate and to sweep away in blood and cleanse the court of the wretched scum that howled in it. It was not Pilate's indecision that decided me. It was this Jesus that decided Pilate and me. This Jesus looked at me. He commanded me. I tell you, this vagrant fisherman, this wandering preacher, this piece of driftage from Galilee, commanded me. No word he uttered, yet his command was there, unmistakable as a trumpet call, and I stayed my foot and held my hand, for who was I to thwart the will and way of so greatly serene and sweetly sure a man as this? And as I stayed, I knew all the charm of him, all that in him had charmed Miriam and Pilate's wife, that had charmed Pilate himself. You know the rest. Pilate washed his hands of Jesus' blood, and the rioters took his blood upon their own heads. Pilate gave orders for the crucifixion. The mob was content, and content behind the mob were Caiaphas, Hanan, and the Sanhedrim. Not Pilate, not Tiberius, not Roman soldiers crucified Jesus. It was the priestly rulers and priestly politicians of Jerusalem. I know. And against his own best interests, Pilate would have saved Jesus, as I would have, had it not been that no other than Jesus himself willed that he was not to be saved. Yes, and Pilate had his last sneer at this people he detested. In Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, he had a writing affixed to Jesus' cross which read, "The King of the Jews." In vain the priests complained. It was on this very pretext that they had forced Pilate's hand, and by this pretext a scorn and insult to the Jewish race. Pilate abided. Pilate executed an abstraction that had never existed in the real. The abstraction was a cheat and a lie manufactured in the priestly mind. Neither the priests nor Pilate believed it. Jesus denied it. That abstraction was the King of the Jews. The storm was over in the courtyard. The excitement had simmered down. Revolution had been averted. The priests were content. The mob was satisfied. And Pilate and I were well disgusted and weary with the whole affair. And yet for him and me was more and most immediate storm. Before Jesus was taken away, one of Miriam's women called me to her. And I saw Pilate, summoned by one of his wife's women, likewise obey. "O Lodbrog, I have heard." Miriam met me. We were alone, and she was close to me, seeking shelter and strength within my arms. "Pilate has weakened. He is going to crucify him, but there is time. Your own men are ready. Ride with." Them. Only a centurion and a handful of soldiers are with him. They have not yet started. As soon as they do start, follow. They must not reach Golgotha, but wait until they are outside the city wall. Then countermand the order. Take an extra horse for him to ride. The rest is easy. Ride away into Syria with him, or into Idumea, or anywhere so long as he be saved. She concluded with her arms around my neck, her face upturned to mine and temptingly close, her eyes greatly solemn and greatly promising. Small wonder I was slow of speech. For the moment there was but one thought in my brain, after all the strange play I had seen played out, to have this come upon me. I did not misunderstand. The thing was clear. A great woman was mine if I betrayed Rome. For Pilate was governor, his order had gone forth, and his voice was the voice of Rome. As I have said, it was the woman of her sheer womanliness, that betrayed. Miriam and me in the end. Always she had been so clear, so reasonable, so certain of herself and me, so that I had forgotten, or rather, I there learned once again the eternal lesson learned in all lives, that woman is ever woman, that in great decisive moments woman does not reason but feels, that the last sanctuary and innermost pulse to conduct is in woman's heart and not in woman's head. Miriam misunderstood my silence, for her body moved softly within my arms, as she added, as if in afterthought, "Take 2 spare horses, Lodbrog. I shall ride the other, with you, away over the world, wherever you may ride." It was a bribe of kings. It was an act, paltry and contemptible, that was demanded of me in return. Still I did not speak. It was not that I was in confusion or in any doubt. I was merely sad, greatly and suddenly sad, in that I knew I held in my arms what I would never hold again. "There is but one man in Jerusalem this day who can save him," she urged, "and that man is you, Lodbrog." Because I did not immediately reply, she shook me, as if in impulse to clarify wits she considered addled. She shook me till my harness rattled. "Speak, Lodbrog, speak," she commanded. "You are strong and unafraid. You are all man. I know you despise the vermin who would destroy him. You alone can save him. You have but to say the word, and the thing is done, and I will well love you, and always love you for the thing you have done." "I am a Roman," I said slowly, knowing full well that with the words I gave up all hope of her. "You are a man-slave of Tiberius, a hound of Rome," she flamed. "But you owe Rome nothing, for you are not a Roman. You yellow giants of the north are not." "Romans. The Romans are the elder brothers of us younglings of the north," I answered. "Also, I wear the harness, and I eat the bread of Rome." Gently I added, "But why all this fuss and fury for a mere man's life? All men must die. Simple and easy it is to die. Today, or 100 years, it little matters. Sure we are, all of us, of the same event in the end." Quick she was, and alive with passion to save as she thrilled within my arms. "You do not understand, Lodbrog. This is no mere man. I tell you this is a man beyond men, a living God, not of men, but over men." I held her closely and knew that I was renouncing all the sweet woman of her. As I said, "We are man and woman, you and I. Our life is of this world, of these other." Worlds is all a madness. Let these mad dreamers go the way of their dreaming. Deny them not what they desire above all things, above meat and wine, above song and battle, even above love of woman. Deny them not their heart's desires that draw them across the dark of the grave to their dreams of lives beyond this world. Let them pass. But you and I abide here in all the sweet we have discovered of each other. Quickly enough will come the dark, and you depart for your coasts of sun and flowers, and I for the roaring table of Valhalla." "No, no!" she cried, half tearing herself away. "You do not understand. All of greatness, all of goodness, all of godness, all of God are in this man who is more than man, and it is a shameful death to die. Only slaves and thieves so die. He is neither slave nor thief. He is an immortal. He is God. Truly I tell you, he is God." "He is immortal, you say," I contended. "Then to die today on Golgotha will not shorten his immortality by a hair's breadth in the span of time. He is a God, you." Say, gods cannot die. From all I had been told of them, it is certain that gods cannot die. "Oh," she cried, "you will not understand. You are only a great giant thing of flesh. Is it not said that this event was prophesied of old time? I queried, for I had been learning from the Jews what I deemed their subtleties of thinking. Yes, yes, she agreed. The messianic prophecies. This is the Messiah. Then who am I asked, to make liars of the prophets, to make of the Messiah a false Messiah? Is the prophecy of your people so feeble a thing that I, a stupid stranger, a yellow northling in the Roman harness, can give the lie to prophecy and compel to be unfulfilled the very thing willed by the gods and foretold by the wise men? You do not understand, she repeated. I understand too well, I replied. Am I greater than the gods that I may thwart the will of the gods? Then are gods vain things and the playthings of men. I am a man. I, too, bow to the gods, to all gods, for I do believe in all gods, else how came all gods to be? She flung herself so that my hungry arms were empty of her, and we stood apart and listened to the uproar of the street as Jesus and the soldiers emerged and started on their way. And my heart was sore in that so great a woman could be so foolish. She would save God. She would make herself greater than God. You do not love me, she said slowly, and slowly grew in her eyes a promise of herself too deep and wide for any words. I love you beyond your understanding, it seems, was my reply. I am proud too. Love you, for I know I am worthy to love you, and am worth all love you may give me. But Rome is my foster mother, and were I untrue to her, of little pride, of little worth would be my love for you. The uproar that followed about Jesus and the soldiers died away along the street, and when there was no further sound of it, Miriam turned to go, with neither word nor look for me. I knew one last rush of mad hunger for her. I sprang and seized her. I would horse her and ride away with her and my men into Syria, away from this cursed city of folly. She struggled. I crushed her. She struck me on the face, and I continued to hold and crush her, for the blows were sweet. And there she ceased to struggle. She became cold and motionless, so that I knew there was no woman's love that my arms girdled. For me, she was dead. Slowly I let go of her. Slowly she stepped back. As if she did not see me, she turned and went away. Across the quiet room and without looking back, passed through the hangings and was gone. I, Ragnar Lodbrog, never came to read nor write. But in my days I have listened to great talk. As I see it now, I never learned great talk, such as that of the Jews, learned in their law, nor such as that of the Romans, learned in their philosophy and in the philosophy of the Greeks. Yet have I talked in simplicity and straightness, as a man may well talk who has lived life from the ships of Tostig Lodbrog and the roof of Brunanburh across the world to Jerusalem and back again. And straight talk and simple. I gave Sulpicius Quirinius when I went away into Syria to report to him of the various matters that had been at issue in Jerusalem. Chapter 18. Suspended animation is nothing new, not alone in the vegetable world and in the lower forms of animal life, but in the highly evolved, complex organism of man himself. A cataleptic trance is a cataleptic trance, no matter how induced. From time immemorial, the fakir of India has been able voluntarily to induce such states in himself. It is an old trick of the fakirs to have themselves buried alive. Other men, in similar trances, have misled the physicians, who pronounced them dead and gave the orders that put them alive under the ground. As my jacket experiences in San Quentin continued, I dwelt not a little on this problem of suspended animation. I remembered having read that the far northern Siberian peasants made a practice of hibernating through the long winters, just as bears and other wild animals do. Some scientists studied these peasants and found that during these periods of the long sleep, respiration and digestion practically ceased, and that the heart was at so low tension as to defy detection by ordinary layman's examination. In such a trance, the bodily processes are so near to absolute suspension that the air and food consumed are practically negligible. On this reasoning partly was based my defiance of Warden Atherton and Dr. Jackson. It was thus that I dared challenge them to give me 100 days in the jacket, and they did not dare accept my challenge. Nevertheless, I did manage to do without water as well as food during my 10 days' bouts. I found it an intolerable nuisance in the deeps of dream across space and time to be hailed back to the sordid present by a despicable prison doctor pressing water to my lips. So I warned Dr. Jackson first that I intended doing without water while in the jacket, and next that I would resist any efforts to compel me to drink. Of course we had our little struggle, but after several attempts Dr. Jackson gave it up. Thereafter the space occupied in Darrell Standing's life by a jacket bout was scarcely more than a few ticks of the clock. Immediately I was laced. I devoted myself to inducing the little death. From practice it became simple and easy. I suspended animation and consciousness so quickly that I escaped the really terrible suffering consequent upon suspending circulation. Most quickly came the dark, and the next I, Darrell Standing, knew was the light again, the faces bending over me as I was unlaced, and the knowledge that 10 days had passed in the twinkling of an eye. But oh, the wonder and the glory of those 10 days spent by me elsewhere, the journeys through the long chain of existences, the long darks, the growings of nebulous lights, and the fluttering apparitional selves that dawned through the growing light. Much have I pondered upon the relation of these other selves to me, and of the relation of the total experience to the modern doctrine of evolution. I can truly say that my experience is in complete accord with our conclusions of evolution. I, like any man, am a growth. I did not begin when I was born, nor when I was conceived. I have been growing, developing through incalculable myriads of millenniums. All these experiences of all these lives, and of countless other lives, have gone to the making of the soul stuff, or the spirit stuff that is I, don't you see? They are the stuff of me. Matter does not remember, for spirit is memory. I am this spirit compounded of the memories of my endless incarnations. Whence came in me, Darrell Standing, the red pulse of wrath that has wrecked my life and put me in the condemned cells? Surely it did not come into being, was not created, when the babe that was to be Darrell Standing was conceived. That old red wrath is far older than my mother, far older than the oldest and first mother of men. My mother, at my inception, did not create that passionate lack of fear that is mine. Not all the mothers of the whole evolution of men manufactured fear or fearlessness in men. Far back beyond the first men were fear and fearlessness, love, hatred, anger, all the emotions, growing, developing, becoming the stuff that was to become men. I am all of my past, as every protagonist of the Mendelian law must agree. All my previous selves have their voices, echoes, promptings in me. My every mode of action, heat of passion, flicker of thought is shaded, toned, infinitesimally shaded and toned by that vast array of other selves that preceded me and went into the making of me. The stuff of life is plastic. At the same time, this stuff never forgets. Mold it as you will, the old memories persist. All manner of horses, from ton Shires to dwarf Shetlands, have been bred up and down from those first wild ponies domesticated by primitive man. Yet to this day man has not bred out the kick of the horse. And I, who am composed of those first horse-tamers, have not had. Their red anger bred out of me. I am man born of woman. My days are few, but the stuff of me is indestructible. I have been woman born of woman. I have been a woman and borne my children, and I shall be born again. Oh, incalculable times, again shall I be born. And yet the stupid dolts about me think that by stretching my neck with a rope, they will make me cease. Yes, I shall be hanged, soon. This is the end of June. In a little while they will try to befool me. They will take me from this cell to the bath, according to the prison custom of the weekly bath. But I shall not be brought back to this cell. I shall be dressed outright in fresh clothes, and be taken to the death cell. There they will place the death watch on me. Night or day, waking or sleeping, I shall be watched. I shall not be permitted to put my head under the blankets for fear I may anticipate the state by choking myself. Always bright light will blaze upon me, and then, when they have well wearied me, they will lead me out one morning in a shirt without a collar and drop me through the trap. Oh, I know. The rope they will do it with is well stretched. For many a month now, the hangman of Folsom has been stretching it with heavy weights so as to take the spring out of it. Yes, I shall drop far. They have cunning tables of calculations, like interest tables, that show the distance of the drop in relation to the victim's weight. I am so emaciated that they will have to drop me far in order to break my neck. And then the onlookers will take their hats off, and as I swing the doctors will press their ears to my chest to count my fading heartbeats, and at last they will say that I am dead. It is grotesque. It is the ridiculous effrontery of men. Maggots who think they can kill me. I cannot die. I am immortal, as they are immortal. The difference is that I know it, and they do not know it. Pah! I was once a hangman, or an executioner, rather. Well, I remember it. I used the sword, not the rope. This sword is the braver way, although all ways are equally inefficacious. Forsooth, as the spirit could be thrust through with steel or throttled by a rope. Chapter 19. Next to Oppenheimer and Morel, who rotted with me through the years of darkness, I was considered the most dangerous prisoner in San Quentin. On the other hand, I was considered the tougher even than Oppenheimer and Morel. Of course, by toughness, I mean enduringness. Terrible as were the attempts to break them in body and in spirit, more terrible were the attempts to break me. And I endured. Dynamite or curtains had been Warden Atherton's ultimatum, and in the end it was neither. I could not produce the dynamite, and Warden Atherton could not induce the curtains. It was not because my body was enduring, but because my spirit was enduring, and it was because, in earlier existences, my spirit had been wrought to steel hardness by steel hard experiences. There was one experience that for long was a sort of nightmare to me. It had neither beginning nor end. Always I found myself on a rocky surge-battered islet so low that in storms the salt spray swept over its highest point. It rained much. I lived in a lair and suffered greatly, for I was without fire and lived on uncooked meat. Always I suffered. It was the middle of some experience to which I could get no clue. And since, when I went into the little death, I had no power of directing my journeys, I often found myself reliving this particularly detestable experience. My only happy moments were when the sun shone, at which times I basked on the rocks and thawed out the almost perpetual chill I suffered. My one diversion was an oar and a jackknife. Upon this oar I spent much time carving minute letters and cutting a notch for each week that passed. There were many notches. I sharpened the knife on a flat piece of rock, and no barber was ever more careful of his favorite razor than was I of that knife. Nor did ever a miser prize his treasure as did I prize the knife. It was as precious as my life. In truth, it was my life. By many repetitions, I managed to bring back out of the jacket the legend that was carved on the oar. At first I could bring but little. Later it grew easier, a matter of piecing portions together, and at last I had the thing complete. Here it is. This is to acquaint the person into whose hands this oar may fall, that Daniel Foss, a native of Elkton in Maryland, one of the United States of America, and who sailed from the port of Philadelphia in 1809, on board the brig Negotiator, bound to the Friendly Islands, was cast upon this desolate island the February following, where he erected a hut and lived a number of years, subsisting on seals, he being the last who survived of the crew of said brig, which ran foul of an ice, and foundered on the 20 October in 1809. There it was, quite clear. By this means I learned a lot about myself. One vexed point, however, I never did succeed in clearing up. Was this island situated in the far South Pacific or the far South Atlantic? I do not know enough of sailing ship tracks to be certain whether the brig Negotiator would sail for the Friendly Islands via Cape Horn or via the Cape of Good Hope. To confess my own ignorance, not until after I was transferred to Folsom did I learn in which ocean were the Friendly Islands. The Japanese murderer, whom I have mentioned before, had been a sailmaker on board the Arthur Sewell ships, and he told me that the probable sailing course would be by way of the Cape of Good Hope. If this were so, then the dates of sailing from Philadelphia and of being wrecked would easily determine which ocean. Unfortunately, the sailing date is merely 1809. The wreck might as likely have occurred in one ocean as the other. Only once did I, in my trances, get a hint of the period preceding the time spent on the island. This begins at the moment of the brig's collision with the iceberg, and I shall narrate it, if for no other reason, at least to give an account of my curiously cool and deliberate conduct. This conduct at this time, as you shall see, was what enabled me in the end to survive alone of all the ship's company. I was awakened in my bunk in the forecastle by a terrific crash. In fact, as was true of the other 6 sleeping men of the watch below, awaking and leaping from bunk to floor were simultaneous. We knew what had happened. The others waited for nothing, rushing only partly clad upon deck. But I knew what to expect, and I did wait. I knew that if we escaped at all, it would be by the longboat. No man could swim in so freezing a sea, and no man, thinly clad, could live long in the open boat. Also, I knew just about how long it would take to launch the boat. So, by the light of the wildly swinging slush lamp, to the tumult on deck, and to cries of "she's sinking," I proceeded to ransack my sea chest for suitable garments. Also, since they would never use them again, I ransacked the sea chests of my shipmates. Working quickly but collectedly, I took nothing but the warmest and stoutest of clothes. I put on the 4 best woolen shirts the forecastle boasted, 3 pairs of pants, and 3 pairs of thick woolen socks. So. Large were my feet thus encased that I could not put on my own good boots. Instead, I thrust on Nicholas Wilton's new boots, which were larger and even stouter than mine. Also, I put on Jeremy Nealor's pea jacket over my own, and, outside of both, put on Seth Richards' thick canvas coat, which I remembered he had fresh oiled only a short while previous. 2 pairs of heavy mittens, John Roberts' muffler which his mother had knitted for him, and Joseph Dawes's beaver cap atop my own, both bearing ear and neck flaps, completed my outfitting. The shouts that the brig was sinking redoubled, but I took a minute longer to fill my pockets with all the plug tobacco I could lay hands on. Then I climbed out on deck, and not a moment too soon. The moon, bursting through a crack of cloud, showed a bleak and savage picture. Everywhere was wrecked gear, and everywhere was ice. The sails, ropes, and spars of the mainmast, which was still standing, were fringed with icicles. and there came over me a feeling almost of relief in that never again should I have to pull and haul on the stiff tackles and hammer ice so that the frozen ropes could run through the frozen shims. The wind, blowing half a gale, cut with the sharpness that is a sign of the proximity of icebergs, and the big seas were bitter cold to look upon in the moonlight. The longboat was lowering away to larboard, and I saw men struggling on the ice-sheeted deck with barrels of provisions, abandon the food in their haste to get away. In vain Captain Nicole strove with them. A sea, breaching across from windward, settled the matter and sent them leaping over the rail in heaps. I gained the captain's shoulder, and, holding on to him, I shouted in his ear that if he would board the boat and prevent the men from casting off, I would attend to the provisioning. Little time was given me, however. Scarcely had I managed, helped by the second mate, Aaron Northrup, to lower away half a dozen barrels and kegs, when all cried from the boat that they were casting off. Good reason they had. Down upon us from windward was drifting a towering ice mountain, while to leeward, close aboard, was another ice mountain upon which we were driving. Quicker in his leap was Aaron Northrup. I delayed a moment, even as the boat was shoving away, in order to select a spot amidships where the men were thickest, so that their bodies might break my fall. I was not minded to embark with a broken member on so hazardous a voyage in the longboat. That the men might have room at the oars, I worked my way quickly aft into the stern sheets. Certainly, I had other insufficient reasons. It would be more comfortable in the stern sheets than in the narrow bow. And further, it would be well to be near the afterguard in whatever troubles that were sure to arise under such circumstances in the days to come. In the stern sheets were the mate, Walter Drake, the surgeon, Arnold Bentham, Aaron Northrup, and Captain Nicole, who was steering. The surgeon was bending over Northrup, who lay in the bottom groaning. Not so fortunate had he been in his ill-considered leap, for he had broken his right leg at the hip joint. There was little time for him then, however, for we were laboring in a heavy sea directly between the two ice islands that were rushing together. Nicholas Wilton, at the stroke oar, was cramped for room, so I better stowed the barrels, and, kneeling and facing him, was able to add my weight to the oar. For'ard, I could see John Roberts straining at the bow oar, pulling on his shoulders from behind. Arthur Haskins and the boy, Benny Hardwater, added their weight to his. In fact, so eager were all hands to help that more than one was thus in the way and cluttered the movements of the rowers. It was close work, but we went clear by a matter of 100 yards, so that I was able to turn my head and see the untimely end of the negotiator. She was caught squarely in the pinch, and she was squeezed between the ice as a sugar plum might be squeezed between thumb and forefinger of a boy. In the shouting of the wind and the roar of water we heard nothing, although the crack of the brig's stout ribs and deck beams must have been enough to waken a hamlet on a peaceful night. Silently, easily, the brig's sides squeezed together, the deck bulged up, and the crushed remnant dropped down and was gone, while where she had been was occupied by the grinding conflict of the ice islands. I felt regret at the destruction of this haven against the elements, but at the same time was well pleased at thought of my snugness inside my 4 shirts and 3 coats. Yet it proved a bitter night, even for me. I was the warmest clad in the boat. What the others must have suffered I did not care to dwell upon overmuch. 4. Fear that we might meet up with more ice in the darkness, we bailed and held the boat bow onto the seas. And continually, now with one mitten, now with the other, I rubbed my nose that it might not freeze. Also, with memories lively in me of the home circle in Elkton, I prayed to God. In the morning we took stock. To commence with, all but 2 or 3 had suffered frostbite. Aaron Northrup, unable to move because of his broken hip, was very bad. It was the surgeon's opinion that both of Northrop's feet were hopelessly frozen. The longboat was deep and heavy in the water, for it was burdened by the entire ship's company of 21. 2 of these were boys. Benny Hardwater was a bare 13, and Lish Dickory, whose family was near neighbor to mine in Elton, was just turned 16. Our provisions consisted of 300 weight of beef and 200 weight of pork, the half-dozen loaves of brine. Pulp-bed bread, which the cook had brought, did not count. Then there were 3 small barrels of water and 1 small keg of beer. Captain de Cole frankly admitted that in this uncharted ocean he had no knowledge of any near land. The one thing to do was to run for more climate, which we accordingly did, setting our small sail and steering quartering before the fresh wind to the northeast. The food problem was simple arithmetic. We did not count Aaron Northrop, for we knew he would soon be gone. At £1 per day, our 500 pounds would last us 25 days. At £0.5 it would last 50, so £0.5 had it. I divided and issued the meat under the captain's eyes, and managed it fairly enough, God knows, although some of the men grumbled from the first. Also, from time to time I made fair division among the men of the plugged tobacco I had stowed in my many pockets, a thing which I could not but regret, especially when I knew it was being wasted on this man, and that who I was certain could not live a day more, or, at best, 2 days or 3. For we began to die soon in the open boat, not to starvation, but to the killing cold and exposure were those earlier deaths due. It was a matter of the survival of the toughest and the luckiest. I was tough by constitution, and lucky inasmuch as I was warmly clad and had not broken my leg like Aaron Northrop. Even so strong was he that despite being the first to be severely frozen, he was days in passing. Vance Hathaway was the first. We found him in the gray of dawn crouched doubled in the bow and frozen stiff. The boy, Lish Dickory, was the second to go. The other boy, Benny Hardwater, lasted 10 or a dozen days. So bitter was it in the boat that our water and beer froze solid, and it was a difficult task justly to apportion the pieces I broke off with Northrop's clasp knife. These pieces we put in our mouths and supped till they melted. Also, on occasion of snow squalls, we had all the snow we desired, all of which was not good for us, causing a fever of inflammation to attack our mouths so that the membranes were continually dry and burning, and there was no allaying the thirst so generated. To suck more ice or snow was merely to aggravate the inflammation. More than anything else, I think it was this that caused the death of Lish Dickory. He was out of his head and raving for 24 hours before he died. He died babbling for water, and yet he did not die for need of water. I resisted as much as possible the temptation to suck ice, contenting myself with a shred of tobacco in my cheek, and made out with fair comfort. We stripped all clothing from our dead. Stark they came into the world, and stark they passed out over the side of the longboat and down into the dark, freezing ocean. Lots were cast for the clothes. This was by Captain Nicholl's command, in order to prevent quarreling. It was no time for the follies of sentiment. There was not one of us who did not know secret satisfaction at the occurrence of each death. Luckiest of all was Israel Stickney in casting lots, so that in the end, when he passed, he was a veritable treasure trove of clothing. It gave a new lease of life to the survivors. We continued to run to the northeast before the fresh westerlies, but our quest for warmer weather seemed vain. Ever the spray froze in the bottom of the boat, and I still chipped beer and drinking water with Northrop's knife. My own knife I reserved. It was of good steel, with a keen edge and stoutly fashioned, and I did not care to peril it in such manner. By the time half our company was overboard, the boat had a reasonably high freeboard and was less ticklish to handle in the gusts. Likewise, there was more room for a man to stretch out comfortably. A source of continual grumbling was the food. The captain, the mate, the surgeon, and myself, talking it over, resolved not to increase the daily whack of half a pound of meat. The 6 sailors for whom Tobias Snow made himself spokesman contended that the death of half of us was equivalent to a doubling of our provisioning, and that therefore the ration should be increased to a pound. In reply, we of the afterguard pointed out that it was our chance for life that was doubled, did we but bear with the half-pound ration. It is true that 8 ounces of salt meat did not go far in enabling us to live and to resist the severe cold. We were quite weak, and, because of our weakness, we frosted easily. Noses and cheeks were all black with frostbite. It was impossible to be warm, although we now had double the garments we had started with. 5 weeks after the loss of the negotiator, the trouble over the food came to a head. I was asleep at the time it was night when Captain Nicole caught Judd Hetchkins stealing from the pork barrel. That he was abetted by the other 5. Men was proved by their actions. Immediately Judd Hetchkins was discovered. The whole 6 threw themselves upon us with their knives. It was close, sharp work in the dim light of the stars, and it was a mercy the boat was not overturned. I had reason to be thankful for my many shirts and coats, which served me as an armor. The knife thrust scarcely more than drew blood through the so great thickness of cloth, although I was scratched, to bleeding in a round dozen of places. The others were similarly protected, and the fight would have ended in no more than a mauling all around, had not the mate, Walter de Con, a very powerful man, hit upon the idea of ending the matter by tossing the mutineers overboard. This was joined in by Captain Nicholas Surgeon and myself, and in a trice 5 of the 6 were in the water and clinging to the gunwale. Captain Nicole and the surgeon were busy amidships with the 6th, Jeremy Naylor, and were in the act of throwing him overboard, while the mate was occupied with wrapping the fingers. Along the gunwale with a boat stretcher. For the moment I had nothing to do, and so was able to observe the tragic end of the mate. As he lifted the stretcher to wrap Seth Richards's fingers, the latter, sinking down low in the water and then jerking himself up by both hands, sprang half into the boat, locked his arms about the mate, and, falling backward and outboard, dragged the mate with him. Doubtlessly he never relaxed his grip, and both drowned together. Thus left alive of the entire ship's company were 3 of us, Captain Nicole, Arnold Bentham the surgeon, and myself. 7 had gone in the twinkling of an eye, consequent on Judd Hetchkins' attempt to steal provisions, and to me it seemed a pity that so much good warm clothing had been wasted there in the sea. There was not one of us who could not have managed gratefully with more. Captain Nicole and the surgeon were good men and honest. Often enough, when 2 of us slept, the one awake and steering could have stolen from the meat, but this never happened. We trusted one another fully, and we would have died rather than betray that trust. We continued to content ourselves with half a pound of meat each per day, and we took advantage of every favoring breeze to work to the North Attic. Not until January 14th, 7 weeks since the wreck, did we come up with a warmer latitude. Even then it was not really warm. It was merely not so bitterly cold. Here the fresh westerlies forsook us, and we bobbed and blobbed about, in doldrummy weather for many days. Mostly it was calm, or light contrary winds, though sometimes a burst of breeze, as like as not from dead ahead, would last for a few hours. In our weakened condition, with so large a boat, it was out of the question to row. We could merely hoard our food and wait for God to show a more kindly face. The 3 of us were faithful Christians, and we made a practice of prayer each day before the apportionment of food. Yes, and each of us prayed privately often and long. By the end of January our food was near its end. The pork was entirely gone, and we used the barrel for catching and storing rainwater. Not many pounds of beef remained, and in all the 9 weeks in the open boat we had raised no sail and glimpsed no land. Captain Nicole frankly admitted that after 63 days of dead reckoning he did not know where we were. The 20th of February saw the last morsel of food eaten. I prefer to skip the details of much that happened in the next 8 days. I shall touch only on the incidents that served to show what manner of men were my companions. We had starved so long that we had no reserves of strength on which to draw when the food utterly ceased, and we grew weaker with great rapidity. On February 24th, we calmly talked the situation over. We were 3 stout-spirited men, full of life and toughness, and we did not want to die, no one. Of us would volunteer to sacrifice himself for the other 2. But we agreed on 3 things. We must have food, we must decide the matter by casting lots, and we would cast the lots next morning if there were no wind. Next morning there was wind, not much of it, but fair, so that we were able to log a sluggish 2 knots on our northerly course. The mornings of the 26th and 27th found us with a similar breeze. We were fearfully weak, but we abided by our decision and continued to sail. But with the morning of the 28th we knew the time was come. The long boat rolled drearily on an empty, windless sea, and the stagnant, overcast sky gave no promise of any breeze. I cut 3 pieces of cloth, all of a size, from my jacket. In the ravel of one of these pieces was a bit of brown thread. Whoever drew this lost. I then put the 3 lots into my hat, covering it with Captain Nicole's hat. All was ready, but we delayed for a time while each prayed silently and long, for we knew that we were leaving the decision to God. I was not unaware of my own honesty and worth, but I was equally aware of the honesty and worth of my companions, so that it perplexed me how God could decide so fine-balanced and delicate a matter. The captain, as was his right and due, drew first. After his hand was in the hat he delayed for some time with closed eyes, his lips moving a last prayer. And he drew a blank. This was right, a true decision I could not but admit to myself. For Captain Nicole's life was largely known to me, and I knew him to be honest, upright, and God-fearing. Remained the surgeon and me. It was one or the other, and, according to ship's rating, it was his due to draw next. Again we prayed. As I prayed, I strove to quest back in my life and cast a hurried tally sheet of my own worth and unworth. I held the hat on my knees with Captain Nicole's hat over it. The surgeon thrust in his hand and fumbled about for some time, while I wondered whether the feel of that one brown thread could be detected from the rest of the ravel. At last he withdrew his hand. The brown thread was in his piece of cloth. I was instantly very humble and very grateful for God's blessing thus extended to me, and I resolved to keep more faithfully than ever all of his commandments. The next moment I could not help but feel that the surgeon and the captain were pledged to each other by closer ties of position and intercourse than with me, and that they were in a measure disappointed with the outcome. And close with that thought ran the conviction that they were such true men that the outcome would not interfere with the plan arranged. I was right. The surgeon bared arm and knife, and prepared to open a great vein. First, however, he spoke a few words. I am a native of Norfolk in the Virginias, he said, where I expect I have now a wife and 3 children living. The only favor that I have to request of you is, that should it please God to deliver either of you from your perilous situation, and should you be so fortunate as to reach once more your native country, that you would acquaint my unfortunate family with my wretched fate. Next he requested courteously of us a few minutes in which to arrange his affairs with God. Neither Captain Nicole nor I could utter a word, but with streaming eyes we nodded our consent. Without doubt, Arnold Bentham was the best collected of the three of us. My own anguish was prodigious, and I am confident that Captain Nicole suffered equally. But what was one to do? The thing was fair and proper, and had been decided by God. But when Arnold Bentham had completed his last arrangements and made ready to do the act, I could contain myself no longer, and cried out, "Wait! We who have endured so much surely can endure a little more. It is now mid-morning. Let us wait until twilight. Then, if no event has appeared to change our dreadful destiny, do you, Arnold Bentham, do as we have agreed." He looked to Captain Nicole for confirmation of my suggestion, and Captain Nicole could only nod. He could utter no word, but in his moist and frosty blue eyes was a wealth of acknowledgment I could not misread. I could not deem it a crime, having so determined by fair drawing of lots that Captain Nicole and myself should profit by the death of Arnold Bentham. I could not believe that the love of life that actuated us had been implanted in our breasts by aught other than God. It was God's will, and we his poor creatures could only obey and fulfill his will. And yet God was kind. In his all-kindness he saved us from so terrible, though so righteous, an act. Scarce had a quarter of an hour passed when a fan of air from the west, with a hint of frost and damp in it, crisped on our cheeks. In another 5 minutes we had steerage from the filled sail, and Arnold Bentham was at the steering sweep. "Save what little strength you have," he had said. "Let me consume the little strength left in me, in order that it may increase your chance to survive." And so he steered to a freshening breeze, while Captain Nicole and I lay sprawled in the boat's bottom, and in our weakness dreamed and glimpsed visions of the dear things of life far across the world from us. It was an ever-freshening breeze of wind that soon began to puff and gust. The cloud stuff flying across the sky foretold us of a gale. By midday, Arnold Bentham fainted at the steering, and, ere the boat could broach in the tidy sea already running, Captain Nicole and I were at the steering sweep with all the 4 of our weak hands upon it. We came to an agreement, and, just as Captain Nicole had drawn the first lot by virtue of his office, so now he took the first spell at steering. Thereafter the 3 of us spelled one another every 15 minutes. We were very weak, and we could not spell longer at a time. By mid-afternoon a dangerous sea was running. We should have rounded the boat to, had our situation not been so desperate, and let her drift bow on to a sea anchor extemporized of our mast and sail. Had we broached in those great overtopping seas, the boat would have been rolled over and over. Time and again that afternoon, Arnold Bentham, for our sakes, begged that we come to a sea anchor. He knew that we continued to run only in the hope that the decree of the lots might not have to be carried out. He was a noble man. So was Captain Nicole noble, whose frosty eyes had wizened to points of steel. And in such noble company, how could I be less noble? I thank God repeatedly through that long afternoon of peril for the privilege of having known 2 such men. God and the right dwelt in them, and no matter what my poor fate might be, I could but feel well recompensed by such companionship. Like them, I did not want to die, yet was unafraid to die. The quick, early doubt I had had of these 2 men was long since dissipated. Hard the school and hard the men, but they were noble men, God's own men. I saw it first. Arnold Bentham, his own death accepted, and Captain Nicole, well nigh accepting death, lay rolling like loose-bodied dead men in the boat's bottom, and I was steering when I saw it. The boat, foaming and surging with the swiftness of wind in its sail, was uplifted on a crest, when, close before me, I saw the sea-battered islet of rock. It was not half a mile off. I cried out, so that the other two, mealing and reeling and clutching for support, were peering and staring at what I saw. "Straight for it, Daniel," Captain Nicol mumbled command. "There may be a cove. There may be a cove. It is our only chance." Once again he spoke, when we were atop that dreadful lee shore with no cove existent. "Straight for it, Daniel. If we go clear, we are too weak ever to win back against sea and wind." He was right. I obeyed. He drew his watch and looked, and I asked the time. It was 5 o'clock. He stretched out his hand to Arnold Bentham, who met and shook it weakly, and both gazed at me, and their eyes extending that same hand clasp. It was farewell, I knew. For what chance had creatures so feeble as we to win alive over those surf-battered rocks to the higher rocks beyond? 20 feet from shore the boat was snatched out of my control. In a trice it was overturned, and I was strangling in the salt. I never saw my companions. Again, by good fortune, I was buoyed by the steering oar I still grasped, and by great good fortune, a fling of sea, at the right instant, at the right spot, threw me far up the gentle slope of the one shelving rock on all that terrible shore. I was not hurt, I was not bruised, and with brain reeling from weakness, I was able to crawl and scramble farther up beyond the clutching backwash of the sea. I stood upright, knowing myself saved and thanking God, and staggering as I stood. Already the boat was pounded to 1,000 fragments, and though I saw them not, I could guess how grievously had been pounded the bodies of Captain Nicol and Arnold Bentham. I saw an oar on the edge of the foam, and at certain risk I drew it clear. Then I fell to my knees, knowing myself fainting. And yet, ere I fainted, with a sailor's instinct I dragged my body on and up among the cruel hurting rocks to faint finally beyond the reach of the sea. I was near a dead man myself, that night, mostly in stupor, only dimly aware at times of the extremity of cold and wet that I endured. Morning brought me astonishment and terror. No plant, not a blade of grass, grew on that wretched projection of rock from the ocean's bottom. 1/4 of a mile in width and a half-mile in length, it was no more than a heap of rocks. Naught could I discover to gratify the cravings of exhausted nature. I was consumed with thirst, yet was there no fresh water. In vain I tasted to my mouth's undoing every cavity and depression in the rocks. The spray of the gale so completely had enveloped every portion of the island that every depression was filled with water salt as the sea. Of the boat remained nothing, not even a splinter to show that a boat had been. I stood possessed of my garments, a stout knife, and the one oar I had saved. The gale had abated, and all that day, staggering and falling, crawling till hands and knees bled, I vainly sought water. That night, nearer death than ever, I sheltered behind a rock from the wind. A heavy shower of rain made me miserable. I removed my various coats and spread them to soak up the rain. But when I came to wring the moisture from them into my mouth, I was disappointed, because the cloth had been thoroughly impregnated with the salt of the ocean in which I had been immersed. I lay on my back, my mouth open to catch the few raindrops that fell directly into it. It was tantalizing, but it kept my membranes moist and me from madness. The second day I was a very sick man. I, who had not eaten for so long, began to swell to a monstrous fatness, my legs, my arms, my whole body. With the slightest of pressures, my fingers would sink in a full inch into my skin, and the depressions so made were long in going away. Yet did I labor sore in order to fulfill God's will that I should live. Carefully, with my hands, I cleaned out the salt water from every slight hole, in the hope that succeeding showers of rain might fill them with water that I could drink. My sad lot and the memories of the loved ones at Elkton threw me into a melancholy, so that I often lost my recollection for hours at a time. This was a mercy, for it veiled me from my sufferings that else would have killed me. In the night I was roused by the beat of rain, and I crawled from hole to hole, lapping up the rain or licking it from the rocks. Brackish it was, but drinkable. It was what saved me, for, toward morning, I awoke to find myself in a profuse perspiration and quite free of all delirium. Then came the sun, the first time since my stay on the island, and I spread most of my garments to dry. Of water I drank my careful fill, and I calculated there was 10 days' supply if carefully husbanded. It was amazing how rich I felt with this vast wealth of brackish water. And no great merchant, with all his ships returned from prosperous voyages, his warehouses filled to the rafters, his strong boxes overflowing, could have felt as wealthy as did I when I discovered, cast up on the rocks, the body of a seal that had been dead for many days, nor did I fail, first, to thank God on my knees for this manifestation of his ever unfailing kindness. The thing was clear to me. God had not intended I should die. From the very first, he had not so intended. I knew the debilitated state of my stomach, and I ate sparingly in the knowledge that my natural voracity would surely kill me, did I yield myself to it. Never had sweeter morsels passed my lips, and I make free to confess that I shed tears of joy again and again at contemplation of that putrefied carcass. My heart of hope beat strong in me once more. Carefully I preserved the portions of the carcass remaining. Carefully I covered my rock cisterns with flat stones so that the sun's rays might not evaporate the precious fluid, and in precaution against some upspringing of wind in the night and the sudden flying of spray. Also I gathered me tiny fragments of seaweed and dried them in the sun. For an easement between my poor body and the rough rocks whereon I made my lodging, and my garments were dry the first time in days, so that I slept the heavy sleep of exhaustion and of returning health. When I awoke to a new day, I was another man. The absence of the sun did not depress me, and I was swiftly to learn that God, not forgetting me while I slumbered, had prepared other and wonderful blessings for me. I would have fain rubbed my eyes and looked again, for, as far as I could see, the rocks bordering upon the ocean were covered with seals. There were thousands of them, and in the water other thousands disported themselves, while the sound that went up from all their throats was prodigious and deafening. I knew it when I saw it. Meat lay there for the taking, meat sufficient for a score of ships' companies. I directly seized my oar, than which there was no other stick of wood on the island, and cautiously advanced upon all that immensity of prebender. It was quickly guessed by me that these creatures of the sea were unacquainted with man. They betrayed no signals of timidity at my approach, and I found it a boy's task to rap them on the head with the oar. And when I had so killed my third and my fourth, I went immediately, and strangely mad. Indeed, quite bereft was I of all judgment, as I slew and continued to slay. For the space of 2 hours I toiled unceasingly with the oar till I was ready to drop. What excess of slaughter I might have been guilty of, I know not, for at the end of that time, as if by a signal, all the seals that still lived threw themselves into the water and swiftly disappeared. I found the number of slain seals to exceed 200, and I was shocked and frightened because of the madness of slaughter that had possessed me. I had sinned by wanton wastefulness, and after I had duly refreshed myself with this good wholesome food, I set about as well as I could to make amends. But first, air. The great task began. I returned thanks to that being through whose mercy I had been so miraculously preserved. Thereupon I labored until dark, and after dark, skinning the seals, cutting the meat into strips, and placing it upon the tops of rocks to dry in the sun. Also, I found small deposits of salt in the nooks and crannies of the rocks on the weather side of the island. This I rubbed into the meat as a preservative. 4 days I so toiled, and in the end was foolishly proud before God, in that no scrap of all that supply of meat had been wasted. The unremitting labor was good for my body, which built up rapidly by means of this wholesome diet, and which I did not stint myself. Another evidence of God's mercy. Never, in the 8 years I spent on that barren islet, was there so long a spell of clear weather and steady sunshine as in the period immediately following the slaughter of the seals. Months were to pass ere ever the seals revisited my island, but in the meantime I was anything but idle. I built me a hut of stone, and, adjoining it, a storehouse for my cured meat. The hut I roofed with many seal skins, so that it was fairly waterproof. But I could never cease to marvel, when the rain beat on that roof, that no less than a king's ransom in the London fur market protected a castaway sailor from the elements. I was quickly aware of the importance of keeping some kind of reckoning of time, without which I was sensible that I should soon lose all knowledge of the day of the week, and be unable to distinguish one from the other, and not know which was the Lord's day. I remembered back carefully to the reckoning of time kept in the longboat by Captain Nicholl, and carefully again and again, to make sure beyond any shadow of uncertainty, I went over the tale of the days and nights I had spent on island. Then, by 7 stones outside my hut, I kept my weekly calendar. In one place on the oar I cut a small notch for each week, and in another place on the oar I notched the months, being duly careful indeed to reckon and the additional days to each month over and beyond the 4 weeks. Thus I was enabled to pay due regard to the Sabbath. As the only mode of worship I could adopt, I carved a short hymn appropriate to my situation on the oar, which I never failed to chant on the Sabbath. God, in His all-mercy, had not forgotten me, nor did I, in those 8 years, fail at all proper times to remember God. It was astonishing the work required under such circumstances to supply one's simple needs of food and shelter. Indeed, I was rarely idle that first year. The hut, itself a mere lair of rocks, nevertheless took 6 weeks of my time. The tardy curing and the endless scraping of the seal skins, so as to make them soft and pliable for garments, occupied my spare moments for months and months. Then there was the matter of my water supply. After any heavy gale, the flying spray salted my saved rainwater, so that at times I was grievously put to live through till fresh rains fell unaccompanied by high winds. Aware that a continual dropping will wear a stone, I selected a large stone, fine and tight of texture, and, by means of smaller stones, I proceeded to pound it hollow. In 5 weeks of most arduous toil, I managed thus to make a jar which I estimated to hold 1.5 gallons. Later, I similarly made a 4-gallon jar. It took me 9 weeks. Other small ones I also made from time to time. One, that would have contained 8 gallons, developed a flaw when I had worked 7 weeks on it. But it was not until my 4th year on the island, when I had become reconciled to the possibility that I might continue to live there for the term of my natural life, that I created my masterpiece. It took me 8 months, but it was tight, and it held upwards of 30 gallons. These stone vessels were a great gratification to me, so much so that at times I forgot my humility and was unduly vain of them. Truly, they were more elegant to me than was ever the costliest piece of furniture to any queen. Also, I made me a small rock vessel, containing no more than a quart, with which to convey water from the catching places to my large receptacles. When I say that this 1-quart vessel weighed all of 2 stone, the reader will realize that the mere gathering of the rainwater was no light task. Thus I rendered my lonely situation as comfortable as could be expected. I had completed me a snug and secure shelter, and as to provision, I had always on hand a 6 months' supply, preserved by salting and drying. For these things, so essential to preserve life, and which one could scarcely have expected to obtain upon a desert island, I was sensible that I could not be too thankful. Although denied the privilege of enjoying the society of any human creature, not even of a dog or a cat, I was far more reconciled to my lot than thousands probably would have been. Upon the desolate spot where fate had placed me, I conceived myself far more happy than many who, for ignominious crimes, were doomed to drag out their lives in solitary confinement, with conscience ever biting as a corrosive canker. However dreary my prospects, I was not without hope that Providence, which, at the very moment when hunger threatened me with dissolution, and when I might easily have been engulfed in the maw of the sea, had cast me upon those barren rocks, would finally direct someone to my relief. If deprived of the society of my fellow creatures, and of the conveniences of life, I could not but reflect that my forlorn situation was yet attended with some advantages. Of the whole island, though small, I had peaceable possession. No one, it was probable, would ever appear to dispute my claim, unless it were the amphibious animals of the ocean. Since the island was almost inaccessible, at night my repose was not disturbed by continual apprehension of the approach of cannibals or of beasts of prey. Again and again I thank God on my knees for these various and many benefactions. Yet is man ever a strange and unaccountable creature? I, who had asked of God's mercy no more than putrid moot to eat, and a sufficiency of water not too brackish, was no sooner blessed with an abundance of cured meat and sweet water, than I began to know discontent with my lot. I began to want fire and the savor of cooked meat in my mouth, and continually I would discover myself longing for certain delicacies of the palate, such as were part of the common daily fare on the home table at Elkton. Strive as I would, ever my fancy eluded my will, and wantoned in daydreaming of the good things I had eaten, and of the good things I would eat if ever I were rescued from my lonely situation. It was the old Adam in me. I suppose the taint of that first father who was the first rebel against God's commandments. Most strange is man, ever insatiable, ever unsatiable, ever at peace with God or himself, his days filled with restlessness and useless endeavor, his nights a glut of vain dreams of desires, willful and wrong. Yes, and also I was much annoyed by my craving for tobacco. My sleep was often a torment to me, for it was then that my desires took license to rove, so that 1,000 times I dreamed myself possessed of hogsheads of tobacco, aye, and of warehouses of tobacco, and of warehouses of tobacco, and of triploads and of entire plantations of tobacco. But I revenged myself upon myself. I prayed God unceasingly for a humble heart, and chastised my flesh with unremitting toil. Unable to improve my mind, I determined to improve my barren island. I labored 4 months at constructing a stone wall 30 feet long, including its wings, and a dozen feet high. This was as a protection to the hut in the periods of the great gales when all the island was as a tiny petrel in the maw of the hurricane, nor did I conceive the time misspent. Thereafter I lay snug in the heart of calm, while all the air for 100 feet above my head was one stream of gust-driven water. In the 3rd year I began me a pillar of rock. Rather was it a pyramid, 4 square, broad at the base, sloping upward not steeply to the apex. In this fashion I was compelled to build, for gear and timber there was none in all the island for the construction of scaffolding. Not until the close of the 5th year was my pyramid complete. It stood on the summit of the island. Now, when I state that the summit was but 40 feet above the sea, and that the peak of my pyramid was 40 feet above the summit, it will be conceived that I, without tools, had doubled the stature of the island. It might be urged by some unthinking ones that I interfered with God's plan in the creation of the world. Not so, I hold, for was not I equally a part of God's plan, along with this heap of rock subjetting in the solitude of ocean, my arms with which to work, my back with which to bend and lift, my hands cunning to clutch and hold, were not these parts too in God's plan? Much I pondered the matter. I know that I was right. In the 6th year I increased the base of my pyramid, so that in 18 months thereafter the height of my monument was 50 feet above the height of the island. This was no Tower of Babel. It served 2 right purposes. It gave me a lookout from which to scan the ocean for ships and increased the likelihood of my island being sighted by the careless roving eye of any seaman. And it kept my body and mind in health. With hands never idle, there was small opportunity for Satan on that island. Only in my dreams did he torment me, principally with visions of varied foods and with imagined indulgence in the foul weed called tobacco. On the 18th day of the month of June, in the 6th year of my sojourn on the island, I descried a sail, but it passed far to leeward at too great a distance to discover me. Rather than suffering disappointment, the very appearance of this sail afforded me the liveliest satisfaction. It convinced me of a fact that I had before in a degree doubted, to wit, that these seas were sometimes visited by navigators. Among other things, with the seals hauled up out of the sea, I built wide-spreading wings of low rock walls that narrowed to a cul-de-sac where I might conveniently kill such seals as entered without exciting their fellows outside and without permitting any wounded or frightening seal to escape and spread a contagion of alarm. 7 months to this structure alone were devoted. As the time passed, I grew more contented with my lot, and the devil came less and less in my sleep to torment the old Adam in me with lawless visions of tobacco and savory foods. And I continued to eat my seal meat and call it good, and to drink the sweet rainwater of which always I had plenty, and to be grateful to God. And God heard me, I know, for during all my term on that island I knew never a moment of sickness, save 2, both of which were due to my gluttony, as I shall later relate. In the 5th year, ere I had convinced myself that the keels of ships did on occasion plough these seas, I began carving on my oar minutes of the more remarkable incidents that had attended me since I quitted the peaceful shores of America. This I rendered as intelligible and permanent as possible, the letters being of the smallest size. 6, and even 5, letters were often a day's work for me, so painstaking was I. And, lest it should prove my hard fortune never to meet with the long-wished opportunity to return to my friends and to my family at Elkton, I engraved, or niched on the broad end of the oar the legend of my ill fate which I have already quoted near the beginning of this narrative. This oar, which had proved so serviceable to me in my destitute situation, and which now contained a record of my own fate and that of my shipmates, I spared no pains to preserve. No longer did I risk it in knocking seals on the head. Instead, I equipped myself with a stone club, some 3 feet in length and of suitable diameter, which occupied an even month in the fashioning. Also, to secure the oar from the weather, for I used it in mild breezes as a flagstaff on top of my pyramid, from which to fly a flag, I made me, from one of my precious shirts, I contrived for it a covering of well-cured sealskins. In the month of March of the 6th year of my confinement, I experienced one of the most tremendous storms that was perhaps ever witnessed by man. It commenced at about 9 in the evening, with the approach of black clouds and a freshening wind from the southwest, which, by 11, had become a hurricane, attended with incessant peals of thunder and the sharpest lightning I had ever witnessed. I was not without apprehension for the safety of the island. Over every part the seas made a clean breach, except at the summit of my pyramid. There the life was nigh beaten and suffocated out of my body by the drive of the wind and spray. I could not but be sensible that my existence was spared solely because of my diligence in erecting the pyramid and so doubling the stature of the island. Yet, in the morning I had great reason for thankfulness. All my saved rainwater was turned brackish, save that in my largest vessel, which was sheltered in the lee of the pyramid. By careful economy I knew I had drink sufficient until the next rain, no matter how delayed, should fall. My hut was quite washed out by the seas, and of my great store of seal meat only a wretched pulpy modicum remained. Nevertheless, I was agreeably surprised to find the rocks plentifully distributed with a sort of fish more nearly like the mullet than any I had ever observed. Of these I picked up no less than 1,219, which I split and cured in the sun after the manner of cod. This welcome change of diet was not without its consequence. I was guilty of gluttony, and for all of the succeeding night I was near to death's door. In the 7th year of my stay on the island, in the very same month of March, occurred a similar storm of great violence. Following upon it, to my astonishment, I found an enormous dead whale, quite fresh, which had been cast up high and dry by the waves. Conceive my gratification when in the bowels of the great fish I found deeply embedded a harpoon of the common sort, with a few fathoms of new line attached thereto. Thus were my hopes again revived that I should finally meet with an opportunity to quit the desolate island. Beyond doubt these seas were frequented by whalemen, and, so long as I kept up a stout heart, sooner or later I should be saved. For 7 years I had lived on seal meat, so that at sight of the enormous plenitude of different and succulent food, I fell a victim to my weakness and ate of such quantities that once again I was well nigh to dying. And yet, after all, this and the affair of the small fish were mere indispositions due to the foreignness of the food to my stomach, which had learned to prosper on seal meat and on nothing but seal meat. Of that one whale I preserved a full year's supply of provision. Also, under the sun's rays, in the rock hollows, I tried out much of the oil, which, with the addition of salt, was a welcome thing in which to dip my strips of seal meat whilst dining. Out of my precious rags of shirts I could even have contrived a wick, so that, with the harpoon for steel and rock for flint, I might have had a light at night. But it was a vain thing, and I speedily forwent the thought of it. I had no need for light when God's darkness descended, for I had schooled myself to sleep from sundown to sunrise, winter and summer. I, Darrell Standing, cannot refrain from breaking in on this recital of an earlier existence in order to note a conclusion of my own. Since human personality is a growth, a sum of all previous existences added together, what possibility was there for Warden Atherton to break down my spirit in the inquisition of solitary? I am life that survived, a structure builded up through the ages of the past, and such a past. What were 10 days and nights in the jacket to me? To me, who had once been Daniel Foss and for 8 years lured patience in that school of rocks in the far South Ocean? At the end of my 8th year on the island in the month of September, when I had just sketched most ambitious plans to raise my pyramid to 60 feet above the summit of the island, I awoke one morning to stare out upon a ship with topsails aback and nearly within hail. That I might be discovered, I swung my oar in the air, jumped from rock to rock, and was guilty of all manner of livelinesses of action until I could see the officers on the quarterdeck looking at me through their spyglasses. They answered by pointing to the extreme westerly end of the island, whither I hastened and discovered their boat manned by half a dozen men. It seems, as I was to learn afterward, the ship had been attracted by my pyramid and had altered its course to make closer examination of so strange a structure that was greater of height than the wild island on which it stood. But the surf proved to be too great to permit the boat to land on my inhospitable shore. After divers unsuccessful attempts, they signaled me that they must return to the ship. Conceive my despair at thus being unable to quit the desolate island. I seized my oar, which I had long since determined to present to the Philadelphia Museum if ever I were preserved, and with it plunged headlong into the foaming surf. Such was my good fortune and my strength and agility that I gained the boat. I cannot refrain from telling here a curious incident. The ship had by this time drifted so far away that we were all of an hour in getting aboard. During this time I yielded to my propensities that had been baffled for 8 long years, and begged of the second mate who steered a piece of tobacco to chew. This granted, the second mate also proffered me his pipe, filled with prime Virginia leaf. Scarce had 10 minutes passed when I was taken violently sick. The reason for this was clear. My system was entirely purged of tobacco, and what I now suffered was tobacco poisoning such as afflicts any boy at the time of his first smoke. Again I had reason to be grateful to God, and from that day to the day of my death I neither used nor desired the foul weed. I, Darrell Standing, must now complete the amazingness of the details of this existence which I relived while unconscious in the straitjacket in San Quentin prison. I often wondered if Daniel Foss had been true in his resolve and deposited the carved ore in the Philadelphia Museum. It is a difficult matter for a prisoner in solitary to communicate with the outside world. Once with a guard and once with a short-timer in solitary, I entrusted, by memorization, a letter of inquiry addressed to the curator of the museum. Although under the most solemn pledges, both these men failed me. It was not until after Ed Morrell, by a strange whirl of fate, was released from solitary and appointed head trustee of the entire prison, that I was able to have the letter sent. I now give the reply, sent me by the curator of the Philadelphia Museum and smuggled to me by Ed Morrell. It is true there is such an ore here as you have described, but few persons can know of it, for it is not on exhibition in the public rooms. In fact, and I have held this position for 18 years, I was unaware of its existence myself. But upon consulting our old records, I found that such an ore had been presented by one Daniel Foss of Elton, Maryland, in the year 1821. Not until after a long search did we find the ore in a disused attic lumber room of odds and ends. The notches and the legend are carved on the ore just as you have described. We have also on file a pamphlet presented at the same time, written by the said Daniel Foss, and published in Boston by the firm of N. Coverley, Jr. in the year 1834. This pamphlet describes 8 years of a castaway's life on a desert island. It is evident that this mariner, in his old age and in want, hawked this pamphlet about among the charitable. I am very curious to learn how you became aware of this, or of the existence of which we of the museum were ignorant. Am I correct in assuming that you have read an account in some diary published later by this Daniel Foss? I shall be glad for any information on the subject, and in proceeding at once to have the oar and the pamphlet put back on exhibition. Very truly yours, Hosus Murdy. 4-1. Since the execution of Professor Darrell Standing, at which time the manuscript of his memoirs came into our hands, we have written to Mr. Hosea Salisbury, curator of the Philadelphia Museum, and, in reply, have received confirmation of the existence of the oar and the pamphlet. The Editor. Chapter 20. The time came when I humbled Warden Atherton to unconditional surrender, making a vain and empty mouthing of his ultimatum, dynamite or curtains. He gave me up as one who could not be killed in a straitjacket. He had had men die after several hours in the jacket. He had had men die after several days in the jacket, although, invariably, they were unlaced and carted into hospital ere they breathed their last, and received a death certificate from the doctor of pneumonia, or Bright's disease, or valvular disease of the heart. But me, Warden Atherton, could never kill. Never did the urgency arise of carting my maltreated and perishing carcass to the hospital. Yet I will say that Warden Atherton tried his best and dared his worst. There was the time when he double-jacketed me. It is so rich an incident that I must tell it. It happened that one of the San Francisco newspapers, seeking, as every newspaper and as every commercial enterprise seeks, a market that will enable it to realize a profit, tried to interest the radical portion of the working class in prison reform. As a result, union labor possessing an important political significance at the time serving politicians at Sacramento appointed a senatorial committee of investigation of the state prisons. This state senate committee investigated, pardon my italicized sneer, San Quentin. Never was there so model an institution of detention. The convicts themselves so testified. Nor can one blame them. They had experienced similar investigations in the past. They knew on which side their bread was buttered. They knew that all their scythe and most of their ribs would ache very quickly after the taking of their testimony. If said testimony were adverse to the prison administration, oh, believe me, my reader, it is a very ancient story. It was ancient in old Babylon, many 1,000 years ago, as I well remember of that old time when I rotted in prison while palace intrigue shook the court. As I have said, every convict testified to the humanness of Warden Atherton's administration. In fact, so touching were their testimonials to the kindness of the warden, to the good and varied quality of the food and the cooking, to the gentleness of the guards, and to the general decency and ease and comfort of the prison domicile, that the opposition newspapers of San Francisco raised an indignant cry for more rigor in the management of our prisons, in that, otherwise, honest but lazy citizens would be seduced into enswellment as prison guests. The Senate committee even invaded solitary, where the three of us had little to lose and nothing to gain. Jake Oppenheimer spat in its faces and told its members, all and sundry, to go to hell. Ed Morel told them what a noisome stews the place was, insulted the warden to his face, and was recommended by the committee to be given a taste of the antiquated and obsolete punishments that, after all, must have been devised by previous wardens out of necessity for the right handling of hard characters like him. I was careful not to insult the warden. I testified craftily, and as a scientist, beginning with small beginnings, making an art of my exposition, step by tiny steps, inveigling my senatorial auditors on into willingness and eagerness to listen to the next exposure. The whole fabric so woven that there was no natural halting place at which to drop a period or interpolate a query. In this fashion, thus, I got my tale across. Alas, no whisper of what I divulged ever went outside the prison walls. The Senate committee gave a beautiful whitewash to Warden Atherton and San Quentin. The crusading San Francisco newspaper assured its working-class readers that San Quentin was whiter than snow, and further, that while it was true that the straitjacket was still a recognized legal method of punishment for the refractory, that, nevertheless, at the present time, under the present humane and spiritually right-minded warden, the straitjacket was never, under any circumstance, used. And while the poor asses of laborers read and believed, while the Senate committee dined and wined with the warden at the expense of the state and the taxpayer, Ed Morrell, Jake Oppenheimer, and I were lying in our jackets, laced just a trifle more tightly and more vindictively than we had ever been laced before. It is to laugh, Ed Morrell tapped to me, with the edge of the sole of his shoe. I should worry, tapped Jake. And as for me, I too capped my bitter scorn in laughter, remembered the prison houses of old Babylon, smiled to myself, a huge cosmic smile, and drifted off and away into the largeness of the little death that made me heir of all the ages in the rider full panoplied and astride of time. Yeah, dear brother of the outside world, while the whitewash was running off the press, while the august senators were wining and dining, we three of the living dead, buried alive in solidarity, were sweating our pain in the canvas torture. And after the dinner, warm with wine, Warden Atherton himself came to see how fared it with us. Me, as usual, they found in coma. Dr. Jackson for the first time must have been alarmed. I was brought back across the dark to consciousness with the bite of ammonia in my nostrils. I smiled into the faces bent over me. "Shamming!" snorted the warden, and I knew by the flush on his face and the thickness in his tongue that he had been drinking. I licked my lips as a sign for water, for I desired to speak. "You are an ass," I at last managed to say with cold distinctness. "You are an ass, a coward, a cur, a pitiful thing so low that spittle would be wasted on your face. In such matter, Jake Oppenheimer is over-generous with you. As for me, without shame I tell you the only reason I do not spit upon you is that I cannot demean myself, nor so degrade my spittle. I've reached the limit of my patience," he bellowed. "I will kill you standing." "You've been drinking," I retorted. "And I would advise you, if you must say such things, not to take so many of your prison cares into your confidence. They will snitch on you some day, and you will lose your job." But the wine was up and master of him. "Put another jacket on him," he commanded. "You are a dead man standing." "But you'll not die in the jacket. We'll bury you from a hospital." This time, over the previous jacket. The second jacket was put on from behind and laced up in front. "Lord, Lord, warden, it is bitter weather," I sneered. "The frost is sharp, wherefore I am indeed grateful for your giving me 2 jackets. I shall be almost comfortable." "Tighter," he urged to Al Hutchins, who was drawing the lacing. "Throw your feet into the skunk. Break his ribs." I must admit that Hutchins did his best. "You will lie about me," the warden raved, the flush of wine and wrath flooding ruddier into his face. "Now see what you get for it. Your number is taken at last, standing. This is your finish. Do you hear? This is your finish." "A favor, warden," I whispered faintly. faint I was. Perforce I was nearly unconscious from the fearful constriction. Make it a triple jacketing, I managed to continue, while the cell walls swayed and reeled about me, and while I fought with all my will to hold to my consciousness that was being squeezed out of me by the jackets. Another jacket. Warden, it's will be so much warmer. And my whisper faded away as I ebbed down into the little death. I was never the same man after that double jacketing. Never again, to this day, no matter what my food, was I properly nurtured. I suffered internal injuries to an extent I never cared to investigate. The old pain in my ribs and stomach is with me now as I write these lines, but the poor, maltreated machinery has served its purpose. It has enabled me to live thus far, and it will enable me to live the little longer to the day they take me out in the shirt, without a collar. Stretch my neck with the well-stretched rope. But the double jacketing was the last straw. It broke down Warden Atherton. He surrendered to the demonstration that I was unkillable. As I told him once, the only way you can get me, Warden, is to sneak in here some night with a hatchet. Jake Oppenheimer was responsible for a good one on the Warden, which I must relate. I say, Warden, it must be straight hell for you to have to wake up every morning with yourself on your pillow. And Ed Morrell to the Warden, your mother must have been damn fond of children to have raised you. It was really an offense to me when the jacketing ceased. I sadly missed that dream world of mine, but not for long. I found that I could suspend animation by the exercise of my will, aided mechanically by constricting my chest and abdomen with the blanket. Thus I induced physiological and psychological states similar to those caused by the jacket. So, at will, and without the old torment, I was free to roam through time. Ed Morrell believed all my adventures, but Jake Oppenheimer remained skeptical to the last. It was during my 3rd year in solitary that I paid Oppenheimer a visit. I was never able to do it, but that once, and that one time was wholly unplanned and unexpected. It was merely after unconsciousness had come to me that I found myself in his cell. My body, I knew, lay in the jacket, back in my own cell. Although never before had I seen him, I knew that this man was Jake Oppenheimer. It was. Summer weather, and he lay without clothes on top his blanket. I was shocked by his cadaverous face and skeleton-like body. He was not even the shell of a man. He was merely the structure of a man, the bones of a man, still cohering, stripped practically of all flesh and covered with a parchment-like skin. Not until back in my own cell and consciousness was I able to mull the thing over and realize that just as was Jake Oppenheimer, so was Ed Morrell, so was I, and I could not but thrill as I glimpsed the vastitude of spirit that inhabited these frail, perishing carcasses of us, the 3 incorrigibles of solitary. Flesh is a cheap, vain thing. Grass is flesh, and flesh becomes grass, but the spirit is the thing that abides and survives. I have no patience with these flesh worshippers. A taste of solitary in San Quentin would swiftly convert them to a due appreciation and worship of the spirit. But to return to my experience in Oppenheimer's cell, his body was that of man long dead and shriveled by desert heat. The skin that covered it was of the color of dry mud. His sharp yellow-gray eyes seemed the only part of him that was alive. They were never at rest. He lay on his back, and the eyes darted hither and thither, following the flight of the several flies that disported in the gloomy air above him. I noted, too, a scar just above his right elbow and another scar on his right ankle. After a time he yawned, rolled over on his side, and inspected an angry-looking sore just above his hip. This he proceeded to cleanse and dress by the crude methods men in solitary must employ. I recognized the sore as one of the sort caused by the straitjacket. On my body at this moment of writing are hundreds of scars of the jacket. Next, Oppenheimer rolled on his back, gingerly took one of his front upper teeth and eye tooth between thumb and forefinger, and consideratively moved it back and forth. Again he yawned, stretched his arms, rolled over, and not the call to Ed Morel. I read the code as a matter of course. "Thought you might be awake," Oppenheimer tapped. "How goes it with the professor?" Then, dim and far, I could hear Morel's taps enunciating that they had put me in the jacket an hour before, and that, as usual, I was already deaf to all knuckle talk. "He is a good guy," Oppenheimer rapped on. "I always was suspicious of educated mugs, but he ain't been hurt none by his education. He is sure square, got all the spunk in the world, and you could not get him to squeal or double-cross in a million years." To all of which, and with amplification, Ed Morel agreed. And I must, right here, ere I go a word further, say that I have lived many years and many lives, and that in those many lives I have known proud moments, but that the proudest moment I have ever known was the moment when my two comrades in solitary passed this appraisal of me. Ed Morel and Jake Oppenheimer were great spirits, and in all time no greater honor was ever accorded me than this admission of me to their comradeship. Kings have knighted me, emperors have ennobled me, and, as king myself, I have known stately moments. Yet of it all, nothing do I adjudge so splendid as this accolade delivered by two lifers in solitary deemed by the world as the very bottom-most of the human cesspool. Afterwards, recuperating from this particular bout with the jacket, I brought up my visit to Jake's cell as a proof that my spirit did leave my body. But Jake was unshakable. "It is guessing that is more than guessing," was his reply, when I had described to him his successive particular actions at the time my spirit had been in his cell. "It is figuring. You have been close to 3 years in solitary yourself, Professor, and you can come pretty near to figuring what any guy will do to be killing time. There ain't a thing you told me that you and Ed ain't done thousands of times, from lying with your clothes off in hot weather to watching flies, tending sores, and rapping." Morel sided with me, but it was no use. "Now don't take it hard, Professor," Jake tapped. "I ain't saying you lied. I just say you get to dreaming and figuring in the jacket without knowing you're doing it. I know you believe what you say, and that you think it happened, but it don't buy nothing with me. You figure it, but you don't know you figure it. That is something you know all the time, though you don't know you know it until you get into dreamy, woozy states." "Hold on, Jake," I tapped. "You know I have never seen you with my own eyes. Is that right?" "I gotta take your word for it, Professor. You might have seen me and not known it was me. The point is," I continued, "not having seen you with your clothes off, nevertheless I am able to tell you about that scar above your right elbow and that scar on your right ankle." "Oh, shucks," was his reply. "You'll find all that in my prison description and along with my mug in the rogues gallery. They is thousands of chiefs of police and detectives know all that stuff." "I never heard of it," I assured him. "You don't remember that you ever heard of it," he corrected. "But you must have just the same. Though you have forgotten about it, the information is in your brain all right, stored away for reference, only you forgot where it is stored. You got to get woozy in order to remember. Did you ever forget a man's name you used to know as well as your own brother's? I have. There was a little juror that convicted me in Oakland the time I got handed my 50 years. And one day, I found I'd forgotten his name. Why, Bo, I lay here for weeks puzzling for it. Now, just because I could not dig it out of my memory box was no sign it was not there. It was mislaid, that was all. And to prove it, one day, when I was not even thinking about it, it popped right out of my brain to the tip of my tongue. Stacy, I said right out loud. Joseph Stacy. That was it. Get my drive? You only tell me about them scars, what thousands of men know. I don't know. How you got the information, I guess you don't know yourself. That ain't my lookout. But there she is. Telling me what many knows buys nothing with me. You got to deliver a whole lot more than that to make me swallow the rest of your whoppers. Hamilton's law of parsimony in the weighing of evidence. So intrinsically was this slum-bred convict a scientist that he had worked out Hamilton's law and rigidly applied it. And yet, and the incident is delicious, Jake Oppenheimer was intellectually honest. That night, as I was dozing off, he called me with the customary signal. Say, Professor, you said you saw me wiggling my loose tooth. That has got my goat. That is the one thing I can't figure out, any way you could know. It only went loose 3 days ago, and I ain't whispered it to a soul. Chapter 21. I sit here in Murderer's Row in Folsom, the drowsy hum of flies in my ears as I ponder that thought of Pascal. It is true. Just as the human embryo, in its brief 10 lunar months, with bewildering swiftness in myriad forms and semblances, a myriad times multiplied, rehearses the entire history of organic life from vegetable to man, just as the human boy, in his brief years of boyhood, rehearses the history of primitive man in acts of cruelty and savagery, from wantonness of inflicting pain on lesser creatures to tribal consciousness expressed by the desire to run in gangs, just so Tayal Wanning. Truly do we carry in us, each human of us alive on the planet today, the incorruptible history of life from life's beginning. This history is written in our tissues and our bones, in our functions and our organs, in our brain cells and in our spirits, and in all sorts of physical and psychic atavistic urgencies and compulsions. Once we were fish like you and I, my reader, and crawled up out of the sea to pioneer in the great, dry land adventure in the thick of which we are now. The marks of the sea are still on us, as the marks of the serpent are still on us, ere the serpent became serpent and we became we, when pre-serpent and pre-we were one. Once we flew in the air, and once we dwelt arborally and were afraid of the dark. The vestiges remain, graven on you and me, and graven on our seed to come after us to the end of our time on earth. What Pascal glimpsed with the vision of a seer, I have lived. I have seen myself that one man contemplated by Pascal's philosophic eye. Bo, I have a tale, most true, most wonderful, most real to me, although I doubt that I have wit to tell it, and that you, my reader, have wit to perceive it when told. I say that I've seen myself that one man hinted at by Pascal. I have lain in the long trances of the jacket and glimpsed myself 1,000 living men, living the 1,000 lives that are themselves the history of the human man climbing upward through the ages. Ah, what royal memories are mine, as I flutter through the eons of the long ago. In single jacket trances I have lived the many lives involved in the 1,000 years-long odysseys of the early drifts of men. Heavens, before I was of the flaxen-haired Aesir who dwelt in Asgard, And before I was of the red-haired Vanner who dwelt in Vanaheim, long before those times, I have memories, living memories of earlier drifts, when like thistledown before the breeze, we drifted south before the face of the descending polar ice cap. I have died of frost and famine, fight and flood. I have picked berries on the bleak backbone of the world, and I have dug roots to eat from the fat soiled fens and meadows. I had scratched a reindeer's semblance and the semblance of the hairy mammoth on ivory tusks gotten of the chase and on the rock walls of cave shelters when the winter storms moaned outside. I have cracked marrow bones on the sites of kingly cities that had perished centuries before my time or that were destined to be builded centuries after my passing, and I have left the bones of my transient carcasses in pond bottoms and glacial gravels and asphaltum lakes. I have lived through the ages known today among the scientists as the Paleolithic, the Neolithic, and the Bronze. I remember when, with our domesticated wolves, we herded our reindeer to pasture on the north shore of the Mediterranean, where now are France and Italy and Spain. This was before the ice sheet melted backward toward the pole. Many processions of the equinoxes have I lived through and died in, my reader, only that I remember and that you do not. I have been a son of the plow, a son of the fish, a son of the tree. All religions from the beginnings of man's religious time abide in me. And when the Domine, in the chapel, here in Folsom of a Sunday, worships God in his own good modern way, I know that in him, the Domine, still abide the worships of the plow, the fish, the tree, aye, and also all worships of Astarte in the night. I have master in old Egypt when my soldiers scrawled obscenities on the carven twos geflas, the limped period master in old Egypt, have myself builded my two burial places, the one a false and mighty pyramid to which a generation of slaves could attest, the other humble, meager, secret rock hewn in a desert valley by slaves who died immediately their work was done. And I wonder, me here in Folsom, while democracy drives, and on the great drift, southward and eastward unto the burning sun that perished all descendants of the houses of Asgard and Vanaheim, I have been a king in Ceylon, a builder of Aryan monuments under Aryan kings in old Java and old Sumatra. And I have died 100 deaths on the great South Sea drift, ere ever the rebirth of me came to plant monuments that only Aryans plant on volcanic tropic islands that I, Darrell Standing, cannot name, being too little versed today in that far sea geography. If only I were articulate to paint in the frail medium of words what I see and know and possess, incorporated in my consciousness of the mighty driftage of the races in the times before our present written history began. Yes, we had our history even then. Our old men, our priests, our wise ones, told our history into tales and wrote those tales in the stars so that our seed after us should not forget. From the sky came the life-giving rain and the sunlight. And we studied the sky, learned from the stars to calculate time and apportion the seasons. And we named the stars after our heroes and our foods and our devices for getting food, and after our wanderings and drifts and adventures, and after our functions and our furies of impulse and desire, and alas, we thought the heavens unchanging on which we wrote all our humble yearnings and all the humble things we did or dreamed of doing. When I was a son of the bull, I remember me a lifetime I spent at stargazing, and later and earlier, there were other lives in which I sang with the priests and bards the taboo songs of the stars, wherein we believed was written our imperishable record. And here, at the end of it all, I pore over books of astronomy from the prison library, such as they allow condemned men to read, and learn that even the heavens are passing fluxes, vexed with star driftage, as the earth is by the drifts of men. Equipped with this modern knowledge, I have, returning through the little death from my earlier lives, been able to compare the heavens then and now. And the stars do change. I have seen pole stars in dynasties of pole stars. The pole star today is in Ursa Minor, yet in those far days I have seen the pole star in Draco, in Hercules, in Vega, in Cygnus, and in Cepheus. No, not even the stars abide, and yet the memory and the knowledge of them abides in me, in the spirit of me that is memory, and that is eternal. Only spirit abides. All else, being mere matter, passes and must pass. Oh, I do see myself today that one man who appeared in the elder world, blond, ferocious, a killer and a lover, a meat-eater and a root-digger, a gypsy and a robber, who, club in hand, through millenniums of years wandered the world around seeking meat to devour and sheltered nests for his younglings and sucklings. I am that man, the sum of him, the all of him, the hairless biped who struggled upward from the slime and created love and law out of the anarchy of fecund life that screamed and squalled in the jungle. I am all that that man was and did. Become old with since the night. Sophisticated in the worries of their right, sitting in mind of the 4 year old digging no to light when Lammy destroy Burbot Nate Hill, the Dobin William, the art ballads, that freelich and the edible David. Well, the Gilbert duel expire me, Nick Claybable being so debate, we made a little bit of quirk beat his face, well bound into medium in animated fight a table. I go this haggis, my Michaels at the Pickets least that second, my home, my bit of bodies, a pickle by bed, I get over back on my bait. I was that man in all his births and endeavors. I am that man today, waiting. My due death by the law that I helped to devise many 1,000 years ago, and by which I have died many times before this, many times. And as I contemplate this vast past history of me, I find several great and splendid influences, and, cheapest of these, the love of woman, man's love for the woman of his kind. I see myself, the one man, the lover, always the lover. Yes, also was I the great fighter, but somehow it seems to me, as I sit here and evenly balance it all, that I was, more than aught else, the great lover. It was because I loved greatly that I was the great fighter. Sometimes I think that the story of man is the story of the love of woman. This memory of all my past that I write now is the memory of my love of woman. Ever, in the 10,000 lives and guises, I loved her. I love her now. My sleep is fraught with her. My waking fancies, no matter whence they start, lead me always to her. There is no escaping her, that eternal, splendid, ever resplendent figure of woman. Oh, make no mistake. I am no callow, ardent youth. I am an elderly man, broken in health and body, and soon to die. I am a scientist and a philosopher. I, as all the generations of philosophers before me, know woman for what she is, her weaknesses and meannesses and immodesties and ignobilities, her earthbound feet and her eyes that have never seen the stars. But and the everlasting, irrefragable fact remains. Her feet are beautiful, her eyes are beautiful, her arms and breasts are paradise. Her charm is potent beyond all charm that has ever dazzled men. And as the pole willy-nilly draws the needle, just so, willy-nilly, does she draw men. Woman has made me laugh at death and distance, scorn fatigue and sleep. I have slain men, many men, for love of woman, or in warm blood have baptized our nuptials, or washed away the stain of her favor to another. I have gone down to death and dishonor, my betrayal of my comrades and of the stars black upon me. For woman's sake, for my sake rather, I desired her so. And I have lain in barley, sick with yearning for her, just to see her pass and glut my eyes with the swaying wonder of her and of her hair, black with the night, or brown or flaxen, or all golden dusty with the sun. For woman is beautiful to man, she is sweet to his tongue and fragrance in his nostrils. She is fire in his blood and a thunder of trumpets. Her voice is beyond all music in his ears, and she can shake his soul that else stands steadfast in the draughty presence of the light and of the dark. And beyond his star-gazing, in his far-imagined heavens, Valkyrie or Houri, man has fain made place for her, for he could see no heaven without her. And the sword in battle, sings not so sweet a song as the woman sings to man, merely by her laugh in the moonlight, or her love sob in the dark, or by her swaying on her way under the sun, while he lies dizzy with longing in the grass. I have died of love. I have died for love, as you shall see. In a little while they will. Take me out, me, Darrell, standing, and make me die. And that death shall be for love. Oh, not lightly was I stirred when I slew Professor Haskell in the laboratory at the University of California. He was a man. I was a man, and there was a woman beautiful. Do you understand? She was a woman, and I was a man, and a lover, and all the heredity of love was mine, up from the black and squalling jungle. Ere love was love, and man was man. Oh, it is nothing new. Often, often in that long past have I given life and honor, place and power for love. Man is different from woman. She is close to the immediate and knows only the need of instant things. We know honor above her honor, and pride beyond her wildest guess of pride. Our eyes are far-visioned for stargazing, while her eyes see no farther than the solid earth beneath her feet, the lover's breast upon her breast, the infant lusty in the hollow of her arm. And yet, such is our alchemy compounded of the ages, woman works magic in our dreams and in our veins, so that more than dreams and far visions and the blood of life itself is woman to us, who, as lovers truly say, is more than all the world. Yet is this just? Else would man not be man, the fighter and the conqueror, treading his red way on the face of all other and lesser life. For, had man not been the lover, the royal lover, he could never have become the kingly fighter. We fight best and die best and live best for what we love. I am that one man. I see myself the many selves that have gone into the constituting of me. And ever I see the woman, the many women, who have made me and undone me, who have loved me, and whom I have loved. I remember, long ago when humankind was very young, that I made me a snare and a pit with a pointed stake upthrust in the middle thereof, for the taking of Saber-tooth. Saber-tooth, long-fanged and long-haired, was the chiefest peril to us of the squatting place, who crouched through the nights over our fires and by day increased the growing shell bank beneath us by the clams we dug and devoured from the salt mud flats beside us. And when the roar and the squall of Saber-tooth roused us where we squatted by our dying embers, and I was wild with far vision of the proof of the pit and the stake, it was the woman, arms about me, leg twining, who fought with me and restrained me not to go out through the dark to my desire. She was part clad, for warmth only, in skins of animals, whistling reins, with nails gnarled and broken, and hands that were calloused like footpads, and were more like claws than like hands. But her eyes were blue as the summer sky is, as the deep sea is, and there was that in her eyes, and in her clasped arms about me, and in her heart beating against mine, that with bone the troyer de smine could vitsinit brame. the stake I had devised for the undoing of Saber-tooth. But my woman, my savage mate, held me, savage that I was, and her eyes drew me, and her arms chained me, and her twining legs and heart, beating to mine, seduced me from my far dream of things, my man's achievement, the goal beyond goals, the taking and the slaying of Saber-tooth on the stake in the pit. Once I was Ushu, the archer. I remember it well, for I was lost from my own people through the great forest till I emerged on the flat lands and grasslands and was taken in by a strange people, kin in that their skin was white, their hair yellow, their speech not too remote for mine. And she was Egar, and I drew her as I sang in the twilight, for she was destined a race mother, and she was broad-built and full-dubbed, and she could not but draw to the man heavy-muscled, deep-chested, who sang of his prowess in man-slaying and in meat-getting, and so promised food and protection to her in her weakness, while she mothered the seed that was to hunt the meat and live after her. And these people knew not the wisdom of my people, in that they snared and pitted their meat, and in battle used clubs and stone-throwing sticks, and were unaware of the virtues of arrows, swift flying, notched on the end to fit the thong of deer sinew, well twisted, that sprang into straightness, when released to the spring of the axe-stick bent in the middle. And while I sang, the stranger men laughed in the twilight, and only she, Egar, believed and had faith in me. I took her alone to the hunting, where the deer sought the water-hole, and my bow twanged and sang in the covert, and the deer fell fast-stricken, and the warm meat was sweet to us, and she was mine there by the water-hole. And because of Egar, I remained with the strange men, and I taught them the making of bows from the red and sweet-smelling wood like unto cedar. And I taught them to keep both eyes open, and to aim with the left eye, and to make blunt shafts for small game, and pronged shafts of bone for the fish in the clear water, and to flake arrowheads from obsidian for the deer and the wild horse, the elk and old saber-tooth. But the flaking of stone they laughed at, till I shot an elk through and through, the flaked stone standing out, and beyond, the feathered shaft sunk in its vitals, the whole tribe applauding. I was Ushu the archer, and Egar was my woman and mate. We laughed under the sun in the morning, when our man-child and woman-child yellowed like honeybees, sprawled and rolled in the mustard, and at night she lay close in my arms and loved me, and urged me, because of my skill at the seasoning of woods and the flaking of arrowheads, that I should stay close by the camp, and let the other men bring to me the meat from the perils of hunting. And I listened, and grew fat and short-breathed. And in the long nights, unsleeping, worried that the men of the stranger tribe brought me meat for my wisdom and honor, but laughed at my fatness and undesire for the hunting and fighting. And in my old age, when our sons were man-grown, and our daughters were mothers, when up from the southland the dark men, flat-browed, kinky-headed, surged like waves of the sea upon us, and we fled back before them to the hill slopes. Egar, like my mates far before and long after, leg-twining, arm-clasping, unseeing far visions, strove to hold me aloof from the battle, and I tore myself from her, fat and short-breathed, while she wept that no longer I loved her, and I went out to the night fighting and dawn fighting, where, to the singing of bowstrings and the shrilling of arrows, feathered, sharp-pointed, we showed them, the kinky heads, the skill of the killing, and taught them the wit and the willing of slaughter. And as I died there at the end of the fighting, there were death songs and singing about me, and the songs seemed to sing as these, the words I have written when I was Ushu, the archer, and Egar, my mate woman, leg-twining, arm clasping, would have helped me back from the battle. Once, and heaven alone knows when, save that it was in the long ago when man was young, we lived beside great swamps where the hills drew down close to the wide sluggish river, and where our women gathered berries and roots, and there were herds of deer, of wild horses, of antelope, and of elk that we men slew with arrows, or trapped in the pits or hill pockets. From the river we caught fish in nets twisted by the women of the bark of young trees. I was a man eager and curious as the antelope when we lured it by waving grass clumps where we lay hidden in the thick of the grass. The wild rice grew in the swamp, rising sheer from the water on the edges of the channels. Each morning the blackbirds awoke us with their chatter as they left their roosts to fly to the swamp, and through the long twilight the air was filled with their noise as they went back to their roosts. It was the time that the rice ripened. And there were ducks also, and ducks and blackbirds feasted to fatness on the ripe rice, half unhusked by the sun. Being a man ever restless, ever questing, wondering always what lay beyond the hills and beyond the swamps and in the mud at the river's bottom, I watched the wild ducks and blackbirds and pondered till my pondering gave me vision, and I saw. And this is what I saw, the reasoning of it. Meat was good to eat. In the end, tracing it back, or at the first, rather, all meat came from grass. The meat of the duck and of the blackbird came from the seed of the swamp rice. To kill a duck with an arrow scarce paid for the labor of stalking and the long hours in hiding. The blackbirds were too small for arrow killing save by the boys who were learning and preparing for the taking of larger game. And yet, in rice season, blackbirds and ducks were succulently fat. Their fatness came from the rice. Why should I and mine not be fat from the rice in the same way? And I thought it out in camp, silent, morose, while the children squabbled about me unnoticed, and while Arunga, my mate woman, vainly scolded me and urged me to go hunting for more meat for the many of us. Arunga was the woman I had stolen from the hill tribes. She and I had been a dozen moons in learning common speech after I captured her. Ah, that day when I leaped upon her down from the overhanging tree branch as she padded the runway. Fairly upon her shoulders with the weight of my body, I smote her, my fingers wide spreading to clutch her. She squalled like a cat there in the runway. She fought me and bit me. The nails of her hands were like the claws of a tree cat as they tore at me, but I held her and mastered her, and for 2 days beat her and forced her to travel with me down out of the canyons of the hillmen to the grasslands where the river flowed through the rice swamps and the ducks and the blackbirds fed fat. I saw my vision when the rice was ripe. I put Arunga in the bow of the fire-hollowed log that was most rudely a canoe. I bade her paddle. In the stern I spread a deerskin she had tanned. With 2 stout sticks I bent the stalks over the deerskin and threshed out the grain that else the blackbirds would have eaten. And when I had worked out the way of it, I gave the 2 stout sticks to Arunga and sat in the bow paddling and directing. In the past we had eaten the raw rice in passing and not been pleased with it. But now we parched it over our fire so that the grains puffed and exploded in whiteness, and all the tribe came running to taste. After that we became known among men as the rice eaters and as the sons of the rice. And long, long after, when we were driven by the sons of the river from the swamps into the uplands, we took the seed of the rice with us and planted it. We learned to select the largest grains for the seed, so that all the rice we thereafter ate was larger grained and puffier in the parching and the boiling. But Arunga, I've said she squalled and scratched like a cat when I stole her. Yet I remember the time when her own kin of the hillmen caught me and carried me away into the hills. They were her father, his brother, and her 2 own blood brothers, but she was mine, who had lived with me. And at night, where I lay bound like a wild pig for the slaying, and they slept weary by the fire, She crept upon them and brained them with the war club that with my hands I had fashioned. And she wept over me, and loosed me, and fled with me, back to the wide sluggish river where the blackbirds and wild ducks fed in the rice swamps, for this was before the time of the coming of the sons of the river. For she was Arunga, the one woman, the eternal woman. She has lived in all times and places. She will always live. She is immortal. Once in a far land, her name was Ruth, also has her name been Isolde and Helen, Pocahontas and Unga. And no stranger man from stranger tribes, but has found her and will find her in the tribes of all the earth. I remember so many women who have gone into the becoming of the one woman. There was the time that Har, my brother, and I, sleeping and pursuing in turn, ever hounding the wild stallion do the daytime and night, and in a wide circle that met where the sleeping one lay, drove the stallion unresting through hunger and thirst to the meekness of weakness, so that in the end he could but stand and tremble while we bound him with ropes twisted of deer hide. On our legs alone, without hardship, aided merely by wit, the plan was mined. My brother and I walked that fleet-footed creature into possession. And when all was ready for me to get on his back, for that had been my vision from the first, Selpa, my woman, put her arms about me and raised her voice and persisted that Har and not I should ride, for Har had neither wife nor young ones and could die without hurt. Also, in the end she wept, so that I was raped of my vision, and it was Har, naked and clinging, that bestrode the stallion when he vaulted away. It was sunset, and a time of great wailing when they carried Har in from the far rocks where they found him. His head was quite broken, and like honey from a fallen bee tree, his brains dripped on the ground. His mother strewed wood ashes on her head and blackened her face. His father cut off half the fingers of one hand in token of sorrow, and all the women, especially the young and unwedded, screamed evil names at me, and the elders shook their wise heads and muttered and mumbled that not their fathers nor their fathers had betrayed such a madness. Horse meat was good to eat. Young colts were tender to old teeth. And only a fool would come to close grapples with any wild horse, save when an arrow had pierced it, or when it struggled on the stake in the midst of the pit. And Selpa scolded me to sleep, and in the morning woke me with her chatter, ever declaiming against my madness, ever pronouncing her claim upon me and the claims of our children, till in the end I grew weary, and forsook my far vision, and said never again would I dream of bestriding the wild horse to fly swift as its feet, and the wind across the sands and the grasslands. And through the years the tale of my madness never ceased from being told over the camp fire. Yet was the very telling the source of my vengeance. For the dream did not die, and the young ones, listening to the laugh and the sneer, re-dreamed it. So that in the end it was Othar, my eldest born, himself a sheer stripling, that walked down a wild stallion, leapt on its back, and flew before all of us with the speed of the wind. Thereafter, that they might keep up with him, all men were trapping and breaking wild horses. Many horses were broken, and some men, but I lived at the last to the day when, at the changing of campsites in the pursuit of the meat in its seasons, our very babes, in baskets of willow withes, were slung side and side on the backs of our horses that carried our camp trappage and dunage. I, a young man, had seen my vision, dreamed my dream. Sopa, the woman, had held me from that far desire, but Othar, the seed of us to live after, glimpsed my vision and won to it, so that our tribe became wealthy in the gains of the chase. There was a woman on the great drift down out of Europe, a weary drift of many generations when we brought into India the shorthorn cattle and the planting of barley. But this woman was long before we reached India. We were still in the midmost of that centuries-long drift, and no shrewdness of geography can now place for me that ancient valley. The woman was Nuhila. The valley was narrow, not long, and the swift slope of its floor and the steep walls of its rim were terraced for the growing of rice and of millet, the first rice and millet we sons of the mountain had known. They were a meek people in that valley. They had become soft with the farming of fat land, made fatter by water. Theirs was the first irrigation we had seen, although we had little time to mark their ditches and channels by which all the hill waters flowed to the fields they had builded. We had little time to mark, for we sons of the mountain, who were few, were in flight before the sons of the snub-nose, who were many. We called them the noseless, and they called themselves the sons of the eagle. But they were many, and we fled before them with our shorthorn cattle, our goats, and our barley seed, our women and children. While the snub-noses slew our youths at the rear, we slew at our fore the folk of the valley who opposed us and were weak. The village was mud-built and grass-thatched. The encircling wall was of mud, but quite tall. And when we had slain the people who had built the wall, and sheltered within it our herds and our decools, women and children, we stood on the wall and shouted insult to the snub-noses, for we had found the mud granaries filled with rice and millet. Our cattle could eat the thatches, and the time of the rains was at hand, so that we should not want for water. It was a long siege. Near to the beginning we gathered together the women, and elders and children we had not slain, and forced them out through the wall they had builded. But the snub-noses slew them to the last one, so that there was more food in the village for us, more food in the valley for the snub-noses. It was a weary long siege. Sickness smote us, and we died of the plague that arose from our buried ones. We emptied the mud granaries of their rice and millet. Our goats and shorthorns ate the thatch of the houses, and we, ere the end, ate the goats and the shorthorns. Where there had been 5 men of us on the wall, there came a time when there was one. Where there had been 500,000 babes and younglings of ours, there were none. It was Nuala, my woman, who cut off her hair and twisted it, that I might have a strong string for my bow. The other women did likewise, and when the wall was attacked, stood shoulder to shoulder with us, in the midst of our spears and arrows raining down potsherds and cobblestones on the heads of the snub-noses. Even the patient snub-noses we well nigh out-Petarians. Came a time when of 10 men of us, but one was alive on the wall, and of our women remained very few, and the snub-noses held parley. They told us we were a strong breed, and that our women were men mothers, and that if we would let them have our women, they would leave us alone in the valley to possess for ourselves, and that we could get women from the valleys to the south. And Nuhila said no, and the other women said no. And we sneered at the snub. Noses and asked if they were weary of fighting. And we were as dead men then, as we sneered at our enemies, and there was little fight left in us, we were so weak. One more attack on the wall would end us. We knew it. Our women knew it, and the Nuhila said that we could end it first and outwit the snub-noses. And all our women agreed. And while the snub-noses prepared for the attack that would be final, there, on the wall, we slew our women. Nuhila loved me, and leaned to meet the thrust of my sword, there on the wall. And we men, in the love of tribehood and tribesmen, slew one another till remained only Horda and I alive in the red of the slaughter. And Horda was my elder, and I leaned to his thrust, but not at once did I die. I was the last of the sons of the mountain, for I saw Horda himself fall on his blade and pass quickly. and dying with the shouts of the oncoming snub-noses growing dim in my ears. I was glad that the snub-noses would have no sons of us to bring up by our women. I do not know when this time was when I was a son of the mountain, and when we died in the narrow valley where we had slain the sons of the rice and the millet. I do not know, save that it was centuries before the wide-spreading drift of all us sons of the mountain fetched into India, and that it was long before ever I was an Aryan master in old Egypt, building my 2 burial places and defacing the tombs of kings before me. I should like to tell more of those far days, but time in the present is short. Soon I shall pass. Yet am I sorry that I cannot tell more of those early drifts when there was crushage of peoples, or descending ice sheets, or migrations of meat. Also I should like to tell of mystery, for always were we curious to solve the secrets of life, death, and decay. Unlike the other animals, man was forever gazing at the stars. Many gods he created in his own image and in the images of his fancy. In those old times I have worshipped the sun and the dark. I have worshipped the husked grain as the parent of life. I have worshipped Sar, the corn goddess, and I have worshipped sea gods and river gods and fish gods. Yes, and I remember Ishtar ere she was stolen from us by the Babylonians, and Ea too was ours, supreme in the underworld, who enabled Ishtar to conquer death. Mitra likewise was a good old Aryan god, ere he was filched from us, or we discarded him. And I remember on a time, long after the drift, when we brought the barley into India, that I came down into India, a horse trader, with many servants and a long caravan at my back, and that at that time they were worshipping Bodhisattva. Truly, the worships of the mystery wandered as did men, and between filchings and borrowings the gods had as vagabond a time of it as did we. As the Sumerians took the loan of Shamash-Napishtim from us, so did the sons of Shem take him from the Sumerians and call him Noah. Why, I smile me today, Darrell standing in Murderer's Row, in that I was found guilty and awarded death by 12 jurymen staunch and true. 12 has ever been a magic number of the mystery, nor did it originate with the 12 tribes of Israel. Star-gazers before them had placed the 12 signs of the zodiac in the sky. And I remember me, when I was of the Asir and of the Vanir, that Odin sat in judgment over men in the court of the 12 gods, and that their names were Thor, Balder, Njord, Frey, Tyr, Bragi, Heimdall, Hodr, Vidar, Ul, Forseti, and Loki. Even our Valkyries were stolen from us, and made into angels, and the wings of the Valkyries' horses became attached to the shoulders of the angels. And our Helheim of that day of ice and frost has become the hell of today, which is so hot an abode that the blood boils in one's veins, while with us, in our Helheim, the place was so cold as to freeze the marrow inside the bones. And the very sky, that we dreamed enduring, eternal, has drifted and veered, so that we find today the scorpion in the place where of old we knew the goat and the archer in the place of the crab. Worships and worships, ever the pursuit of the mystery. I remember the lame god of the Greeks, the master smith, but their Vulcan was the Germanic Wieland, the master smith captured and hamstrung lame of a leg by Nidung, the kind of the Nids. But before that he was our master smith, our forger and hammerer, whom we named Ilmarinen. And him we begat of our fancy, giving him the bearded sun god for father, and nursing him by the stars of the bear. For he, Vulcan, or Wieland, or Ilmarinen, was born under the pine tree, from the hair of the wolf, and was called also the bear father ere ever the Germans and Greeks purloined and worshipped him. In that day we called ourselves the sons of the bear and the sons of the wolf, and the bear and the wolf were our totems. That was before our drift south, on which we joined with the sons of the tree grove and taught them our totems and tales. Yes, and who was Kasyapa, who was Pururavas? But our lame master smith, our ironworker, carried by us in our drifts, and renamed and worshipped by the south dwellers and the east dwellers, the sons of the pole and of the fire drill and fire socket. But the tale is too long, though I should like to tell of the three-leaved herb of life by which Sigmund made Sinfioti alive again. For this is the very Soma plant of India, the holy grail of King Arthur, the but enough. Enough! And yet, as I calmly consider it all, I conclude that the greatest thing in life, in all lives, to me and to all men, has been woman, is woman, and will be woman so long as the stars drift in the sky and the heavens flux eternal change. Greater than our toil and endeavor, the play of invention and fancy, battle and star-gazing and mystery, greatest of all has been woman, even though she has sung false music to me and kept my feet solid on the ground, and drawn my star-roving eyes ever back to gaze upon her. She, the conserver of life, the earth mother, has given me my great days and nights and fullness of years. Even mystery have I imaged in the form of her, and in my star charting have I placed her figure in the sky. All my toils and devices led to her. All my far vision saw her at the end. When I made the fire drill and fire socket, it was for her. It was for her, although I did not know it, that I put the stake in the pit for old Saber-tooth, tamed the horse, slew the mammoth, and herded my reindeer south in advance of the ice sheet. For her I harvested the wild rice, tamed the barley, the wheat, and the corn. For her, and the seed to come after whose image she bore, I have died in treetops and stood long sieges in cave mouths and on mud walls. For her I put the 12 signs in the sky. It was she I worshipped when I bowed before the 10 stones of jade and adored them as the moons of gestation. Always has woman crouched close to earth like a partridge hen mothering her young. Always has my wantonness of roving led me out on the shining ways, and always have my star paths returned me to her, the figure everlasting, the woman, the one woman, for whose arms I had such need that clasped in them I have forgotten the stars. For her I accomplished Odysseus, scaled mountains, crossed deserts. For her I led the hunt and was forward in battle, and for her and to her I sang my songs of the things I had done. All ecstasies of life and rhapsodies of delight have been mine because of her. And here, at the end, I can say that I have known no sweeter, deeper madness of being than to drown in the fragrant glory and forgetfulness of her hair. One word more. I remember me, Dorothy, just the other day, when I still lectured on agronomy to farmer boy students. She was 11 years old. Her father was dean of the college. She was a woman child, and a woman, and she conceived that she loved me. And I smiled to myself, for my heart was untouched and lay elsewhere. Yet was the smile tender, for in the child's eyes I saw the woman eternal, the woman of all times and appearances. In her eyes I saw the eyes of my mate of the jungle and treetop, of the cave and the squatting place. In her eyes I saw the eyes of Egar when I was Ushu the archer, the eyes of Erango when I was the rice harvester, the eyes of Selpa when I dreamed of bestriding the stallion, the eyes of Nuhila who leaned to the thrust of my sword. Yes, there was that in her eyes that made them the eyes of Lele, whom I left with a laugh on my lips, the eyes of the lady owned for 40 years. my beggar mate on highway and byway, the eyes of Philippa for whom I was slain on the grass in old France, the eyes of my mother when I was the lad Jesse at the mountain meadows in the circle of our 40 great wagons. She was a woman, child, but she was daughter of all women, as her mother before her, and she was the mother of all women to come after her. She was Sar, the corn goddess. She was Istar who conquered death. She was Sheba and Cleopatra. She was Esther and Herodias. She was Mary the Madonna and Mary the Magdalene, and Mary the sister of Martha. Also she was Martha. And she was Brynhilda and Guinevere, Isolde and Juliet, Heloise and Nicolette. Yes, and she was Eve. She was Lilith. She was a Lilith. She was Astarte. She was 11 years old, and she was all women that had been, all women to be. I sit in my cell now, while the flies hum in the drowsy summer afternoon, and I know that my time is short. Soon they will apparel me in the shirt without a collar. But hush, my heart, the spirit is immortal. After the dark I shall live again, and there will be women. The future holds the little women for me in the lives I am yet to live. And though the stars drift and the heavens lie, ever remains woman, resplendent, eternal, the one woman as I, under all my masquerades and misadventures, and the one man, her mate. Chapter 22. My time grows very short. All the manuscript I have written is safely smuggled out of the prison. There is a man I can trust who will see that it is published. No longer am I in Murderer's Row. I am writing these lines in the death cell, and the death watch is set on me. Night and day is this death watch on me, and its paradoxical function is to see that I do not die. I must be kept alive for the hanging, or else will the public be cheated, the law blackened, and a mark of demerit placed against the time-serving warden who runs this prison, and one of whose duties is to see that his condemned ones are duly and properly hanged. Often I marvel at the strange ways some men make their livings. This shall be my last writing. Tomorrow morning the hour is set. The governor has declined to pardon or reprieve, despite the fact that the Anti-Capital Punishment League has raised quite a stir in California. The reporters are gathered like so many buzzards. I have seen them all. They are queer young fellows, most of them. And most queer is it that they will thus earn bread, and butter, cocktails, and tobacco, room rent, and, if they are married, shoes and schoolbooks for their children, by witnessing the execution of Professor Darrell Standing, and by describing for the public how Professor Darrell Standing died at the end of a rope. Ah, well, they will be sicker than I at the end of the affair. As I sit here and muse on it all, the footfalls of the death watch going up and down outside my cage, the man's suspicious eyes ever peering in on me, almost I weary of eternal recurrence. I have lived so many lives. I weary of the endless struggle and pain and catastrophe that come to those who sit in the high places, tread the shining ways, and wander among the stars. Almost I hope, when next I re-inhabit form, that it shall be that of a peaceful farmer. There is my dream farm. I should like to engage just for one whole life in that. Oh, my dream farm, my alfalfa meadows, my efficient Jersey cattle, my upland pastures, my brush-covered slopes melting into tilled fields, while ever higher up the slopes my Angora goats eat away brush to tillage. There is a basin there, a natural basin high up the slopes, with a generous watershed on 3 sides. I should like to throw a dam across the 4th side, which is surprisingly narrow. At a paltry price of labor I could impound 20 million gallons of water. For, see, one great drawback to farming in California is our long, dry summer. This prevents the growing of cover crops, and the sensitive soil, naked, a mere surface dust mulch, has its humus burned out of it by the sun. Now with that dam I could grow 3 crops a year, observing due rotation, and be able to turn under a wealth of green manure. I have just endured a visit from the warden. I say endured advisedly. He is quite different from the warden of San Quentin. He was very nervous, and perforce I had to entertain him. This is his first hanging. He told me so. And I, with a clumsy attempt at wit, did not reassure him when I explained that it was. Also my first hanging. He was unable to laugh. He has a girl in high school, and his boy is a freshman at Stanford. He has no income outside his salary, his wife is an invalid, and he is worried in that he has been rejected by the life insurance doctors as an undesirable risk. Really, the man told me almost all his troubles. Had I not diplomatically terminated the interview, he would still be here, telling me the remainder of them. My last 2 years in San Quentin were very gloomy and depressing. Ed Morrell, by one of the wildest freaks of chance, was taken out of solitary and made head trustee of the whole prison. This was Al Hutchins' old job, and it carried a graft of $3,000 a year. To my misfortune, Jake Oppenheimer, who had rotted in solitary for so many years, turned sour on the world, on everything. For 8 months he refused to talk even to me. In prison, news will travel. Give it time, and it will reach dungeon and solitary. Cell. It reached me at last. That Cecil Winwood, the poet forger, the snitcher, the coward, and the stool, was returned for a fresh forgery. It will be remembered that it was this Cecil Winwood who concocted the fairy story that I had changed the plant of the non-existent dynamite, and who was responsible for the 5 years I had then spent in solitary. I decided to kill Cecil Winwood. You see, Morrell was gone, and Oppenheimer, until the outbreak had finished him, had remained in the silence. Solitary had grown monotonous for me. I had to do something. So I remembered back to the time when I was Adam Strang and patiently nursed revenge for 40 years. What he had done I could do if once I lock my hands on Cecil Winwood's throat. It cannot be expected of me to divulge how I came into possession of the 4 needles. They were small cambric needles. Emaciated as my body was, I had to saw 4 bars, each in 2 places, in order to make an aperture through which I could squirm. I did it. I used up 1 needle to each bar. This meant 2 cuts to a bar, and it took a month to a cut. Thus I should have been 8 months in cutting my way out. Unfortunately, I broke my last needle on the last bar, and I had to wait 3 months before I could get another needle. But I got it, and I got out. I regret greatly that I did not get Cecil Winwood. I had calculated well on everything save one thing. The certain chance to find Winwood would be in the dining room at dinner hour. So I waited until Pie-Faced Jones, the sleepy guard, should be on shift at the noon hour. At that time I was the only inmate of solitary, so that Pie-Faced Jones was quickly snoring. I removed my bars, squeezed out, stole past him along the ward, opened the door, and was free to a portion of the inside of the prison. And here was the one thing I had not calculated on myself. I had been 5 years in solitary. I was hideously weak. I weighed 87 pounds. I was half blind. And I was immediately stricken with agoraphobia. I was affrighted by spaciousness. 5 years in narrow walls had unfitted me for the enormous declivity of the stairway, for the vastitude of the prison yard. The descent of that stairway I consider the most heroic exploit I ever accomplished. The yard was deserted. The blinding sun blazed down on it. Thrice I essayed to cross it. But my senses reeled, and I shrank back to the wall for protection. Again, summoning all my courage, I attempted it. But my poor blear eyes, like a bat's, startled me at my shadow on the flagstones. I attempted to avoid my own shadow, tripped, fell over it, and like a drowning man struggling for shore, crawled back on hands and knees to the wall. I leaned against the wall and cried. It was the first time in many years that I had cried. I remember noting, even in my extremity, the warmth of the tears on my cheeks and the salt taste when they reached my lips. Then I had a chill, and for a time shook as with an ague. Abandoning the openness of the yard as too impossible a feat for one in my condition, still shaking with the chill, crouching close to the protecting wall, my hands touching it, I started to skirt the yard. Then it was, somewhere along, that the guard Thurston espied me. I saw him, distorted by my bleared eyes, a huge, well-fed monster rushing upon me with incredible speed out of the remote distance. Possibly, at that moment, he was 20 feet away. He weighed 170 pounds. The struggle between us can be easily imagined, but somewhere in that brief struggle it was claimed that I struck him on the nose with my fist to such purpose as to make that organ bleed. At any rate, being a lifer and the penalty in California for battery by a lifer being death, I was so found guilty by a jury which could not ignore the asseverations of the guard Thurston and the rest of the prison hangdogs that testified, and I was so sentenced by a judge who could not ignore the law as spread plainly on the statute book. I was well pommeled by Thurston, and all the way back up that prodigious stairway I was roundly kicked, punched, and cuffed by the horde of trustees and guards who got in one another's way in their zeal to assist him. Heavens, if his nose did bleed, the probability is that some of his own kind were guilty of causing it in the confusion of the scuffle. I shouldn't care if I were responsible for it myself, save that it is so pitiful a thing for which to hang a man. I have just had a talk with the man on shift of my death watch. A little less than a year ago, Jake Oppenheimer occupied this same death cell on the road to the gallows, which I will tread tomorrow. This man was one of the death watch on Jake. He is an old soldier. He chews tobacco constantly and untidily for his gray. Beard and mustache are stained yellow. He is a widower with 14 living children, all married, and is the grandfather of 31 living grandchildren, and the great-grandfather of 4 younglings, all girls. It was like pulling teeth to extract such information. He is a queer old codger, of a low order of intelligence. That is why, I fancy, he has lived so long and fathered so numerous a progeny. His mind must have crystallized 30 years ago. His ideas are none of them later than that vintage. He rarely says more than yes and no to me. It is not because he is surly. He has no ideas to utter. I don't know, when I live again, but what one incarnation such as his would be a nice vegetative existence in which to rest up ere I go star-roving again. But to go back, I must take a line in which to tell after I was hustled and bustled, kicked and punched, up that terrible stairway by Thurston and the rest of the prison dogs, of the infinite relief of my narrow cell when I found myself back in solitary. It was all so safe, so secure, I felt like a lost child returned home. Again, I loved those very walls that I had so hated for 5 years. All that kept the vastness of space, like a monster, from pouncing upon me were those good stout walls of mine, close to hand on every side. Agoraphobia is a terrible affliction. I have had little opportunity to experience it, but from that little I can only conclude that hanging is a far easier matter. I have just had a hearty laugh. The prison doctor, a likable chap, has just been in to have a yarn with me, incidentally to proffer me his good offices in the matter of dope. Of course I declined his proposition to shoot me so full of morphine through the night that tomorrow I would not know when I marched to the gallows whether I was coming or going. But the laugh, it was just like Jake Oppenheimer. I can see the lean keenness of the man as he strung the reporters with his deliberate bull which they thought involuntary. It seems, his last morning, breakfast finished, encased in the shirt. Without a collar, that the reporters assembled for his last word in his cell asked him for his views on capital punishment. Who says we have more than the slightest veneer of civilization coated over our raw savagery when a group of living men can ask such a question of a man about to die and whom they are to see die? But Jake was ever game. Gentlemen, he said, I hope to live to see the day when capital punishment is abolished. I have lived many lives through the long ages. Man, the individual, has made no moral progress in the past 10,000 years. I affirm this absolutely. The difference between an unbroken colt and the patient draft horse is purely a difference of training. Training is the only moral difference between the man of today and the man of 10,000 years ago. Under his thin skin of morality, which he has had polished onto him, he is the same savage that he was 10,000 years ago. Morality is a social fund, an accretion through the painful ages. The newborn child will become a savage unless it is trained, polished, by the abstract morality that has been so long accumulating. Thou shalt not kill Piffle. They are going to kill me tomorrow morning. Thou shalt not kill Piffle. In the shipyards of all civilized countries, they are laying today the keels of dreadnoughts and of super-dreadnoughts. Dear friends, I, who am about to die, salute you with Piffle. I ask you what finer morality is preached today than was preached by Christ, by Buddha, by Socrates and Plato, by Confucius, and whoever was the author of the Mahabharata. Good Lord, 50,000 years ago, in our totem families, our women were cleaner, our family and group relations more rigidly right. I must say that the morality we practiced in those old days was a finer morality than is practiced today. Don't dismiss this thought hastily. Think of our child. Labor, of our police graft and our political corruption, of our food adulteration, and of our slavery of the daughters of the poor. When I was a son of the mountain and a son of the bull, prostitution had no meaning. We were clean, I tell you. We did not dream such depths of depravity. Yeah, so are all the lesser animals of today clean. It required man, with his imagination, aided by his mastery of matter, to invent the deadly sins. The lesser animals, the other animals, are incapable of sin. I read hastily back through the many lives of many times and many places. I have never known cruelty more terrible nor so terrible as the cruelty of our prison system of today. I have told you what I have endured in the jacket and in solitary in the first decade of this 20th century after Christ. In the old days we punished drastically and killed quickly. We did it because we so desired, because of whim, if you so please. But we were not hypocrites. We did not call upon press and pulpit and university to sanction us in our willfulness of savagery. What we wanted to do, we went and did on our legs upstanding, and we faced all reproof and censure on our legs upstanding, and did not hide behind the skirts of classical economists and bourgeois philosophers, nor behind the skirts of subsidized preachers, professors, and editors. Why, goodness me, 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 5 years ago in these United States, assault and battery was not a civil capital crime. But this year, The year of our Lord 1913, in the state of California, they hanged Jake Oppenheimer for such an offense, and tomorrow, for the civil capital crime of punching a man on the nose, they are going to take me out and hang me. Query: doesn't it require a long time for the ape and the tiger to die when such statutes are spread on the statute book of California in the 1913th year after Christ? Lord, Lord, they only crucified Christ. They have done far worse to Jake Oppenheimer and me. As Ed Morrell once rapped to me with his knuckles, the worst possible use you can put a man to is to hang him. No, I have little respect for capital punishment. Not only is it a dirty game, degrading to the hangdogs who personally perpetrate it for a wage, but it is degrading to the Commonwealth that tolerates it, votes for it, and pays the taxes for its maintenance. Capital punishment is so silly, so stupid, so horribly unscientific. To be hanged by the neck until dead is society's quaint phraseology. Morning is come my last morning. I slept like a babe throughout the night. I slept so peacefully that once the death watch got a fright. He thought I had suffocated myself in my blankets. The poor man's alarm was pitiful. His bread and butter was at stake. Had it truly been so, it would have meant a black mark against him. Perhaps discharge, and the outlook for an unemployed man is bitter just at present. They tell me that Europe began liquidating 2 years ago, and that now the United States has begun. That means either a business crisis or a quiet panic, and that the armies of the unemployed will be large next winter. The breadline's long. I have had my breakfast. It seemed a silly thing to do, but I ate it heartily. The warden came with a quart of whiskey. I presented it to Murderer's Row with my compliments. The warden, poor man, is afraid, if I be not drunk, that I shall make a mess of the function and cast reflection on his management. They have put on me the shirt without a collar. It seems I am a very important man this day. Quite a lot of people are suddenly interested in me. The doctor has just gone. He has taken my pulse. I asked him to. It is normal. I write these random thoughts, and, a sheet at a time, they start on their secret. Way out beyond the walls. I am the calmest man in the prison. I am like a child about to start on a journey. I am eager to be gone, curious for the new places I shall see. This fear of the lesser death is ridiculous to one who has gone into the dark so often and lived again. The warden with a quart of champagne. I have dispatched it down Murderer's Row. Queer, isn't it, that I am so considered this last day? It must be that these men who are to kill me are themselves afraid of death. To quote Jake Oppenheimer, I, who am about to die, must seem to them something god-awful. Ed Morrell has just sent word in to me. They tell me he has paced up and down all night outside the prison wall. Being an ex-convict, they have red-taped him out of seeing me to say goodbye. Savages? I don't know. Possibly just children. I'll wager most of them will be afraid to be alone in the dark tonight after. Stretching my neck. But Ed Morrell's message, my hand is in yours, old pal. I know you'll swing off game. Reporters have just left. I'll see them next, and last time, from the scaffold, ere the hangman hides my face in the black cap. They will be looking curiously sick, queer young fellows. Some show that they have been drinking. 2 or 3 look sick with foreknowledge of what they have to witness. It seems easier to be hanged than to look on. My last blinds. It seems I am delaying the procession. My cell is quite crowded with officials and dignitaries. They are all nervous. They want it over. Without a doubt, some of them have dinner engagements. I am really offending them by writing these few words. The priest has again preferred his request to be with me to the end. The poor man, why should I deny him that solace? I have consented. And he now appears quite cheerful. Such small things make some men happy. I could stop and laugh for a hearty 5 minutes if they were not in such a hurry. Here I close. I can only repeat myself, there is no death, life is spirit, and spirit cannot die. Only the flesh dies and passes, ever a crawl with the chemic ferment that informs it, ever plastic, ever crystallizing, only to melt into the flux and to crystallize into fresh and diverse forms that are ephemeral and that melt back into the flux. Spirit alone endures and continues to build upon itself through successive and endless incarnations as it works upward toward the light. What shall I be when I live again? I wonder. I wonder. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.